Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 81. Yudhishthira said, "Tell me, O grandsire, what is that which is the most sacred of all sacred things in the world, other than that which has been already mentioned, and which is the highest of all sanctifying objects?" Bhishma said, "Kine are the foremost of all objects. They are highly sacred and they rescue men from all kinds of sin and distress. With their milk and with the heavy manufactured therefrom, kine uphold all creatures in the universe. O best of the Bharatas, there is nothing that is more sacred than kine. The foremost of all things in the three worlds, kine are themselves sacred and capable of cleansing others. Kine reside in a region that is even higher than the region of the deities. When given away, they rescue their givers. Men of wisdom succeed in attaining to heaven by making gifts of kine. Yuvanaswa's son Mandathari, Yayati, and his sire, Nahusha, used always to give away kine in thousands. As the reward of those gifts, they have attained to such regions as are unattainable by the very deities. There is, in this connection, O sinless one, a discourse delivered of old. I shall recite it to thee. Once on a time, the intelligent Sukha, having finished his morning rites, approached with a restrained mind his sire, that foremost of rishis, viz. the island-born Krishna, who was acquainted with the distinction between that which is superior and that which is inferior, and saluting him, said, "What is that sacrifice which appears to thee as the foremost of all sacrifices? What is that act by doing which men of wisdom succeed in attaining to the highest region? What is that sacred act by which the deities enjoy the felicity of heaven? What constitutes the character of sacrifice as sacrifice? What is that upon which sacrifice rests? What is that which is regarded as the best by the deities? What is that sacrifice which transcends the sacrifices of this world? Do thou also tell me, O sire, what is that which is the most sacred of all things?" Having heard these words of his son, O chief of Bharata's race, Vyasa, the foremost of all persons conversant with duties, discoursed as follows unto him. Vyasa said, "Kine constitute the stay of all creatures. Kine are the refuge of all creatures. Kine are the embodiment of merit. Kine are sacred, and kine are sanctifiers of all. Formerly kine were hornless, as it has been heard by us. For obtaining horns they adored the eternal and puissant Brahmana. The puissant Brahmana, seeing the kine paying their adorations to him and sitting in Priya, granted unto each of them what each desired. Thereafter their horns grew, and each got what each desired. Of diverse colors, and endued with horns, they began to shine in beauty, O son. Favored by Brahman himself with boons, kine are auspicious and yielders of Havya and Kavya. They are the embodiments of merit. They are sacred and blessed. They are possessed of excellent form and attributes. Kine constitute high and highly excellent energy. The gift of kine is very much applauded. Those good men who, freed from pride, make gifts of kine, are regarded as doers of righteous deeds and as givers of all articles. Such men, O sinless one, attain to the highly sacred region of kine. The trees there produce sweet fruits. Indeed, those trees are always adorned with excellent flowers and fruits. Those flowers, O best of regenerate persons, are endued with celestial fragrance. The entire soil of that region is made of gems. The sands there are all gold. The climate there is such that the excellencies of every season are felt. There is no more mire, no dust. It is, indeed, highly auspicious. The streams that run there shine in resplendence for the red lotuses blooming upon their bosoms, and for the jewels and gems and gold that occur in their banks and that display the effulgence of the morning sun. There are many lakes also in that region on whose breasts are many lotuses, mixed here and there with Nymphea stellata, and having their petals made of costly gems, and their filaments adorned with a complexion like that of gold. They are also adorned with flowering forests of the Nerium odorum with thousands of beautiful creepers twining round them, as also with forests of santinacas bearing their flowery burdens. There are rivers whose banks are variegated with many bright pearls and resplendent gems and shining gold. Portions of those regions are covered with excellent trees that are decked with jewels and gems of every kind. Some of them are made of gold, and some display the splendor of fire. There stand many mountains made of gold, and many hills and eminences made of jewels and gems. These shine in beauty in consequence of their tall summits, which are composed of all kinds of gems. The trees that adorn those regions always put forth flowers and fruits, and are always covered with dense foliage. The flowers always emit a celestial fragrance, and the fruits are exceedingly sweet, O chief of Bharata's race. Those persons that are of righteous deeds, O Yudhishthira, always sport there in joy. Freed from grief and wrath, they pass their time there, crowned with the fruition of every wish. Persons of righteous deeds, possessed of fame, sport there in happiness, moving from place to place, O Bharata, on delightful vehicles of great beauty. Auspicious deed, bands of apsaras always amuse them there, with music and dance. Indeed, O Yudhishthira, a person goes to such regions as the reward of his making gifts of kine. Those regions which have for their lords Pushan, and the merits of great puissance, are attained to by givers of kine. In affluence, the royal Varuna is regarded as preeminent. The giver of kine attains to affluence like that of Varuna himself. One should, with the steadiness of a vow, daily recite these mantras declared by Prajapati himself in respect of kine. Visvarupa and Vis, Kama Yugandhara, Sarupa, Vahurapa, and Madara. He who serves kine with reverence and who follows them with humility succeeds in obtaining many invaluable boons from kine who become gratified with him. One should never, in even one's heart, do an injury to kine. One should, indeed, always confer happiness on them. One should always reverence kine and worship them with bends of one's head. He who does this, restraining his senses the while and filled with cheerfulness, succeeds in attaining to that felicity which is enjoyed by kine, and which kine alone can confer. One should for 3 days drink the hot urine of the cow. For the next 3 days one should drink the hot milk of the cow. Having thus drunk for 3 days hot milk, one should next drink hot ghee for 3 days. Having in this way drunk hot ghee for 3 days, one should subsist for the next 3 days on air only. That sacred thing by whose aid the deities enjoy regions of felicity, that which is the most sacred of all sacred things, viz., ghee, should then be borne on the head. With the aid of ghee one should pour libations on the sacred fire. By making gifts of ghee, one should cause the Brahmin to utter benedictions on oneself. One should eat ghee and make gifts of ghee. As the reward of this conduct, one may then attain to that prosperity which belongs to kine. That man who, for a month, subsists upon the gruel of barley picked up every day from cow dung becomes cleansed of sins as grave as the slaughter of a Brahmin. After their defeat at the hands of the Daityas, the deities practiced this expiation. It was in consequence of this expiation that they succeeded in regaining their position as deities. Verily, it was through this that they regained their strength and became crowned with success. Kine are sacred. They are embodiments of merit. They are high and most efficacious cleansers of all. By making gifts of kine unto the Brahmanas, one attains to heaven. Living in a pure state, in the midst of kine, one should mentally recite those sacred mantras that are known by the name of Gomathi, after touching pure water. By doing this, one becomes purified and cleansed of all sins. Brahmanas of righteous deeds, who have been cleansed by knowledge, study of the Vedas, and observance of vows, should, only in the midst of sacred fires or kine or assemblies of Brahmanas, impart unto their disciples a knowledge of the Gomathi mantras, which are every way like unto a sacrifice, for the merit they produce. One should observe a fast for 3 nights for receiving the boon constituted by a knowledge of the import of the Gomathi mantras. The man who is desirous of obtaining a son may obtain one by adoring these mantras. He who desires the possession of wealth may have his desire gratified by adoring these mantras. The girl desirous of having a good husband may have her wish fulfilled by the same means. In fact, one may acquire the fruition of every wish one may cherish by adoring these sacred mantras. When kine are gratified with the service one renders them, they are, without doubt, capable of granting the fruition of every wish. Even so, kine are highly blessed. They are the essential requisites of sacrifices. They are granters of every wish. Know that there is nothing superior to kine. Bhishma continued, thus addressed by his high-souled sire, Sukha, endued with great energy, began from that time to worship kine every day. Do thou also, O son, conduct thyself in the same way. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 82. Yudhishthira said, I have heard that the dung of the cow is endued with Shri. I desire to hear how this has been brought about. I have doubts, O grandsire, which thou shouldst dispel. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old story, O monarch, of the conversation between kine and Shri, O best of the Bharatas. Once on a time the goddess Shri, assuming a very beautiful form, entered a herd of kine. The kine, beholding her wealth of beauty, became filled with wonder. The kine said, Who art thou, O goddess? Whence hast thou become unrivaled on earth for beauty? O highly blessed goddess, we have been filled with wonder at thy wealth of beauty. We desire to know who thou art. Who, indeed, art thou? Whither wilt thou proceed? O thou of very superior splendor of complexion, do tell us in detail all we wish to know. Shri said, Blessed be ye, I am dear unto all creatures. Indeed, I am known by the name of Shri. Forsaken by me, the Daityas have been lost forever. The deities, viz., Indra, Vivasvat, Soma, Vishnu, Varuna, and Agni, having obtained me, are sporting in joy and will do so forever. Verily, the rishis and the deities, only when they are endued with me, have success. Ye kine, those beings meet with destruction into whom I do not enter. Religion, wealth, and pleasure, only when endued with me, become sources of happiness. Ye kine who are givers of happiness, know that I am possessed of even such energy. I wish to always reside in every one of you. Repairing to your presence, I solicit you. Be all of you endued with Shri. The kine said, Thou art fickle and restless. Thou sufferest thyself to be enjoyed by many persons. We do not desire to have thee. Blessed be thou, go wheresoever thou pleasest. As regards ourselves, all of us are possessed of good forms. What need have we with thee? Go wheresoever thou likest. Thou hast already, by answering our questions, gratified us exceedingly. Shri said, Is it proper with you, ye kine, that you do not welcome me? I am difficult of being attained. Why then do you not accept me? It seems, ye creatures of excellent vows, that the popular proverb is true, viz., that it is certain that when one come to another of one's own accord and without being sought, one meets with disregard. the gods, the Danavas, the Gandharvas, the Pisachas, the Uragas, the Rakshasas, and human beings succeed in obtaining me only after undergoing the severest austerities. You who have such energy, do ye take me? Ye amiable ones, I am never disregarded by any one in the three worlds of mobile and immobile creatures. The kind said, We do not disregard thee, O goddess. We do not show thee a slight. Thou art fickle and of a very restless heart. It is for this only that we take leave of thee. What need of much talk? Do thou go wheresoever thou choosest. All of us are endued with excellent forms. What need have we with thee, O sinless one? Sri said, Ye givers of honors, cast off by you in this way, I shall certainly be an object of disregard with all the world. Do ye show me grace? Ye are all highly blessed. Ye are ever ready to grant protection unto those that seek your protection. I have come to you soliciting your protection. I have no fault. Do you rescue me from this situation? Know that I shall always be devoted to you. I am desirous of residing in any parts, however repulsive, of your bodies. Indeed, I wish to reside in even your rectum. Ye sinless ones, I do not see that ye have any part in your bodies that may be regarded as repulsive, for ye are sacred and sanctifying and highly blessed. Do ye, however, grant my prayer? Do ye tell me in which part of your bodies I shall take up my residence? Bhishma continued, thus addressed by Sri, the kind, always auspicious and inclined to kindness unto all who are devoted to them, took counsel with one another, and then addressing Sri, and unto her, O king, these words. The kind said, O thou of great fame, it is certainly desirable that we should honor thee. Do thou live in our urine and dung? Both these are sacred, O auspicious goddess. Sri said, By good luck, ye have shown me much grace, implying your desire to favor me. Let it be even as ye say. Blessed be ye all, I have really been honored by you, ye givers of happiness. Bhishma continued, having, O Bharata, made this compact with the kind, Sri, there and then, in the very sight of those kind, rendered herself invisible. I have thus told thee, O son, the glory of the dumb of kind. I shall once again discourse to thee on the glory of kind. Do thou listen to me? Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 83. Bhishma said, They who make gifts of kind, and who subsist upon the remnants of things offered as libations on the sacred fire, are regarded, O Yudhishthira, as always performing sacrifices of every kind. No sacrifice can be performed without the aid of curds and ghee. The very character as sacrifice which sacrifices have depends upon ghee. Hence ghee, or the cow from which it is produced, is regarded as the very root of sacrifice. Of all kinds of gifts, the gift of kind is applauded as the highest. Kind are the foremost of all things. Themselves sacred, they are the best of cleansers and sanctifiers. People should cherish kind for obtaining prosperity and even peace. The milk, curds, and ghee that kind yield are capable of cleansing one from every kind of sin. Kind are said to represent the highest energy both in this world and the world that is above. There is nothing that is more sacred or sanctifying than kind, O chief of Bharata's race. In this connection is recited the ancient narrative, O Yudhishthira, of the discourse between the grandsire and the chief of celestials. After the Daityas had been defeated and Sakra had become the lord of the three worlds, all creatures grew in prosperity and became devoted to the true religion. Then, on one occasion, the Rishis, the Gandharvas, the Kinnaras, the Uragas, the Rakshasas, the deities, the Asuras, the winged creatures, and the Prajapatis, O thou of Kuru's race, all assembled together and adored the grandsire. There were Narada and Parvata and Viswavesu and Hahahuhu, who sang in celestial strains for adoring that puissant Lord of all creatures. The deity of wind bore thither the fragrance of celestial flowers. The seasons also, in their embodied forms, bore the perfumes of flowers peculiar to each, unto that conclave of celestials, that gathering of all creatures of the universe, where celestial maidens danced and sang in accompaniment with celestial music. In the midst of that assembly, Indra, saluting the Lord of all the deities and bowing his head unto him with reverence, asked him, saying, I desire, O grandsire, to know why the region of Kine is higher, O Holy One, than the region of the deities themselves who are the lords of all the worlds. What austerities, what brahmacharya, O Lord, did Kine perform in consequence of which they are able to reside happily in a region that is even above that of the deities? Thus addressed by Indra, Brahman said unto the slayer of Vala, Thou hast always, O slayer of Vala, disregarded Kine. Hence, thou art not acquainted with the glorious preeminence of Kine. Listen now to me, O puissant one, as I explain to thee the high energy and glorious preeminence of Kine, O chief of the celestials. Kine have been said to be the limbs of sacrifice. They represent sacrifice itself, O Vasva. Without them, there can be no sacrifice. With their milk and the havey produced therefrom, they uphold all creatures. Their male calves are engaged in assisting at tillage and thereby produce diverse kinds of paddy and other seeds. From them flow sacrifices and havya and kavya, and milk and curds and ghee. Hence, O chief of the deities, Kine are sacred. Afflicted by hunger and thirst, they bear diverse burdens. Kine support the munis. They uphold all creatures by diverse acts, O Vasva. Kine are guileless in their behavior. In consequence of such behavior and of many well-performed acts, they are enabled to live always in regions that are even above ours. I have thus explained to thee today, O thou of 100 sacrifices, the reason, O Sakra of Kine, residing in a place that is high above that of the deities. Kine obtained many excellent forms, O Vasva, and are themselves givers of boons to others. They are called Surabhis. Of sacred deeds and endued with many auspicious indications, they are highly sanctifying. Listen to me also, O slayer of Vala, as I tell thee in detail the reason why Kine, the offspring of Surabhi, have descended on the earth, O best of the deities. In day of yore, O son, when in the Devayuga the high Sausthanavas became lords of the three world, Aditi underwent the severest austerities and got Vishnu within her womb as the reward thereof. Verify, O chief of the celestials, she had stood upon one leg for many long years, desirous of having a son, beholding the great goddess Aditi thus undergoing the severest austerities, the daughter of Deksha, viz., the illustrious Surabhi, herself devoted to righteousness, similarly underwent very severe austerities upon the breast of the delightful mountains of Kailasa that are resorted to by both the deities and the Gandharvas. Established on the highest yoga, she also stood upon one leg for 11,000 years. The deities with the rishis and the great nagas all became scorched with the severity of her penances. Repairing thither with me, all of them began to adore that auspicious goddess. I then addressed that goddess endued with penances and said, O goddess, O thou of faultless conduct, for what purpose dost thou undergo such severe austerities? O highly blessed one, I am gratified with thy penances, O beautiful one. Do thou, O goddess, solicit what boon thou desirest. I shall grant thee whatever thou mayst ask. Even these were my words unto her, O Purandara. Thus addressed by me, Surabhi answered me, saying, I have no need, O grandsire, of boons. Even this, O sinless one, is a great boon to me that thou hast been gratified with me. Unto the illustrious Surabhi, O chief of the celestials, who said so unto me, O Lord of Sachi, I answered even in these words, O foremost of the deities, viz., O Goddess, at this exhibition of thy freedom from cupidity and desire, and at these penances of thine, O thou of beautiful face, I have been exceedingly gratified. I, therefore, grant thee the boon of immortality. Thou shalt dwell in a region that is higher than the three worlds, through my grace. That region shall be known to all by the name of Goloka. Thy offspring, ever engaged in doing good acts, will reside in the world of men. In fact, O highly blessed one, thy daughters will reside there. All kinds of enjoyment, celestial and human, that thou mayst think of, will immediately be thine. Whatever happiness exists in heaven will also be thine, O blessed one. The regions, O thou of 100 eyes, that are Surabhis are endued with means for the gratification of every wish. Neither death, nor decrepitude, nor fire, can overcome its denizens. No ill luck, O Vasva, exists there. Many delightful woods, and delightful ornaments and objects of beauty may be seen there. There are many beautiful cars, all excellently equipped, which move at the will of the rider, may be seen, O Vasva, O thou of eyes like lotus petals. It is only by brahmacharya, by penances, by truth, by self-restraint, by gifts, by diverse kinds of righteous deeds, by sojourns to sacred waters, in fact, by severe austerities and righteous acts well performed, that one can attain to Goloka. Thou hast asked me, O Sakra, and I have answered thee in full, O slayer of Asuras, thou shouldst never disregard kine. Bhishma continued, having heard these words of the self-born Brahmin, O Yudhishthira, Sakra of 1,000 eyes began from that time to worship kine every day, and to show them the greatest respect. I have thus told thee everything about the sanctifying character of kine, O thou of great splendor. The sacred and high preeminence and glory of kine, that is capable of cleansing one from every sin, has, O chief of men, been thus explained to thee. That man who with senses withdrawn from every other object will recite this account unto Brahmanas on occasions when Havya and Kavya are offered, or at sacrifices, or on occasions of adoring the Pitris, succeeds in conferring upon his ancestors an inexhaustible felicity fraught with the fruition of every wish. That man who is devoted to kine succeeds in obtaining the fruition of every wish of his. Indeed, even those women that are devoted to kine succeed in obtaining the accomplishment of every wish of theirs. He that desireth sons obtaineth them. He that desireth daughters obtaineth them. He that desireth wealth succeedeth in acquiring it, and he that desireth religious merit succeedeth in winning it. He that desireth knowledge acquireth it, and he that desireth felicity succeedeth in acquiring it. Indeed, O Bharata, there is nothing that is unattainable to one that is devoted to kine. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 84. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast, O grandsire, discoursed to me on the gift of kine that is fraught with great merit. In the case of kings observant of their duties, that gift is most meritorious. Sovereignty is always painful. It is incapable of being borne by persons of uncleansed souls. In the generality of cases, kings fail to attain to auspicious ends. By always making, however, gifts of earth, they succeed in cleansing themselves of all their sins. Thou hast, O Prince of Kuru's race, discoursed to me on many duties. Thou hast discoursed to me on the gifts of kine made by King Raga in days of old. The Rishi Nachiketa, in ancient times, had discoursed on the merits of this act. The Vedas and the Upanishads also have laid down that in all sacrifices, in fact, in all kinds of religious acts, the dakshina should be earth or kine or gold. The Shrutis, however, declare that in all dakshinas, gold is superior and is, indeed, the best. I desire, O grandsire, to hear thee discourse truly on this topic. What is gold? How did it spring up? When did it come into existence? What is its essence? Who is its presiding deity? What are its fruits? Why is it regarded as the foremost of all things? For what reason do men of wisdom applaud the gift of gold? For what reason is gold regarded as the best dakshinas in all sacrifices? Why also is gold regarded as a cleanser superior to earth itself and kine? Why, indeed, is it regarded so superior as a dakshina? Do thou, O grandsire, discourse to me on all this. Bhishma said, Listen, O king, with concentrated attention to me as I recite to thee in detail the circumstances connected with the origin of gold as understood by me. When my father Santanu of great energy departed from this world, I proceeded to Gangadwara for performing his shraddha. Arrived there, I commenced the shraddha of my father. My mother Jahnavi, coming there, rendered me great help. Inviting many ascetics crowned with success and causing them to take their seats before me, I commenced the preliminary rites consisting of gifts of water and of other things. Having with a concentrated mind performed all preliminary rites as laid down in the scriptures, I set myself to duly offer the obsequial cake. I then saw, O king, that a handsome arm, adorned with ingathas and other ornaments, rose up, piercing the ground, through the blades of kusa grass which I had spread. Beholding that arm rise from the ground, I became filled with wonder. Indeed, O chief of Bharata's race, I thought that my father had come himself for accepting the cake I was about to offer. Reflecting then, by the light of the scriptures, the conviction soon came upon me that the ordinance does occur in the Vedas that the cake should not be presented into the hand of him whose shraddha is performed. Even this was the conviction that took possession of my mind, viz., that the obsequial cake should never be presented in this world by a man into the visible hand of the man whose obsequial rites are performed. The pitris do not come in their visible forms for taking the cake. On the other hand, the ordinance provides that it should be presented on the blades of kusa grass spread on the earth for the purpose. I then, disregarding that hand which constituted an indication of my father's presence, and recollecting the true ordinance depending upon the authority of the scriptures respecting the mode of presenting the cake, offered the entire cake, O chief of the Bharatas, upon those blades of kusa grass that were spread before me. Know, O prince of men, that what I did was perfectly consistent with the scriptural ordinance. After this, the arm of my sire, O monarch, vanished in our very sight. On that night as I slept, the pitris appeared to me in a dream. Gratified with me they said, O chief of Bharata's race, even these words, we have been pleased with thee, for the indication thou hast afforded today of thy adherence to the ordinance. It has pleased us to see that thou hast not swerved from the injunctions of the scriptures. The scriptural ordinance, having been followed by thee, has become more authoritative, O king. By such conduct thou hast honored and maintained the authority of thyself, the scriptures, the additions of the Vedas, the pitris and the rishis, the grandsire Brahman himself, and those seniors, viz., the Prajapatis. Adherence to the scriptures has been maintained. Thou hast today, O chief of the Bharatas, acted very properly. Thou hast made gifts of earth and kine. Do thou make gifts of gold? The gifts of gold is very cleansing. O thou that art well conversant with duties, know that by such acts of thine, both ourselves and our forefathers will all be cleansed of all our sins. Such gifts rescue both ancestors and descendants to the 10th degree of the person who makes them. Even these were the words that my ancestors, appearing unto me in a dream, said unto me. I then awoke, O king, and became filled with wonder. Indeed, O chief of Bharata's race, I set my heart then upon making gifts of gold. Listen now, monarch, to this old history. It is highly praiseworthy, and it extends the period of his life who listens to it. It was first recited to Rama, the son of Jamadagni. In former days Jamadagni's son Rama, filled with great wrath, exterminated the Kshatriyas from off the face of the earth for thrice 7 times. Having subjugated the entire earth, the heroic Rama of eyes like lotus petals began to make preparations for performing a horse sacrifice, O king, that is praised by all Brahmanas and Kshatriyas, and that is capable of granting the fruition of every wish. That sacrifice cleanses all creatures and enhances the energy and splendor of those who succeed in performing it. Endued with great energy, Rama, by the performance of that sacrifice, became purified. Having, however, performed that foremost of sacrifices, the high-souled Rama failed yet to attain to perfect lightness of heart. Repairing unto rishis conversant with every branch of learning, as also the deities, Rama of Bhrigu's race questioned them. Filled with repentance and compassion, he addressed them, saying, Ye highly blessed ones, do ye declare that which is more cleansing still for men engaged in fierce deeds? Thus addressed by him, those great rishis, fully acquainted with the Vedas and the scriptures, answered him, saying, O Rama, guided by the authority of the Vedas, do thou honor all learned Brahmanas. Following this conduct for some time, do thou once more ask the regenerate rishis as to what should be done by thee for cleansing thyself. Follow the advice which those persons of great wisdom give. Repairing then to Vasishtha and Agastya and Kasyapa, that delighter of the Bhrigus, endued with great energy, asked them that question, Ye foremost of Brahmanas, even this is the wish that has arisen in my heart. How, indeed, may I succeed in cleansing myself? By what acts and rites may this be brought about? Or, if by gifts, what is that article by giving away which this wish of mine may be accomplished? Ye foremost or righteous persons, if your minds be inclined to do me a favor, then do tell me, ye that are endued with wealth of asceticism, what is that by which I may succeed in cleansing myself? The rishis said, O delighter of the Bhrigus, the mortal that has sinned becomes cleansed by making gifts of kine, of earth, and of wealth. Even this is what we have heard. There is another gift that is regarded as a great cleanser. Listen to us, O regenerate rishi, as we discourse on it. That article is excellent and is endued with wonderful aspect and is, besides, the offspring of fire. In days of yore, the god Agni burnt all the world. It has been heard by us that from his seed sprung gold of bright complexion. It came to be celebrated under the name of good complexioned. By making gifts of gold thou art sure to have thy wish crowned with fruition. Then the illustrious Vasishtha, in especial, of rigid vows, addressing him, said, Hear, O Rama, how gold, which has the splendor of fire, sprang into existence. That gold will confer merit on thee. In matters of gifts, gold is highly applauded. I shall also tell thee what is gold, whence it has come, and how it has come to be invested with superior attributes. Listen to me, O thou of mighty arms, as I discourse upon these topics. Know this is certain that gold is of the essence of fire and soma. The goat is fire, for it given, it leads to the region of the deity of fire. The sheep is Varuna, for if leads to the region of Varuna the lord of waters. The horse is Surya, for if leads to the region of Surya. Elephants are Nagas, for they lead to the world of Nagas. Buffaloes are Asuras, for they lead to the region of Asuras. Cocks and boars are Rakshasas, for they lead to the regions of the Rakshasas. O delighter of the Bhrigus, earth is sacrifice, kine, water, and soma, for it leads to the merits of sacrifice, and to the region of kine, of the Lord of waters and of soma. Even these are the declarations of the Smritis. Churning the entire universe, a mass of energy was found. That energy is gold. Hence, O regenerate rishi, Compared to all these objects, which I have named above, gold is certainly superior. It is a precious thing, high and excellent. It is for this reason that the deities and Gandharvas and Uragas and Rakshasas and human beings and Pisachas hold it with care. All these beings, O son of Bhrigu's race, shine in splendor, with the aid of gold, after converting it into crowns and armlets and diverse kinds of ornaments. It is also for this reason that gold is regarded as the most cleansing of all cleansing things, such as earth and kine and all other kinds of wealth, O Prince of Men. The gift of gold, O puissant King, is the highest gift. It is distinguished above the gifts of earth, of kine, and of all other things. O thou that art endued with the effulgence of an immortal, gold is an eternal cleanser. Do thou make gifts of it unto the foremost of Brahmanas, as it is the foremost of cleansing things. Of all kinds of dakshina, gold is the best. They who make gifts of gold are said to be givers of all things. Indeed, they who make gifts of gold come to be regarded as givers of deities. Agni is all the deities in one, and gold has Agni for its essence. Hence it is that the person who makes gifts of gold gives away all the deities. Hence, O chief of men, there is no gift higher than the gift of gold. Vasishtha continued, Hear once more, O regenerate Rishi, as I discourse upon it, the preeminence of gold, O foremost of all wielders of weapons. I heard this formerly in the Purana, O son of Bhrigu's race. I represent the speech of Prajapati himself. After the wedding was over of the illustrious and high-souled Rudra armed with the trident, O son of Bhrigu's race, with the goddess who became his spouse, on the breast of that foremost of mountains, viz., Himavat, the illustrious and high-souled deity wished to unite himself with the goddess. Thereupon all the deities, penetrated with anxiety, approached Rudra. Bending their heads with reverence and gratifying Mahadeva and his boon-giving spouse Uma, both of whom were seated together, they addressed Rudra, O perpetuator of Bhrigu's race, saying, This union, O illustrious and sinless one, of thine with the goddess, is a union of one endued with penances with another of penances as severe. Verily, it is the union, O Lord, of one possessed of very great energy with another whose energy is scarcely less. Thou, O illustrious one, art of energy that is irresistible. The goddess Uma also is possessed of energy that is equally irresistible. The offspring that will result from a union like this will, without doubt, O illustrious deity, be endued with very great might. Verily, O puissant Lord, that offspring will consume all things in the three worlds without leaving a remnant. Do thou then, O Lord of all the universe, O thou of large eyes, grant unto these deities prostrated before thee a boon from desire of benefiting the three worlds. Do thou, O puissant one, restrain this high energy of thine which may become the seed of offspring. Verily, that energy is the essence of all forces in the three worlds. Ye too, by an act of Congress, are sure to scorch the universe. The offspring that will be born of you too will certainly be able to afflict the deities. Neither the goddess earth, nor the firmament, nor heaven, O puissant one, nor all of them together, will be able to bear thy energy, we firmly believe. The entire universe is certain to be burnt through the force of thy energy. It behoveth thee, O puissant one, to show us favor, O illustrious deity. That favor consists in thy not begetting a son, O foremost of the deities, upon the goddess Uma. Do thou, with patience, restrain thy fiery and puissant energy. Unto the deities that said so the holy Mahadeva having the bull for his sign, O regenerate Rishi, answered, saying, So be it. Having said so, the deity that has the bull for his vehicle drew up his vital seed. From that time he came to be called by the name of Urdhvaritas, one that has drawn up the vital seed. The spouse of Rudra, however, at this endeavor of the deities to stop procreation, became highly incensed. In consequence of her being of the opposite sex, and, therefore, endued with little control upon her temper, she used harsh words. Thus, since ye have opposed my lord in the matter of procreating a child when he was desirous of procreating one upon me, as the consequence of this act, ye deities, ye all shall become sonless. Verily, since ye have opposed the birth of issue from me, therefore, ye shall have no offspring of your own. At the time this curse was denounced, O perpetuator of Brigu's race, the deity of fire was not there. It is in consequence of this curse of the goddess that the deities have become childless. Rudra, solicited by them, held in himself his energy of incomparable puissance. A small quantity, however, that came out of his body fell down on the earth. That seed, falling on the earth, leaped into a blazing fire, and there began to grow, in size and power, most wonderfully. The energy of Rudra, coming in contact with another energy of great puissance, became identified with it in respect of essence. Meanwhile, all the deities having Sakra at their head were scorched a good deal by the Asura named Tarka. The Adityas, the Vasus, the Rudras, the Maruts, the Ashwins, and the Sathyas all became exceedingly afflicted in consequence of the prowess of that son of Dithi. All the regions of the deities, their beautiful cars, and their palatial mansions, and the retreats of the rishis were snatched away by the Asuras. Then the deities and the rishis, with cheerless hearts, sought the protection of the illustrious and puissant Brahman of unfading glory. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 85. The deity said, the Asura named Tarka, who has received boons from thee, O puissant one, is afflicting the deities and the rishis. Let his death be ordained by thee. O grandsire, great has been our fear from him. O illustrious one, do thou rescue us. We have no other refuge than thee. Brahman said, I am equal in my behavior towards all creatures. I cannot, however, approve of unrighteousness. Let Tarka, that opponent of the deities and rishis, be quickly destroyed. The Vedas and the eternal duties shall not be exterminated, ye foremost of celestials. I have ordained what is proper in this matter. Let the fever of your hearts be dispelled. The deity said, in consequence of thy having granted him boons, that son of Dithi has been proud of his might. He is incapable of being slain by the deities. How then will his death be brought about? The boon which, O grandsire, he has obtained from thee is that he should not be slayable by deities or asuras or rakshasas. The deities have also been cursed by the spouse of Rudra in consequence of their endeavor in former days to stop propagation. The curse denounced by her has been, O Lord of the universe, even this, viz., that they are not to have any offspring. Brahman said, ye foremost of deities, Agni was not there at the time the curse was denounced by the goddess. Even he will beget a son for the destruction of the enemies of the gods. Transcending all the deities and Danavas and Rakshasas and human beings and Gandharvas and Nagas and feathery creatures, the offspring of Agni with his dart, which in his hands will be a weapon incapable of being baffled if once hurled at the foe, will destroy Tarkov from whom your fear hath arisen. Verily, all other enemies of yours will also be slain by him. Will is eternal. That will is known by the name of Kama, and is identical with Rudra's seed, a portion of which fell into the blazing form of Agni. That energy, which is a mighty substance, and which resembles a second Agni, will be cast by Agni into Ganga for producing a child upon her in order to effect the destruction of the enemies of the gods. Agni did not come within the range of Uma's curse. The eater of sacrificial libations was not present there when the curse was denounced. Let the deity of fire, therefore, be searched out. Let him now be set to this task. Ye sinless ones, I have told you what the means are for the destruction of Tarka. The curses of those that are endued with energy fail to produce any effect upon those that are endued with energy. Forces, when they come into contact with something that is endued with stronger force, become weakened. They that are endued with penances are competent to destroy even the boon-giving deities who are indestructible. Will, or like, or desire, which is identifiable with Agni, sprang in former times, and is the most eternal of all creatures. Agni is the Lord of the universe. He is incapable of being apprehended or described. Capable of going everywhere and existing in all things, he is the creator of all beings. He lives in the hearts of all creatures. Endued with great puissance, he is older than Rudra himself. Let that eater of sacrificial libations, who is a mass of energy, be searched out. That illustrious deity will accomplish this desire of your hearts. Hearing these words of the grandsire, the high-souled gods then proceeded to search out the god of fire with hearts cheerful in consequence of their purpose having been achieved. The gods and the rishis then searched every part of the three worlds, their hearts filled with the thought of Agni and eagerly desiring to obtain a sight of him. Endued with penances, possessed of prosperity, celebrated over all the worlds, those high-souled ones, all crowned with ascetic success, sojourned over every part of the universe, O foremost one of Bhrigu's race. They failed, however, to find out the eater of sacrificial libations who had concealed himself by merging his self into self. About this time, a frog, living in water, appeared on the surface thereof from the nethermost regions, with cheerless heart in consequence of having been scorched by the energy of Agni. The little creature addressed the deities who had become penetrated with fear and who were all very eager to obtain a sight of the deity of fire, saying, Ye gods, Agni is now residing in the nethermost regions. Scorched by the energy of that deity, and unable to bear it longer, I have come hither. The illustrious bearer of sacrificial libations, ye gods, is now under the waters. He has created a mass of waters within which he is staying. All of us have been scorched by his energy. If, ye gods, ye desire to obtain a sight of him, verily, if ye have any business with him, do ye go to him thither. Do, indeed, repair thither. As regards ourselves, we shall fly from this place, ye deities, from fear of Agni. Having said this much, the frog dived into the water. The eater of sacrificial libations learned of the treachery of the frog. Coming to that animal, he cursed the whole Batrachian race, saying, Ye shall henceforth be deprived of the organ of taste. Having denounced this curse on the frog, he left the spot speedily for taking up his abode elsewhere. Verily, the puissant deity did not show himself. Seeing the plight to which the frogs were reduced for having done them a service, the deities, O best of the Bhrigus, showed favor unto those creatures. I shall tell thee everything regarding it. Do thou listen to me, O mighty armed hero. The deities said, though deprived of tongues through the curse of Agni, and, therefore, reft of the sensation of taste, ye shall yet be able to utter diverse kinds of speech. Living within holes, deprived of food, reft of consciousness, wasted and dried up, and more dead than alive, all of you will be held by the earth nevertheless. Ye shall also be able to wander about at night time when everything is enveloped in thick darkness. Having said this unto the frogs, the deities once more went over every part of the earth for finding out the deity of blazing flames. In spite of all their efforts, however, they failed to get at him. Then, O perpetuator of Bhrigu's race, an elephant, as large and mighty as the elephant of Sakra, addressed the gods, saying, Agni is now residing within this Aswatha tree. Incensed with wrath, Agni cursed all the elephants, O descendant of Bhrigu, saying, Your tongues will be bent back. Having been pointed out by the elephants, the deity of fire cursed all elephants even thus, and then went away and entered the heart of the Sami tree from the desire of residing within it for some time. Listen now, O puissant hero, what favor was shown unto the elephants, O foremost one of Bhrigu's race, by the deities of unbaffled prowess, who were all gratified with the service a representative of their had done them. The deity said, with the aid of even your tongues bent inward ye shall be able to eat all things, and with even those tongues ye shall be able to utter cries that will only be indistinct. Having blessed the elephants in this way, the denizens of heaven once more resumed their search after Agni. Indeed, having issued out of the Aswatha tree, the deity of fire had entered the heart of Sami. This new abode of Agni was divulged by a parrot. The gods thereupon proceeded to the spot. Enraged with the conduct of the parrot, the deity of blazing flames cursed the whole parrot race, saying, Ye shall from this day be deprived of the power of speech. Indeed, the eater of sacrificial libations turned up the tongues of all the parrots. Beholding Agni at the place pointed out by the parrot, and witnessing the curse denounced upon him, the gods, feeling a compassion for the poor creature, blessed him, saying, In consequence of thy being a parrot, thou shalt not be wholly deprived of the power of speech. Though thy tongue has been turned backwards, yet speech thou shalt have, confined to the letter K. Like that of a child or an old man, thy speech shall be sweet and indistinct and wonderful. Having said these words unto the parrot, and beholding the deity of fire within the heart of the Sami, the gods made Sami wood a sacred fuel fit for producing fire in all religious rites. It was from that time that fire is seen to reside in the heart of the Sami. Men came to regard the Sami as proper means for producing fire and sacrifice. The waters that occur in the nethermost regions had come into contact with the deity of blazing flames. Those heated waters, O thou of Bhrigu's race, are vomited forth by the mountain springs. In consequence, indeed, of Agni having resided in them for some time, they became hot through his energy. Meanwhile, Agni, beholding the gods, became grieved. Addressing the deities, he asked them, What is the reason of your presence here? Unto him the deities and the great Rishi said, We wish to set thee to a particular task. It behoveth thee to accomplish it. When accomplished, it will redound greatly to thy credit. Agni said, Tell me what your business is. I shall, ye gods, accomplish it. I am always willing to be set by you to any task you wish. Do not scruple, therefore, to command me. The deity said, There is an Asura of the name of Tarka who has been filled with pride in consequence of the boon he has obtained from Brahman. Through his energy he is able to oppose and discomfit us. Do thou ordain his destruction. O sire, do thou rescue these deities, these Prajapatis, and these Rishis, O highly blessed Pavaka. O puissant one, do thou beget a heroic son possessed of thy energy, who will dispel, O bearer of sacrificial libations, our fears from that Asura. We have been cursed by the great goddess Uma. There is nothing else than thy energy which can be our refuge now. Do thou, therefore, O puissant deity, rescue us all. Thus addressed, the illustrious and irresistible bearer of sacrificial libations answered, saying, Be it so, and he then proceeded towards Ganga, otherwise called Bhagirathi. He united himself in spiritual congress with her and caused her to conceive. Verily, in the womb of Ganga the seed of Agni began to grow even as Agni himself grows, when supplied with fuel and aided by the wind. With the energy of that god, Ganga became exceedingly agitated at heart. Indeed, she suffered great distress and became unable to bear it. When the deity of blazing flames cast his seed endued with great energy into the womb of Ganga, a certain Asura, bent on purposes of his own, uttered a frightful roar. In consequence of that frightful roar uttered by the Asura for purposes of his own, and not for terrifying her, Ganga became very much terrified, and her eyes rolled in fear and betrayed her agitation. Deprived of consciousness, she became unable to bear her body and the seed within her womb. The daughter of Jahnu, inseminated with the energy of the illustrious deity, began to tremble. Overwhelmed with the energy of the seed she held in her womb, O learned Brahmana, she then addressed the deity of blazing fire, saying, I am no longer capable, O illustrious one, of bearing thy seed in my womb. Verily, I am overcome with weakness by this seed of thine. The health I had in days before is no longer mine. I have been exceedingly agitated, O illustrious one, and my heart is dead within me, O sinless one. O foremost of all persons endued with penances, I am incapable of bearing thy seed any longer. I shall cast it off, compelled by the distress that has overtaken me, and not by caprice. There has been no actual contact of my person with thy seed, O illustrious deity of blazing flames. Our union, having for its cause the distress that has overtaken the deities, has been suitable and not of the flesh, O thou of great splendor. Whatever merit or otherwise there may be in this act, intended to be done by me, O eater of sacrificial libations, must belong to thee. Verily, I think, the righteousness or unrighteousness of this deed must be thine. Unto her the deity of fire said, Do thou bear the seed. Do, indeed, bear the fetus endued with my energy. It will lead to great results. Thou art, verily, capable of bearing the entire earth. Thou wilt gain nothing by not holding this energy. That foremost of streams, though thus passed by the deity of fire as also by all the other deities, cast off the seed on the breast of Meru, that foremost of all mountains. Capable, somehow, of bearing that seed, yet oppressed by the energy of Rudra, for Agni is identical with Rudra, she failed to hold that seed longer in consequence of its burning energy. After she had cast it off, through sheer distress, that blazing seed having the splendor of fire, O perpetuator of Bhrigu's race, Agni saw her, and asked that foremost of streams, Is it all right with the fetus thou hast cast off? Of what complexion has it been, O goddess? Of what form does it look? With what energy does it seem to be endued? Do thou tell me all about it. Ganga said, The fetus is endued with the complexion of gold. In energy it is even like thee, O sinless one. Of an excellent complexion, perfectly stainless, and blazing with splendor, it has illuminated the entire mountain. O foremost of all persons endued with penances, the fragrance emitted by it resembles the cool perfume that is scattered by lakes adorned with lotuses and Nyphea stellata, mixed with that of the Nauclea cadamba. With the splendor of that fetus everything around it seemed to be transformed into gold, even as all things on mountain and low land seemed to be transformed into gold by the rays of the sun. Indeed, the splendor of that fetus, spreading far, falls upon mountains and rivers and springs. Indeed, it seems that the three worlds, with all their mobile and immobile creatures, are being illuminated by it. Even of this kind is thy child, O illustrious bearer of sacrificial libations. Like unto Surya, or thy blazing self, in beauty it is even like a second Soma. Having said these words, the goddess disappeared there and then. Pavaka also, of great energy, having accomplished the business of the deities, proceeded to the place he liked, O delighter of the Bhrigus. It was in consequence of the result of this act that the rishis and the deities bestowed the name of Hiranyaritas upon the deity of fire. And because the earth held that seed, after the goddess Ganga had cast it upon her, she also came to be called by the name of Vasunti. Meanwhile, that fetus, which had sprung from Pavaka and been held for a time by Ganga, having fallen on a forest of reeds, began to grow and at last assumed a wonderful form. The presiding goddess of the constellation Kritika beheld that form resembling the rising sun. She thenceforth began to rear that child as her son with the sustenance of her breast. For this reason, that child of preeminent splendor came to be called Kartikeyi after her name. And because he grew from seed that fell out of Rudra's body, he came to be called Skanda. The incident also of his birth having taken place in the solitude of a forest of reeds, concealed from everybody's view, led to his being called by the name of Guha. It was in this way that gold came into existence as the offspring of the deity of blazing flames. Hence it is that gold came to be looked upon as the foremost of all things and the ornament of the very gods. It was from this circumstance that gold came to be called by the name of Jatarupam. It is the foremost of all costly things, and among ornaments also it is the foremost. The cleanser among all cleansing things, it is the most auspicious of all auspicious objects. Gold is truly the illustrious Agni, the lord of all things, and the foremost of all Prajapatis. The most sacred of all sacred things is gold, O foremost of regenerate ones. Verily, gold is said to have for its essence Agni and Soma. Vasishtha continued, this history also, O Rama, called Brahmadarsana, was heard by me in days of yore, respecting the achievement of the grandsire Brahman who is identifiable with the Supreme Soul. To a sacrifice performed in days of yore by that foremost of gods, viz., Lord Rudra, O thou of great might, who on that occasion had assumed the form of Varuna, there came the Munis and all the deities with Agni at their head. To that sacrifice also came all the sacrificial limbs, and their embodied forms, and the mantra called Vashit in his embodied form. All the Samans also and all the Yajeshas, numbering by thousands and in their embodied forms, came there. The Rigveda also came there, adorned with the rules of orthoepy. The Likshanas, the Suras, the Naruktas, the notes arranged in rows, and the syllable OM, as also Nigraha and Pragraha, all came there and took their residence in the eye of Mahadeva. The Vedas with the Upanishads, Vidya and Savitri, as also the past, the present, and the future, all came there and were held by the illustrious Shiva. The puissant Lord of all then poured libations himself into his own self. Indeed, the wielder of Pinaka caused that sacrifice of multifarious form to look exceedingly beautiful. He is heaven, firmament, earth, and the welkin. He is called the Lord of the earth. He is the Lord whose sway is owned by all obstacles. He is endued with Sri, and he is identical with the deity of blazing flames. That illustrious deity is called by various names. Even he is Brahman and Shiva and Rudra and Varuna and Agni and Prajapati. He is the auspicious Lord of all creatures. Sacrifice, in his embodied form, and penance, and all the union rites, and the goddess Diksha blazing with rigid observances, the several points of the compass with the deities that respectively preside over them, the spouses of all the deities, their daughters, and the celestial mothers, all came together in a body to Pasupati, O perpetuator of Bhrigu's race. Verily, beholding that sacrifice of the high-souled Mahadeva who had assumed the form of Varuna, all of them became highly pleased. Seeing the celestial damsels of great beauty, the seed of Brahman came out and fell upon the earth. In consequence of the seed having fallen on the dust, Pushan, Surya, took up that dust mixed with the particles of seed from the earth with his hands, and cast it into the sacrificial fire. Meanwhile, the sacrifice with the sacred fire of blazing flames was commenced, and it went on. Brahman, as the Hatri, was pouring libations on the fire. While thus employed, the grandsire became excited with desire, and his seed came out. As soon as that seed came out, he took it up with the sacrificial ladle and poured it as a libation of ghee, O delighter of the Bhrigus, with the necessary mantras, on the blazing fire. From that seed, Brahman of great energy caused the four orders of creatures to spring into existence. That seed of the grandsire was endued with the three attributes of sattva, rajas, and tamas. From that element in it which represented the principle of rajas sprang all mobile creatures endued with the principle of pravritti or action. From the element of tamas in it sprang all immobile creatures. The principle of sattva, however, which dwelt in that seed, entered both kinds of existences. That attribute of sattva is of the nature of tejas or light, being identical with buddhi or the understanding. It is eternal and of it is unending space. In all creatures the attribute of sattva is present and is identical with that light which shows what is right and what is wrong. When the seed of Brahman was thus poured as a libation on that sacrificial fire, there sprang from it, O Mighty One, three beings into existence. There were three male persons, endued with bodies that partook of the characters of the circumstances from which they respectively sprang. One arose first from the flames of the fire, called Brig, and hence he came to be called by the name of Brigu. A second came from the burning charcoals, called Angara, and hence he came to be called by the name of Angiras. The third sprang from a heap of extinguished charcoals, and he came to be called by the name of Kavi. It has been already said that the first came out with flames emanating from his body, and hence he was called Brigu. From the rays of the sacrificial fire sprang another called Marichi. From Marichi, afterwards, sprang Kasyapa. It has been already said that from the burning charcoal sprang Angiras. The diminutive rishis called Valakilias sprang from the blades of kusa grass spread out in that sacrifice. From the same blades of kula grass, O thou of great puissance, sprang Atri. From the ashes of the fire sprang all those that are numbered among the regenerate rishis, viz., the Vaikanasas, endued with penances and devoted to Vedic lore and all excellent accomplishments. From the eyes of Agni sprang the twin Ashwins, endued with great beauty of person. At last, from his ears sprang all the Prajapatis. The rishis sprang from the pores of Agni's body. From his sweat sprang Chandas, and from his strength sprang mind. For this reason, Agni has been said to be all the deities in his individual self, by rishis endued with Vedic lore, guided by the authority of the Vedas. The pieces of wood that keep alive the flames of Agni are regarded as the months. The juices that the fuel yields constitute the fortnights. The liver of Agni is called the day and night, and his fierce light is called the Muhurtas. The blood of Agni is regarded as the source of the Rudras. From his blood sprang also the gold-complexioned deities called the Maitreyavedas. From his smoke sprang the Vasus. From his flames sprang the Rudras as also the 12 Adityas of great effulgence. The planets and constellations and other stars that have been set in their respective orbits in the firmament are regarded as the burning charcoals of Agni. The first creator of the universe declared Agni to be supreme Brahma and eternal, and the giver of all wishes. This is verily a mystery. After all these births had taken place, Mahadeva, who had assumed the form of Varuna for his sacrifice, and who had Pavna for his soul, said, "This excellent sacrifice is mine. I am the Grahapati in it. The beings that first sprang from the sacrificial fire are mine. Without doubt, they should be regarded as my offspring. Know this, ye gods who range through the skies. They are the fruits of this sacrifice." Agni said, "These offspring have sprung from my limbs. They have all depended upon me as the cause of their starting into life. They should, therefore, be regarded as my children." Mahadeva in the form of Varuna is in error in respect of this matter. After this, the master of all the worlds, the grandsire of all creatures, viz., Brahman, then said, "These children are mine." The seed was mine which I poured upon the sacrificial fire. I am the accomplisher of this sacrifice. It was I who poured on the sacrificial fire the seed that came out of myself. The fruit is always his who has planted the seed. The principal cause of these births is the seed owned by me. The deities then repaired to the presence of the grandsire, and having bowed their heads unto him, joined their hands in reverence, and they said unto him, All of us, O illustrious one, and the entire universe of mobile and immobile creatures, are thy offspring. O sire, let Agni of blazing flames, and the illustrious and puissant Mahadeva, who has, for this sacrifice, assumed the form of Varuna, have their wish, in the matter of the offspring. At these words, although born of Brahman, the puissant Mahadeva in the form of Varuna, the ruler of all aquatic creatures, received the firstborn one, viz., Bhrigu, endued with the effulgence of the sun, as his own child. The grandsire then intended that Angiras should become the son of Agni. Conversant with the truth in respect of everything, the grandsire then took Kavi as his own son. Engaged in procreating creatures for peopling the earth, Bhrigu, who is regarded as a Prajapati, thence came to be called as Varuna's offspring. Endued with every prosperity, Angiras came to be called the offspring of Agni, and the celebrated Kavi came to be known as the child of Brahman himself. Bhrigu and Angiras, who had sprung from the flame and the charcoals of Agni respectively, became the procreators of extensive races and tribes in the world. Verily, these three, viz., Bhrigu and Angiras and Kavi, regarded as Prajapati, are the progenitors of many races and tribes. All are the children of these three. Know this, O puissant hero. Bhrigu begot 7 sorts, all of whom became equal to him in merits and accomplishments. Their names are Chayavana, Vajrasarsha, Suchi, Urva, Sukra, that giver of boons, Vibhu, and Savana. These are the 7. They are children of Bhrigu and are hence Bhargavas. They are also called Varunas in consequence of their ancestor Bhrigu having been adopted by Mahadeva in the form of Varuna. Thou belongest to the race of Bhrigu. Angiras begot 8 sons. They also are known as Varunas. Their names are Vrahaspati, Utathya, Pyasya, Santi, Daira, Virupa, Samvarta, and Sudan was the 8th. These 8 are regarded also as the offspring of Agni. Freed from every evil, they are devoted to knowledge only. The sons of Kavi, who was appropriated by Brahman himself, are also known as Varunas. Numbering 8, all of them became progenitors of races and tribes. Auspicious by nature, they are all conversant with Brahma. The names of the 8 sons of Kavi are Kavi, Kavya, Drishnu, Usanas endued with great intelligence, Bhrigu, Viraja, Kasi, and Yugra conversant with every duty. These are the 8 sons of Kavi. By them the whole world has been peopled. They are all Prajapatis, and by them have been procreated many offspring. Thus, O chief of Bhrigu's race, hath the whole world been peopled with the progeny of Angiras, and Kavi and Bhrigu. The puissant and supreme Lord Mahadeva, in the form of Varuna, which he had assumed for his sacrifice, had first, O learned Brahmana, adopted both Kavi and Angiras. Hence, these two are regarded as of Varuna. After that, the eater of sacrificial libations, viz., the deity of blazing flames, adopted Angiras. Hence, all the progeny of Angiras are known as belonging to the race of Agni. The grandsire Brahman was, in olden days, gratified by all the deities who said unto him, Let these lords of the universe, referring to Bhrigu and Angiras and Kavi and their descendants, rescue us all. Let all of them become progenitors of offspring, for peopling the earth. Let all of them become endued with penances. Through thy grace, let all these rescue the world from becoming an uninhabited wilderness. Let them become procreators and extenders of races and tribes, and let them increase thy energy. Let all of them become thorough masters of the Vedas, and let them be achievers of great deeds. Let all of them be friends to the cause of the deities. Indeed, let all of them become endued with auspiciousness. Let them become founders of extensive races and tribes, and let them be great rishis. Let all of them be endued with high penances, and let all of them be devoted to high brahmacharya, all of us, as also all these are thy progeny, O thou of great puissance. Thou, O grandsire, art the creator of both deities and the Brahmanas. Marichi is thy first son. All these also that are called Bhargavas are thy progeny. Ourselves also are so. Looking at this fact, O grandsire, we shall all aid and support one another. All these shall, in this way, multiply their progeny and establish thyself at the commencement of each creation after the universal destruction. Thus addressed by them, Brahman, the grandsire of all the worlds, said unto them, So be it. I am gratified with you all. Having said so unto the deities, he proceeded to the place he had come from. Even this is what happened in days of old in that sacrifice of the high-souled Mahadeva, that foremost one of all the deities, and the beginning of creation, when he for the purposes of his sacrifice had assumed the form of Varuna. Agni is Brahman. He is Pasupati. He is Sarva. He is Rudra. He is Prajapati. It is well known that gold is the offspring of Agni. When fire is not obtainable, for the purposes of a sacrifice, gold is used as substitute. Guided by the indications afforded by the additions of the Veda, one that is conversant with authorities and that knows the identity of gold with fire, acts in this way. Placing a piece of gold on some blades of kusa grass spread out on the ground, the sacrificer pours libations upon it. Upon also the pores of an ant-hill, upon the right ear of a goat, upon a piece of level earth, upon the waters of a tirtha, or on the hand of a brahmana, if libations are poured, the illustrious deity of fire becomes gratified and regards it as a source of his own aggrandizement as also that of the deities through his. Hence, it is that we have heard that all the deities regard Agni as their refuse and are devoted to him. Agni sprang from Brahman, and from Agni sprang gold. Hence, it has been heard by us that those persons observant of righteousness that make gifts of gold are regarded as giving away all the deities. The man who makes gifts of gold attains to a very high end. Regions of blazing effulgence are his. Verily, O Bhargava, he becomes installed as the King of Kings in heaven. That person who, at sunrise, makes a gift of gold according to the ordinance and with proper mantras, succeeds in warding off the evil consequences foreshadowed by ominous dreams. The man who, as soon as the sun has risen, makes a gift of gold becomes cleansed of all his sins. He who makes a gift of gold at midday destroys all his future sins. He who with restrained soul makes a gift of gold at the second twilight succeeds in attaining to a residence with Brahman and the deity of wind and Agni and Soma in their respective regions. Such a man attains to auspicious fame in regions of great felicity that belong to Indra himself. Attaining to great fame in this world also, and cleansed of all his sins, he sports in joy and happiness. Verily, such a man attains to many other regions of happiness and becomes unequaled for glory and fame. His course perfectly unobstructed, he succeeds in going everywhere at will. He is never to fall down from the regions to which he attains, and the glory he acquires becomes great. Indeed, by making gifts of gold one attains to innumerable regions of felicity, all of which he enjoys for eternity. That man who, having ignited a fire at sunrise, makes gifts of gold in view of the observance of a particular vow, succeeds in attaining to the fruition of all his wishes. It has been said that gold is identical with Agni. The gift of gold, therefore, is productive of great felicity. The gift of gold leads to the possession of those merits and accomplishments that are desired, and cleanses the heart. I have thus told thee, O sinless one, the origin of gold. O thou of puissance, hear how Kartikeya grew up, O delighter of Bhrigu's race. After a long time Kartikeya grew up. He was then, O perpetuator of Bhrigu's race, chosen by all the deities with Indra at their head, as the generalissimo of the celestial forces. He slew the Daitya Tarka as also many other Asuras, at the command of the chief of the celestials, O Brahmana, and actuated also by the desire of benefiting all the worlds. I have also, O thou of great might, discoursed to thee on the merits of making gifts of gold. Do thou, therefore, O foremost of all speakers, make gifts of gold. Bhishma continued, thus addressed by Vasishtha, Jamadagni's son of great prowess then made gifts of gold unto the Brahmanas and became cleansed of his sins. I have thus told thee, O king, everything about the merits of the gifts of gold and about its origin also, O Yudhishthira. Do thou also, therefore, make abundant gifts of gold unto the Brahmanas. Verily, O king, by making such gifts of gold, thou wilt surely be cleansed of all thy sins. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 86. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast, O grandsire, discoursed to me, in detail on the merits that attach to the gift of gold agreeably with the ordinances laid down in the scriptures as indicated in the additions of the Veda. Thou hast also narrated what the origin is of gold. Do thou tell me now how Tarka met with destruction. Thou hast said, O king, that Asura had become unslayable by the gods. Do thou tell me in detail how his destruction was brought about. O perpetuator of Kuru's race, I desire to hear this from thee. I mean the details of Tarka's slaughter. Great is my curiosity to hear the narrative. Bhishma said, The gods and the rishis, O monarch, reduced to great distress, by Tarka's prowess in the conduct of Ganga in casting off Agni's seed, urged the 6 Kritikas to rear that child. Amongst the celestial ladies there were none, save these, that could, by their energy, bear the seed of Agni in their wombs. The god of fire became exceedingly gratified with those goddesses for their readiness to sustain the conception caused by the cast-off seed of Agni, which was endued with his own high energy. When the energy of Agni, O king, was divided into 6 portions and placed within the channels leading to the womb, the 6 Kritikas began to nourish the portion that each held in her womb. As the high-souled Kumara, however, began to grow within their wombs, their bodies being afflicted by his energy, they failed to obtain peace anywhere, in heaven or on earth. Filled with energy as their bodies were, the time at last came for delivery. All of them, it so happened, O Prince of Men, delivered at the same time. Though held in 6 different wombs, yet all the portions, as they came out, united into one. The goddess Earth held the child, taking it up from a heap of gold. Verily, the child, endued with excellent form, blazed with splendor even like the god of fire. Of beautiful features, he began to grow in a delightful forest of reeds. The 6 Kritikas beheld that child of theirs looking like the morning sun in splendor. Filled with affection for him, indeed, loving him very much, they began to rear him with the sustenance of their breasts. In consequence of his having been born of the Kritikas and reared by them, he came to be known throughout the 3 worlds as Kartikeya. Having sprung from the seed which had fallen off from Rudra, he was named Skanda, and because of his birth in the solitude of a forest of reeds he came to be called by the name of Guha, the secret-born. The gods numbering 3 and 30, the points of the compass, and their embodied forms, together with the deities presiding over them, and Rudra and Dhatri and Vishnu and Yama and Pushan and Aryaman and Bhaga, and Angas, and Mitra, and the Sathyas, and Vasva, and the Vasus, and the Ashwins, and the waters, and the wind, and the firmament, and Chandramadhavs, and all the constellations, and the planets, and Surya, and all the Riks, and Samans, and Yajuzas in their embodied forms, came there to behold that wonderful child who was the son of the deity of blazing flames. The rishis uttered hymns of praise, and the Gandharvas sang in honor of that child called Kumara of 6 heads, twice 6 eyes, and exceedingly devoted to the Brahmanas. His shoulders were broad, and he had 12 arms, and the splendor of his person resembled that of fire and Aditya. As he lay stretched on a clump of heath, the gods with the rishis, beholding him, became filled with great delight and regarded the great Asura as already slain. The deities then began to bring him diverse kinds of toys and articles that could amuse him. As he played like a child, diverse kinds of toys and birds were given unto him. Garuda of excellent feathers gave unto him a child of his, viz., a peacock endued with plumes of variegated hue. The Rakshasas gave unto him a boar and a buffalo. Aruna himself gave him a cock of fiery splendor. Chandramadhavs gave him a sheep, and Aditya gave him some dazzling rays of his. The mother of all kine, viz. Surabhi, gave him kine by hundreds and thousands. Agni gave him a goat possessed of many good qualities. Ila gave him an abundant quantity of flowers and fruit. Suddenwind gave him a riding chariot and a car of Kuvara. Varuna gave him many auspicious and excellent products of the ocean, with some elephants. The chief of the celestials gave him lions and tigers and pards and diverse kinds of feathery denizens of the air, and many terrible beasts of prey, and many umbrellas also of diverse kinds. Rakshasas and Asuras, in large bands, began to walk in the train of that puissant child. Beholding the son of Agni grow up, Tarka sought, by various means, to effect his destruction, but he failed to do anything unto that puissant deity. The god in time invested Agni's son born in the solitude of a forest of reeds with the command of their forces. And they also informed him of the oppressions committed upon them by the Asura Tarka. The generalissimo of the celestial forces grew up and became possessed of great energy and puissance. In time Guha slew Tarka with his irresistible dart. Verily, Kumara slew the Asura as easily as if in sport. Having accomplished the destruction of Tarka, he re-established the chief of the deities in his sovereignty of the 3 worlds. Endued with mighty prowess, the celestial generalissimo blazed with beauty and splendor. The puissant Skanda became the protector of the deities and did what was agreeable to Sankara. The illustrious son of Pavaka was endued with a golden form. Verily, Kumara is always the leader of the celestial forces. Gold is the puissant energy of the god of fire and was born with Kartikeya from the same seed. Hence is gold highly auspicious and, as a valuable, is excellent and endued with inexhaustible merit. Even thus, O son of Kuru's race, did Vasishtha recite this discourse unto Rama of Bhrigu's race in days of old. Do thou, therefore, O king of men, try to make gifts of gold. By making gifts of gold, Rama became cleansed of all his sins, and finally attained to a high place in heaven that is unattainable by other men. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 87. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast discoursed to me, O thou of righteous soul, on the duties of the 4 orders. Do thou, after the same manner, Q King, discourse to me now on all the ordinances respecting the Shraddha of deceased ancestors. Vaisampayana continued, thus addressed by Yudhishthira, the son of Santanu set himself to declare unto him the following ritual, consistent with the ordinance of the Shraddha. Bhishma said, Listen, O king, with close attention, to me as I discourse to you on the ritual of the Shraddha. That ritual is auspicious, worthy of praise, productive of fame and progeny, and is regarded as a sacrifice, O scorcher of foes, in honor of the Pitris. Gods or asuras or human beings, Gandharvas or Uragas or Rakshasas, Pisachas or Kinnaras, everyone should always worship the Pitris. It is seen that people worship the Pitris first, and gratify the deities next by offering them their adorations. Hence, one should always worship the Pitris with every care. It is said, O king, that the Shraddha performed in honor of the Pitris is performable afterwards. But this general rule is restrained by a special one, which directs that the Shraddha in honor of the Pitris should be performed on the afternoon of the day of the new moon. The deceased grandsires become gratified with the Shraddha that may be performed on any day. I shall, however, tell thee now what the merits and demerits are of the respective lunar days, in view of their adaptability to the performance of the Shraddha. I shall discourse to thee, O sinless one, what fruits are attained on what days by performing the Shraddha. Do thou listen to me with close attention. By adoring the Pitris on the first day of the lighted fortnight, one obtains in one's abode beautiful spouses capable of producing many children, all possessed of desirable accomplishments. By performing the Shraddha on the second day of the lighted fortnight, one gets many daughters. By performing it on the third day, one acquires many steeds. By performing it on the fourth day, one gets a large herd of smaller animals, such as goats and sheep, in one's house. They, O king, who perform the Shraddha on the fifth day, get many sons. Those men who perform the Shraddha on the sixth day acquire great splendor. By performing it on the seventh day, O monarch, one acquires great fame. By performing it on the eighth day, one makes great profits in trade. By performing it on the ninth day, one acquires many animals of uncloven hoofs. By performing it on the 10th day, one acquires much wealth in kind. By performing it on the 11th day, one becomes the possessor of much wealth in clothes and utensils, of brass and other metals. Such a man also obtains many sons, all of whom become endued with Brahma splendor. By performing the Shraddha on the 12th day, one always beholds, if one desires, diverse kinds of beautiful articles made of silver and gold. By performing the Shraddha on the 13th day, one attains to eminence over one's kinsmen. Without doubt, all the young men in the family of him who performs the Shraddha on the 14th day meet with death. Such a man becomes entangled in war. By performing the Shraddha on the day of the new moon, one obtains the fruition of every wish. In the dark fortnight, all the days commencing with the 10th, and ending with that of the new moon, leaving only the 14th day out, are laudable days for the performance of the Shraddha. Other days of that fortnight are not so. Then, again, as the dark fortnight is better than the lighted one, so the afternoon of the day is better than the forenoon in the matter of the Shraddha. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 88. Yudhishthira said, O thou of great puissance, tell me what that object is which, if dedicated to the Pitris, becomes inexhaustible. What have ye, again, if offered, lasts for all time? What, indeed, is that which, if presented, becomes eternal? Bhishma said, Listen to me, O Yudhishthira, what those havis are which persons conversant with the ritual of the Shraddha regard as suitable in view of the Shraddha, and what the fruits are that attach to each. With sesame seeds and rice and barley and masha and water and roots and fruits, if given at Shraddhas, the Pitris, O king, remain gratified for the period of a month. Manu has said that if a Shraddha is performed with a copious measure of sesame, such Shraddha becomes inexhaustible. Of all kinds of food, sesame seeds are regarded as the best. With fishes offered at Shraddhas, the Pitris remain gratified for a period of 2 months. With mutton they remain gratified for 3 months, and with the flesh of the hare for 4. With the flesh of the goat, O king, they remain gratified for 5 months, with bacon for 6 months, and with the flesh of birds for 7. With venison obtained from those deer that are called prashada, they remain gratified for 8 months, and with that obtained from the ruru for 9 months, and with the meat of the gavaya for 10 months. With the meat of the buffalo their gratification lasts for 11 months. With beef presented at the Shraddha, their gratification, it is said, lasts for a full year. Payasa mixed with ghee is as much acceptable to the Pitris as beef. With the meat of the Vajranasa, the gratification of the Pitris lasts for 12 years. The flesh of the rhinoceros, offered to the Pitris on the anniversaries of the lunar days on which they died, becomes inexhaustible. The potherb called kalasaka, the petals of the kanchana flower, and meat of the goat also, thus offered, prove inexhaustible. In this connection, O Yudhishthira, there are some verses, originally sung by the Pitris, that are sung in the world. They were communicated to me in former days by Sanatkumara. He that has taken birth in our race should give us payasa mixed with ghee on the 13th day of the dark fortnight under the constellation Magha during the sun's southward course. One born in our race should, under the constellation Magha, as if in the observance of a vow, offer the meat of goat or the petals of the kanchana flower. One should also offer us, with due rites, payasa mixed with ghee, dedicating it on a spot covered by the shadow of an elephant. Many sons should be coveted so that even one may go to Gaya, for performing the Shraddha of his ancestors, where stands the banyan that is celebrated over all the worlds and that makes all offerings made under its branches inexhaustible. Even a little of water, roots, fruits, meat, and rice, mixed with honey, if offered on the anniversary of the day of death, becomes inexhaustible. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 89. Bhishma continued, Listen to me, O Yudhishthira, as I tell thee what those optional shraddhas are that should be performed under the different constellations, and that were first spoken of by Yama unto King Sasavindu. That man who always performs the Shraddha under the constellation Kritika is regarded as performing a sacrifice after establishing the sacred fire. Such a person, freed from fear, ascends to heaven with his children. He that is desirous of children should perform the Shraddha under the constellation Rohini, while he that is desirous of energy should do it under the constellation Mrigasirus. By performing the Shraddha under the constellation Ardra, a man becomes the doer of fierce deeds. A mortal, by performing the Shraddha under Punarvasu, makes such again by agriculture. The man that is desirous of growth and advancement should perform the Shraddha under Pushya. By doing it under the constellation Aslesha, one begets heroic children. By doing it under the Maghas, one attains to preeminence among kinsmen. By doing it under the prior Falgunis, the doer of it becomes endued with good fortune. By doing the Shraddha under the later Falgunis, one attains to many children, while by performing it under Asta, one attains to the fruition of one's wishes. By performing it under the constellation Chitra, one obtains children endued with great beauty. By doing it under the constellation Swati, one makes much profit by trade. The man that desires children acquires the fruition of his wish by performing the Shraddha under the constellation Visakha. By doing it under Anurata, one becomes a king of kings. By making offerings in honor of the Pitris under the constellation Jyesth with devotion and humility, one attains to sovereignty, O foremost one of Kuru's race. By doing the Shraddha under Mula, one attains to health, and by doing it under the prior Ashada, one acquires excellent fame. By performing it under the later Ashada, one succeeds in roving over the whole world, freed from every sorrow. By doing it under the constellation Abhijit, one attains to high knowledge. By doing it under Shravana, one, departing from this world, attains to a very high end. The man that performs the Shraddha under the constellation Dhanishta becomes the ruler of a kingdom. By doing it under the constellation presided over by Varuna, viz., Satabhasha, one attains to success as a physician. By performing the Shraddha under the constellation of the prior Bhadrapada, one acquires large property in goats and sheep, while by doing it under the later Bhadrapada, one acquires thousands of kine. By performing the Shraddha under the constellation Revti, one acquires much wealth in utensils of white brass and copper. By doing it under Ashvini, one acquires many steeds, while under Bharani one attains to longevity. Listening to these ordinances about the Shraddha, King Sasivendu acted accordingly and succeeded in easily subjugating and ruling the whole earth. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 90. Yudhishthira said, "It behoves thee, O foremost one of Kuru's race, to tell me unto what kind of brahmanas, O grandsire, should the offers made at Shraddhas be given away?" Bhishma said, "The Kshatriya who is conversant with the ordinances about gift should never examine brahmanas when making gifts unto them. In all acts, however, that relate to the worship of the deities and the pitris, an examination has been said to be proper. The deities are worshipped on earth by men only when they are filled with devotion that comes from the deities themselves. Hence, one should, approaching them, make gifts unto all brahmanas, without any examination of their merits, regarding such gifts as are made to the deities themselves. In Shraddhas, however, O monarch, the man of intelligence should examine the brahmanas to be employed for assisting the doers of the Shraddha in getting through the ritual and making gifts unto them of the offerings made to the pitris. Such examination should concern itself with their birth and conduct and age and appearance and learning and nobility, or otherwise, of parentage. Amongst the brahmanas there are some that pollute the line and some that sanctify it. Listen to me, O king, as I tell thee who those brahmanas are that should be excluded from the line. He that is full of guile, or he that is guilty of foeticide, or he that is ill of consumption, or he that keeps animals, of is destitute of Vedic study, or is a common servant of a village, or lives upon the interest of loans, or he that is a singer, or he that sells all articles, or he that is guilty of arson, or he that is a poisoner, or he that is a pimp by profession, or he that sells soma, or he that is a professor of palmistry, or he that is in the employ of the king, or he that is seller of oil, or he that is a cheat and false swearer, or he that has a quarrel with his father, or he that tolerates a paramour of his wife in his house, or he that has been cursed, or he that is a thief, or he that lives by some mechanical art, or he that puts on disguises, or he that is deceitful in his behavior, or he that is hostile to those he calls his friends, or he that is an adulterer, or he that is a preceptor of Sudras, or he that has betaken himself to the profession of arms, or he that wanders with dogs for hunting, or he that has been bit by a dog, or he that is wedded before his elder brothers, or he that seems to have undergone circumcision, he that violates the bed of his preceptor, he that is an actor or mime, he that lives by setting up a deity, and he that lives by calculating the conjunctions of stars and planets and asterisms, are regarded as fit to be excluded from the line. Persons conversant with the Vedas say that the offerings made at Shraddhas, if eaten by such brahmanas, go to fill the stomachs of Rakshasas, instead of filling those of the pitris, O Yudhishthira. That person who having eaten at a Shraddha does not abstain that day from study of the Vedas, or who has sexual congress that day with a Sudra woman, must know that his pitris, in consequence of such acts of his, have to lie for a month on his dung. The offerings made at Shraddhas, if presented to a Brahmana who sells soma, become converted into human ordure. If presented to a Brahmana who is engaged in the practice of medicine, they become converted into pus and blood. If presented to one who lives by setting up a deity, they fail to produce any fruit. If presented to one who lives upon the interest of loans, they lead to infamy. If presented to one who is engaged in trade, they become productive of no fruits either here or hereafter. If presented to a Brahmana who is born of a widowed mother by a second husband, they become as fruitless as libations poured on ashes. They who present the Havya and Kavya, offered at Shraddhas, unto such Brahmanas as are divested of the duties ordained for them and of those rules of good conduct that persons of their order should observe, find such presents productive of no merits hereafter. That man of little intelligence who makes gifts of such articles unto such men, knowing their dispositions, obliges, by such conduct, his pitris to eat human ordure in the next world. Thou shouldst know that these wretches among Brahmanas deserve to be excluded from the line. Those Brahmanas also of little energy who are engaged in instructing Sudras are of the same class. A Brahmana that is blind stains 60 individual of the line, one that is destitute of virile power 100, while one that is afflicted with white leprosy stains as many as he looks upon, O king. Whatever offerings made at Shraddhas are eaten by one with his head wrapped round with a cloth, whatever is eaten by one with face southwards, and whatever is eaten with shoes or sandals on all goes to gratify the Asuras. Whatever, again, is given with malice, and whatever is given without reverence, have been ordained by Brahmana himself as the portion of the prince of Asuras, viz., valley. Dogs, and such Brahmanas as are polluters of lines, should not be allowed to cast their eyes upon the offerings made at Shraddhas. For this reason, Shraddhas should be performed in a spot that is properly hedged around or concealed from the view. That spot should also be strewn with sesame seeds. That Shraddha which is performed without sesame seeds, or that which is done by a person in anger, has its Havi robbed by Rakshasas and Pisachas. Commensurate with the number of Brahmanas seen by one that deserves to be excluded from the line, is the loss of merit he causes of the foolish performer of the Shraddha who invites him to the feast. I shall now, O chief of Bharata's race, tell thee who are sanctifiers of the line. Do thou find them out by examination? All those Brahmanas that are cleansed by knowledge, Vedic study, and vows and observances, and they that are of good and righteous behavior, should be known as sanctifiers of everything. I shall now tell thee who deserve to sit in the line. Thou shouldst know them to be such whom I shall indicate presently. He that is conversant with the 3 Nachiketas, he that has set up the 5 sacrificial fires, he that knows the 5 Suparnas, he that is conversant with the 6 branches, called Angas, of the Veda, he that is a descendant of sires who were engaged in teaching the Vedas and is himself engaged in teaching, he that is well conversant with the Chandas, he that is acquainted with the Jeshta Saman, he that is obedient to the sway of his parents, he that is conversant with the Vedas and whose ancestors have been so for 10 generations, he that has congress with only his wedded wives, and this at their seasons, and he who has been cleansed by knowledge, by the Veda, and by vows and observances, even such a Brahmana sanctifies the line. He who reads the Atharvasiras, who is devoted to the observance of Brahmacharya practices, and who is steady in observance of righteous vows, who is truthful and of righteous conduct, and who is duly observant of the duties laid down for his order, they also that have undergone fatigue and labor for bathing in the waters of Tirthas, that have undergone the final bath after performing sacrifices with proper mantras, that are freed from the sway of wrath, that are not restless, that are endued with forgiving dispositions, that are self-restrained masters of their senses, and they are devoted to the good of all creatures, these should be invited to Shraddhas. Anything given to these becomes inexhaustible. These indeed are sanctifiers of lines. There are others also, highly blessed, that should be regarded as sanctifiers of the line. They are yadis and those that are conversant with the religion of moksha, and they that are devoted to yoga, and they that properly observe excellent vows, and they that, with collected mind recite sacred histories unto foremost of Brahmanas. they that are conversant with Bhashyas, they also that are devoted to grammatical studies, they that study the Puranas, and they that study the Dharma Sastras, and having studied them, i.e., the Puranas and Dharma Sastras, act up to the standard laid down in them, he that has lived, for the stated period, in the abode of his preceptor, he that is truthful in speech, he that is a giver of thousands, they that are foremost in the knowledge of all the Vedas and the scriptural and philosophical aphorisms, these sanctify the line as far they look at it. And because they sanctify all who sit in the line, therefore are they called sanctifiers of lines. Utterers of Brahma say that even a single person that happens to be the descendant of sires who were teachers of the Veda, and that is himself a Vedic teacher, sanctifies full 7 miles around him. If he that is not a Ritvik and that is not a Vedic teacher takes the foremost seat in a Shraddha, with even the permission of the other Ritviks there present, he is said to take, by that act of his, the sins of all who may be sitting in the line. If, on the other hand, he happens to be conversant with the Vedas and freed from all those faults that are regarded as capable of polluting the line, he shall not, O king, be regarded as fallen by taking the foremost seat in a Shraddha. Such a man would then be really a sanctifier of the line. For these reasons, O king, thou shouldst properly examine the Brahmanas before inviting them to Shraddhas. Thou shouldst invite only such among them as are devoted to the duties laid down for their order, and as are born in good families, and as are possessed of great learning. He who performs Shraddhas for feeding only his friends, and whose havi does not gratify the deities and the Pitris, fails to ascend to heaven. He who collects his friends and relatives only on the occasion of the Shraddha he performs, without keeping an eye on properly honoring deserving persons by inviting and feeding them, fails to proceed, after death, by the path of the deities, which is a lighted one and free from all afflictions and impediments. The man who makes the Shraddha he performs an occasion for only gathering his friends, never succeeds in ascending to heaven. Verily, the man who converts the Shraddha into an occasion for treating his friends, becomes dissociated from heaven even like a bird dissociated from the perch when the chain tying it breaks. Therefore, he that performs the Shraddha should not honor, on such occasions, his friends. He may make gifts of wealth unto them on other occasions by collecting them together. The havi and the kavi offered at Shraddhas should be served unto them that are neither friends nor foes, but are only indifferent or neutral. As seed sown on a sterile soil does not sprout forth, or as one that has not sown does not get a share of the produce, even so that Shraddha the offerings in which are eaten by an unworthy person, yields no fruit either here or hereafter. That Brahmana who is destitute of Vedic study is like a fire made by burning grass or straw, and becomes soon extinguished even like such a fire. The offerings made at Shraddhas should not be given to him even as libations should not be poured on the ashes of the sacrificial fire. When the offerings made at Shraddhas are exchanged by the performers with one another, instead of being given away unto worthy persons, they come to be regarded as Pisacha presents. Such offerings gratify neither the gods nor the Pitris. Instead of reaching the other world, they wander about even here like a cow that has lost her calf wandering about within the fold. As those libations of ghee that are poured upon the extinguished ashes of a sacrificial fire never reach either the gods or the Pitris, after the same manner a gift that is made to a dancer or a singer or a dakshina presented to a lying or deceitful person produces no merit. The dakshina that is presented to a lying or deceitful person destroys both the giver and the receiver without benefiting them in any respect. Such a dakshina is destructive and highly censurable. The Pitris of the person making it have to fall down from the path of the deities. The gods know them to be Brahmanas who always tread, O Yudhishthira, within the bounds set up by the rishis who are conversant with all duties, and who have a firm faith in their efficacy. Those Brahmanas that are devoted to Vedic study, to knowledge, to penances, and to acts, O Bharata, should be known as rishis. The offerings made at shraddhas should be given unto those that are devoted to knowledge. Verily, they are to be regarded as men who never speak ill of the Brahmanas. Those men should never be fed on occasions of shraddhas who speak ill of Brahmanas in course of conversation in the midst of assemblies. If Brahmanas, O king, be calumniated, they would destroy 3 generations of the calumniator. This is the declaration, O king, of the Vaikhanasa rishis. Brahmanas conversant with the Vedas should be examined from a distance. Whether one likes them or feels a dislike for them, one should give unto such Brahmanas the offerings made at shraddhas. That man who feeds thousands upon thousands of false Brahmanas acquires merit that is attainable by feeding even one Brahmana if the latter happens to be possessed of a knowledge of the Vedas, O Bharata. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 91. Yudhishthira said, by whom was the Shraddha first conceived, and at what time? What also is its essence? During the time when the world was peopled by only the descendants of Bhrigu and Angiras, who was the Muni that established the Shraddha? What acts should not be done at Shraddha? What are those Shraddhas in which fruits and roots are to be offered? What species also of paddy should be avoided in Shraddhas? Do thou tell me all this, O grandsire. Bhishma said, listen to me, O ruler of men, as I tell thee how the Shraddha was introduced, the time of such introduction, the essences of the rite, and the Muni who conceived it. From the self-born Brahman sprang Atri, O thou of Kuru's race. In Atri's race was born a Muni of the name of Dattatreya. Dattatreya got a son of the name of Nimi, possessed of wealth of asceticism. Nimi got a son named Srimat, who was endued with great beauty of person. Upon the expiration of a full 1,000 years, Srimat, having undergone the severest austerities, succumbed to the influence of time and departed from this world. His sire Nimi, having performed the purificatory rites according to the ritual laid down in the ordinance, became filled with great grief, thinking continually of the loss of his son. Thinking of that cause of sorrow, the high-souled Nimi collected together various agreeable objects of food and drink on the 14th day of the moon. The next morning he rose from bed. Pained his heart was with grief, as he rose from sleep that day he succeeded in withdrawing it from the one object upon which it had been working. His understanding succeeded in busying itself with other matters. With concentrated attention he then conceived the idea of a shraddha. All those articles of his own food, consisting of fruits and roots, and all those kinds of staple grains that were agreeable to him, were carefully thought of by that sage possessed of wealth of penances. On the day of the new moon he invited a number of adorable Brahmanas to his asylum. Possessed of great wisdom, Nimi caused them to be seated on seats of kusa grass, and honored them by going around their persons. Approaching 7 such Brahmanas whom he had brought to his abode together, the puissant Nimi gave unto them food consisting of sayamaka rice, unmixed with salt. Towards the feet of those Brahmanas engaged in eating the food that was served unto them, a number of kusa blades was spread out on the seats they occupied, with the top ends of the blades directed towards the south. With a pure body and mind and with concentrated attention, Nimi, having placed those blades of sacred grass in the way indicated, offered cakes of rice unto his dead son, uttering his name and family. Having done this, that foremost of Munis became filled with regret at the idea of having achieved an act that had not, to his knowledge, been laid down in any of the scriptures. Indeed, filled with regret, he began to think of what he had done. Never done before by the Munis, alas, what have I done? How shall I, for having done an act that has not been ordained, avoid being cursed by the Brahmanas as an introducer of strange rites? He then thought of the original progenitor of his race. As soon as he was thought of, Atri endued with wealth of penances came there. Beholding him exceedingly afflicted with grief on account of the death of his son, the immortal Atri comforted him with agreeable counsels. He said unto him, O Many, this rite that thou hast conceived is a sacrifice in honor of the Pitris. Let no fear be thine, O thou that art possessed of the wealth of asceticism. The grandsire Brahman himself, in days of old, laid it down. This rite that thou hast conceived has been ordained by the self-born himself. Who else than the self-born could ordain this ritual in Shraddhas? I shall presently tell thee, O son, the excellent ordinance laid down in respect of Shraddhas. Ordained by the self-born himself, O son, do thou follow it. Listen to me first. Having first performed the Karana on the sacred fire with the aid of mantras, O thou that art possessed of wealth of penances, one should always pour libations next unto the deity of fire, and Soma, and Varuna. Unto the Viswadevas also, who are always the companions of the Pitris, the self-born then ordained a portion of the offerings. The earth also, as the goddess that sustains the offerings made at Shraddhas, should then be praised under the names of Vaishnavi, Kasayapi, and the Inexhaustible. When water is being fetched for the Shraddha, the deity Varuna of great puissance should be praised. After this, both Agni and Soma should be invoked with reverence and gratified with libations, O sinless one. Those deities that are called by the name of Pitris were created by the self-born. Others also, highly blessed, viz., the Ashnapsa, were created by him. For all these shares have been ordained of the offerings made at Shraddhas. By adoring all these deities at Shraddhas, the ancestors of the persons performing them become freed from all sins. The Pitris referred to above as those created by the self-born number 7. The Viswadevas having Agni for their mouth, for it is through Agni that they feed, have been mentioned before. I shall now mention the names of those high-souled deities who deserve shares of the offerings made at Shraddhas. Those names Advala, Virti, Vipapa, Punyakrit, Pavna, Parshni, Kshamak, Devaisanu, Vivasvat, Viryavat, Hrimat, Kirtamat, Krita, Jatatman, Munavirya, Dipteroman, Bhayankara, Anyakarman, Presha, Pradatri, Ansamat, Silaba, Paramakroti, Dirashni, Bhukti, Sraja, Vajran, and Vari. These are the eternal Viswadevas. There are others also whose names are Vidyadvarkas, Somavarkas, and Suryasri. Others also are numbered amongst them, viz., Samapa, Suryasavitra, Dadatman, Pundaryaka, Ashninaba, Nabhoda, Viswayu, Deepti, Kamohara, Surisa, Vyamari, Sankara Bhava, Isa, Kartri, Kriti, Diksha, Bhuvna, Divya, Karmakrit, Ganita Panchavirya, Aditya, Rasmamat, Saptakrit, Somavachas, Viswakrit, Kavi, Anagaptri, Sagaptri, Naptri, and Iswara. These highly blessed ones are numbered as the Viswadevas. They are eternal and conversant with all that occurs in time. The species of paddy which should not be offered at Shraddhas are those called Kadrava and Pulka. Asafoetida also, among articles used in cooking, should not be offered, as also onions and garlic, the produce of the Morina pterygosperma, Bauhinia variegata, the meat of animals slain with envenomed shafts, all varieties of Succuribita pipo, Succuribita lagenaria, and black salt. The other articles that should not be offered at Shraddhas are the flesh of the domesticated hog, the meat of all animals not slaughtered at sacrifices, Nigella sativa, salt of the variety called vid, the potherb that is called siddhapaki, all sprouts, like those of the bamboo, and also the Troppa spinosa. All kinds of salt should be excluded from the offerings made at Shraddhas, and also the fruits of the Eugenia jamblana. All articles, again, upon which anyone has spat or upon which tears have fallen should not be offered at Shraddhas. Among offerings made to the Pitris, or with the Havya and Kavya offered to the deities, the potherb called Sudarsana, Menispermum tomentosum, rocks, should not be included. Havya mixed with this is not acceptable to Pitris. From the place where the Shraddha is being performed, the Chandala and the Swapacha should be excluded, as also all who wear clothes steeped in yellow, and persons affected with leprosy, or one who has been excasted for transgressions, or one who is guilty of Brahmanicide, or a Brahmana of mixed descent, or one who is the relative of an excasted man. These all should be excluded by persons possessed of wisdom from the place where a Shraddha is being performed, having said these words in days of old unto the Rishi Nimi of his own race. The illustrious Atri, possessed of wealth of penances, then went back to the grandsire's assembly in heaven. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 92. Bhishma said, after Nimi had acted in the way described above, all the great rishis began to perform the sacrifice in honor of the Pitris, called the Shraddha, according to rites laid down in the ordinance. Firmly devoted to the discharge of all duties, the rishis, having performed Shraddhas, began to also offer oblations unto the Pitris of sacred waters with attention. In consequence, however, of the offerings made by persons of all classes unto the Pitris began to digest that food. Soon they, and the deities also with them, became afflicted with indigestion. Indeed, afflicted with the heaps of food that all persons began to give them, they repaired to the presence of Soma. Approaching Soma, they said, Alas! Great is our affliction in consequence of the food that is offered to us at Shraddhas. Do thou ordain what is necessary for our ease. Unto them Soma answered, saying, If, ye gods, ye are desirous of obtaining ease, do ye repair then into the abode of the self-born. Even ye will do what is for your good. At these words of Soma, the deities and the Pitris then proceeded, O Bharata, to the grandsire where he was seated on the summit of the mountains of Meru. The deities, O illustrious one, with the food that is offered us in sacrifices and Shraddhas, we are being exceedingly afflicted. O Lord, show us grace and do what would be for our good. Hearing these words of theirs, the self-born said unto them in reply, Here, the god of fire is sitting beside me, even ye will do what is for your benefit. Agni said, Ye sires, when a Shraddha comes, we shall together eat the offerings made to us. If ye eat those offerings with me, ye shall then, without doubt, succeed in digesting them easily. Hearing these words of the deity of fire, the Pitris became easy of heart. It is for this reason also that in making offerings at Shraddhas a share is first offered to the deity of fire, O king. If a portion of the offerings be first made to the deity of fire at a Shraddha, O prince of men, Rakshasas of regenerate origin cannot then do any injury to such a Shraddha. Beholding the deity of fire at a Shraddha, Rakshasas fly away from it. The ritual of the Shraddha is that the cake should first be offered to the deceased sire. Next, one should be offered to the grandsire. Next should one be offered to the great-grandsire. Even this is the ordinance in respect of the Shraddha. Over every cake that is offered, the offerer should, with concentrated attention, utter the Savitri mantras. This other mantra also should be uttered, viz., unto Soma who is fond of the Pitris. A woman that has become impure in consequence of the advent of her season, or one whose ears have been cut off, should not be allowed to remain where Shraddha is being performed. Nor should a woman, for cooking the rice to be offered in the Shraddha, be brought from a gatra other than that of the person who is performing the Shraddha. While crossing river, one should offer oblations of water unto one's Pitris, naming them all. Indeed, when one comes upon a river, one should gratify one's Pitris with oblations of water. Having offered oblations of water first unto the ancestors of one's own race, one should next offer such oblations to one's deceased friends and relatives. When one crosses a stream on a car unto which is yoked a couple of oxen of variegated hue, or from them that cross a stream on boats, the Pitris expect oblations of water. Those that know this always offer oblations of water with concentrated attention unto the Pitris. Every fortnight on the day of the new moon, one should make offerings unto one's deceased ancestors. Growth, longevity, energy, and prosperity become all attainable through devotion to the Pitris. The grandsire Brahman, Pulasatya, Vasistha, Pulaha, and Jairus, Kratu, and the great Rishi Kasyapathes, O prince of Kuru's race, and regarded as great masters of yoga. They are numbered among the Pitris. Even this is the high ritual in respect of the Shraddha, O monarch. Through Shraddhas performed on earth, the deceased members of one race become freed from a position of misery. I have thus, O prince of Kuru's race, expounded to thee agreeably with the scriptures the ordinances in respect of Shraddhas. I shall once more discourse to thee on gifts. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 93. Yudhishthira said, if brahmanas that are in the observance of a vow, viz. fast, eat, at the invitation of a brahmana, the havi, offered at a shraddha, can they be charged with the transgression or a violation of their vow, or should they refuse the invitation of a brahmana when such invitation is received by them? Tell me this, O grandsire. Bhishma said, let those brahmanas eat, impelled by desire, who are observant of such vows as are not indicated in the Vedas. As regards those brahmanas, however, that are observant of such vows are indicated in the Vedas, they are regarded as guilty of a breach of their vow, O Yudhishthira, by eating the havi of a shraddha at the request of him who performs the shraddha. Yudhishthira said, some people say that fast is a penance. Is penance really identifiable with fast, or is it not so? Tell me this, O grandsire. Bhishma said, people do regard a regular fast for a month or a half month as a penance. The truth, however, is that one who mortifies one's own body is not to be regarded either as an ascetic or as one conversant with duty. Renunciation, however, is regarded as the best of penances. A brahmana should always be an abstainer from food and observe the vow called brahmacharya. A brahmana should always practice self-denial, restraining even speech, and recite the Vedas. The brahmana should marry and surround himself with children and relatives from desire of achieving righteousness. He should never sleep. He should abstain from meat. He should always read the Vedas and the scriptures. He should always speak the truth and practice self-denial. He should eat Vyasa, viz., what remains after serving the deities and guests. Indeed, he should be hospitable towards all that come to his abode. He should always eat amrita, viz., the food that remains in the house after all the family, including guests and servants, have eaten. He should duly observe all rites and perform sacrifices. Yudhishthira said, how may one come to be regarded as always observant of fasts? How may one become observant of vows? How, O king, may one come to be an eater of Vyasa? By doing what may one be said to be found of guest? Bhishma said, he who takes food only morning and evening at the prescribed hours and abstains from all food during the interval between is said to be an abstainer from food. He who has congress with only his wedded wife, and that only at her season, is said to be observant of the vow of brahmacharya. By always making gifts, one comes to be regarded as truthful in speech. By abstaining from all meat obtained from animals slaughtered for nothing, one becomes an abstainer from meat. By making gifts one becomes cleansed of all sins, and by abstaining from sleep during daytime one comes to be regarded as always awake. He who always eats what remains after serving the needs of guests and servants is said to always eat amrita. He who abstains from eating till brahmanas have eaten of that food is regarded as conquering heaven by such abstention. He who eats what remains after serving the deities, the pitris, and relatives and dependents is said to eat Vyasa. Such men acquire many regions of felicity in the abode of Brahman himself. There, O king, they dwell in the company of Apsaras and Gandharvas. Indeed, they sport and enjoy all sports of delight in those regions, with the deities and guests and the pitris in their company, and surrounded by their own children and grandchildren. Even such becomes their high end. Yudhishthira said, people are seen to make diverse kinds of gifts unto the Brahmanas. What, however, is the difference, O grandsire, between the giver and the receiver? Bhishma said, the Brahmana accepts gifts from him that is righteous, and from him that is unrighteous. If the giver happens to be righteous, the receiver incurs little fault. If, on the other hand, the giver happens to be unrighteous, the receiver sinks in hell. In this connection is cited an old history of the conversation between Vrishadarbhi and the 7 rishis, O Bharata. Kasyapa and Atri and Vasishtha and Bharadvaja and Gautama and Viswamitra and Jamadagni and the chaste Arundhati, the wife of Vasishtha, all had a common maidservant whose name was Ganda. A Sudra of the name of Pasusaka married Ganda and became her husband. Kasyapa and others, in days of old, observed the austerest penances and roved over the world, desirous of attaining to the eternal region of Brahman by the aid of yoga meditation. About that time, O delighter of the Kurus, there occurred a severe drought. Afflicted by hunger, the whole world of living creatures became exceedingly weak. At a sacrifice which had been performed in former times by Sivi's son, he had given away unto the Ritwiks a son of his as the sacrificial present. About this time, unendued with longevity as the prince was, he died of starvation. The rishis named, afflicted with hunger, approached the dead prince and sat surrounding him. Indeed, those foremost of rishis, beholding the son of him at whose sacrifice they had officiated, O Bharata, thus dead of starvation, began to cook the body in a vessel, impelled by the pangs of hunger. All food having disappeared from the world of men, those ascetics, desirous of saving their lives, had recourse, for purposes of sustenance, to such a miserable shift. While they were thus employed, Vrishadarbha's son, viz., King Saivya, in course of his roving, came upon those rishis. Indeed, he met them on his way, engaged in cooking the dead body, impelled by the pangs of hunger. The son of Vrishadarbha said, the acceptance of a gift, from me, will immediately relieve you all. Do you, therefore, accept a gift for the support of your bodies? Ye ascetics endued with wealth of penances, listen to me as I declare what wealth I have. That Brahmana who solicits me for gifts is ever dear to me. Verily, I shall give unto you 1,000 mules. Unto each of you I shall give 1,000 kind of white hair, foremost in speed, each accompanied by a bull, and each having a well-born calf, and, therefore, yielding milk. I shall also give unto you 1,000 bulls of white complexion and of the best breed and capable of bearing heavy burdens. I shall also give you a large number of kine, of good disposition, the foremost of their kind, all fat, and each of which, having brought forth her first calf, is quick with her second. Tell me what else I shall give of foremost villages, of grain, of barley, and of even the rarer and costly jewels. Do not seek to eat this food that is inedible. Tell me what I should give unto you for the support of your bodies. The rishis said, O king, an acceptance of gifts from a monarch is very sweet at first, but it is poison in the end. Knowing this well, why do you, O king, tempt us then with these offers? The body of the Brahmana is the field of the deities. By penance, it is purified. Then again, by gratifying the Brahmana, one gratifies the deities. If a Brahmana accepts the gifts made to him by the king, he loses, by such acceptance, the merit that he would otherwise acquire by his penances that day. Indeed, such acceptance consumes that merit even as a blazing conflagration consumes a forest. Let happiness be thine, O king, as the result of the gifts thou makest to those that solicit thee. Saying these words unto them, they left the spot, proceeding by another way. The flesh those high-souled ones had intended to cook remained uncooked. Indeed, abandoning that flesh, they went away, and entered the woods in search of food. After this, the ministers of the king, urged by their master, entered those woods and plucking certain figs endeavored to give them away unto those rishis. The officers of the king filled some of those figs with gold and mixing them with others sought to induce those ascetics to accept them. Atri took up some of those figs, and finding them heavy refused to take them. He said, "We are not destitute of knowledge. We are not fools. We know that there is gold within these figs. We have our senses about us. Indeed, we are awake instead of being asleep. If accepted in this world, those will produce bitter consequence hereafter. He who seeks happiness both here and hereafter should never accept these." Vasishtha said, "If we accept even one gold coin, it will be counted as 100 or even 1,000, and assigning the demerit that attaches to acceptance. If, therefore, we accept many coins, we shall surely attain to an unhappy end hereafter." Kasyapa said, "All the paddy and barley on earth, all the gold and animals and women that occur in the world, are incapable of gratifying the desire of a single person. Hence, one possessed of wisdom should, dispelling cupidity, adopt tranquility." Bharadvaja said, "The horns of Aruru, after their first appearance, begin to grow with the growth of the animal. The cupidity of man is even like this. It has no measure." Gautama said, "All the objects that exist in the world are incapable of gratifying even a single person. Man is even like the ocean, for he can never be filled, even as the ocean can never be filled by all the waters that are discharged into it by the rivers." Viswamitra said, "When one desire cherished by a person becomes gratified, there springs up immediately another whose gratification is sought and which pierces him like a shaft." Jamadagni said, "Abstention from accepting guts supports penances as their foundation. Acceptance, however, destroys that wealth, viz., the merit of penances." Arundhati said, "Some people are of opinion that things of the world may be stored with a view to spend them upon the acquisition of righteousness by gifts and sacrifices. I think, however, that the acquisition of righteousness is better than that of worldly wealth." Ganda said, "When these my lords, who are endued with great energy, are so very much afraid of this which seems to be a great terror a weak man as I am fear it the more." Pasusaka said, "The wealth there is in righteousness is very superior. There is nothing superior to it. That wealth is known to the Brahmins. I wait upon them as their servant, only for learning to value that wealth." The rishis, all together, said, "Let happiness be his, as the result of the gifts he makes, who is the king of the people of this land. Let his gift be successful who has sent these fruits to us, enclosing gold within them." Bhishma continued, "Having said these words, those rishis of steadfast vows, abandoning the figs having gold within them, left that spot and proceeded to whatever destination they liked. The ministers said, 'O king, coming to know of the existence of gold within the figs, the rishis have gone away. Let this be known to thee.'" Bhishma continued, thus addressed by his ministers, King Vrishadharbi became filled with wrath against all those rishis. Indeed, to take vengeance upon them, the monarch entered his own chamber. Observing the austerest of penances, he poured on his sacred fire libations of ghee, accompanying each with mantras uttered by him. From that fire there then arose, as the result of the incantation, a form capable of striking everyone with fear. Vrishadarbi named her as Yadadani. That form, which had been from the incantations of the king, looking as terrible as the last night, appeared with joined hands before the monarch. Addressing King Vrishadarbi, she said, "What shall I accomplish?" Vrishadarbi said, "Go and follow the 7 rishis, as also Arundhati, and the husband of their maidservant, and the maidservant herself, and comprehend what the meanings are of their names. Having ascertained their names, do thou slay all of them. After slaying them thou mayst go whatever destination thou likest." Bhishma continued, saying, "So be it." The Rakshasi, who had been named Yadadani, in her proper form, proceeded to that forest in which the great rishis wandered in search of food. Indeed, O king, those great rishis, with Atri among them, roved within the forest, subsisting upon fruits and roots. In course of their wanderings they saw a mendicant of broad shoulders, and plump arms and legs, and well-nourished face and abdomen. Of limbs that were all adipose, he was wandering with a dog in his company. Beholding that mendicant, whose limbs were all well-developed and handsome, Arundhati exclaimed, addressing the rishis, "None of you will ever be able to show such well-developed features." Vasishtha said, "The sacred fire of this person is not like ours, for while he is able to pour libations on it, morning and evening, none of us are able to do the same. It is for this reason that we see both him and his dog so well developed." Atri said, "This man does not, like us, feel the pangs of hunger. His energy has not sustained, like ours, any diminution. Acquired with the greatest difficulty, his Vedas have not, like ours, disappeared. Hence, it is that we see both him and his dog so well developed." Viswamitra said, "This man is not, like us, unable to observe the eternal duties inculcated in the scriptures. I have become idle. I feel the pangs of hunger. I have lost the knowledge I had acquired. This man is not like us in this respect. Hence I see both him and his dog so well developed." Jamadagni said, "This man has not to think of storing his annual grain and fuel as we are compelled to do. Hence I see both him and his dog so well developed." Kasyapa said, "This man has not, like us, for brothers of the whole blood who are begging from house to house, uttering the words, 'Give, give.' Hence it is that I see him and his dog so well developed." Bharadvaja said, "This man hath no regret like ours for having condemned and cursed his spouse. He hath not acted so wickedly and senselessly. Hence I see both him and his dog so well developed." Gautama said, "This man bath not like us, only 3 pieces of covering made of kusa grass, and a single ranku skin, each of which again is 3 years old. Hence it is that I see both him and his dog so well developed." Bhishma continued, "The wandering mendicant, beholding those great rishis, approached them, and accosted them all by touching their hand according to the custom. Conversing then with each other about the difficulty of obtaining sustenance in that forest and the consequent necessity of bearing the pangs of hunger, all of them left that spot. Indeed, they wandered through that wilderness, all bent upon a common purpose, viz., the plucking of fruits and the extraction of roots for sustenance. One day, as they were wandering, they beheld a beautiful lake overgrown with lotuses. Its banks were covered with trees that stood thickly near one another. The waters of the lake were pure and transparent. Indeed, the lotuses that adorned the lake were all of the hue of the morning sun. The leaves that floated on the water were of the color of lapis lazuli. Diverse kinds of aquatic fowls were sporting on its bosom. There was but one path leading to it. The banks were not miry, and the access to the water was easy. Urged by Vrishadarbi, the Rakshasi of frightful mien who had sprung from his incantations and who had been named Yadadani, guarded the lake. Those foremost of rishis, with Pasusika in their company, proceeded towards the lake, which was thus guarded by Yadadani for the object of gathering some lotus stalks. Beholding Yadadani, of frightful aspect standing on the banks of the lake, those great rishis addressed her, saying, "Who art thou that thus standest alone in these solitary woods? For whom dost thou wait here? What, indeed, is thy purpose? What dost thou do here on the banks of this lake adorned with lotuses?" Yadadani said, "It matters not who I am. I deserve not to be questioned, respecting my name and race and purposes. Ye that are possessed of ascetic wealth, know that I am the guard set to watch this lake." The rishis said, "All of us are hungry. We have nothing else to eat. With thy permission, we would gather some lotus stalks." Yadadani said, "Agreeably with a compact, do ye take the lotus stalks as ye please. Ye must, one by one, give me your names. Ye may then, without delay, take the stalks." Bhishma continued, ascertaining that her name was Yadadani and that she stood there for slaying them, after knowing, from the meanings their names, what the extent was of their power. Atri, who was famishing with hunger, addressed her, and said these words. Atri said, "I am called Atri because I cleanse the world from sin." For, again, thrice studying the Vedas every day, I have made days of my nights. That, again, is no night in which I have not studied the Vedas. For these reasons also I am called Atri, O beautiful lady. Yadadani said, "O thou of great effulgence, the explanation thou hast given me of thy name is incapable of being comprehended by me. Do thou, therefore, go and plunge into this tank filled with lotuses." Vasishtha said, "I am endued with the wealth that consists of the yoga attributes of puissance, etc. I lead, again, a domestic mode of life, and am regarded as the foremost of all persons that lead such a mode of life. In consequence of being endued with such wealth, of my living as a householder, and of my being regarded as the foremost of all householders, I am called Vasishtha." Yadadani said, "The etymological explanation of thy name is perfectly incomprehensible to me, inasmuch as the inflections which the original roots have undergone are unintelligible. Rio and plunge into this lake of lotuses." Kasyapa said, "I always protect my body, and in consequence of my penances I have become endued with effulgence. For thus protecting the body and for this effulgence that is due to my penances, I have come to be called by the name of Kasyapa." Yadadani said, "O thou of great effulgence, the etymological explanation thou hast given of thy name is incapable of being comprehended by me. Go and plunge into this lake filled with lotuses." Bharadvaja said, "I always support my sons, my disciples, the deities, the brahmanas, and my wife. In consequence of thus supporting all with ease, I am called Bharadvaja." Yadadani said, "The etymological explanation thou hast given me of thy name is perfectly incomprehensible to me, in consequence of the many inflections the root has undergone. Go and plunge into this lake filled with lotuses." Gautama said, "I have conquered heaven and earth by the aid of self-restraint. In consequence of my looking upon all creatures and objects with an equal eye, I am like a smokeless fire. Hence I am incapable of being subjugated by thee. When, again, I was born, the effulgence of my body dispelled the surrounding darkness. For these reasons I am called Gautama." Yadadani said, "The explanation thou hast given me of thy name, O great ascetic, is incapable of being understood by me. Go and plunge into this lake of lotuses." Vishwamitra said, "The deities of the universe are my friends. I am also the friend of the universe. Hence, O Yadadani, know that I am called Vishwamitra." Yadadani said, "The explanation thou hast given of thy name is incomprehensible to me in consequence of the inflections the root has undergone. Go and plunge into this lake of lotuses." Jamadagni said, "I have sprung from the sacrificial fire of the deities. Hence am I called Jamadagni, O thou of beautiful features." Yadadani said, "The etymological explanation thou hast given me, O great ascetic, of thy name, is incomprehensible to me, in consequence of the diverse inflections the root has undergone. Do thou go and plunge into this lake of lotuses." Arundhati said, "I always stay by the side of my husband, and hold the earth jointly with him. I always incline my husband's heart towards me. I am, for these reasons, called Arundhati." Yadadani said, "The explanation thou hast given me of thy name is perfectly incomprehensible to me in consequence of the inflections the roots have undergone. Go and plunge into this lake of lotuses." Ganda said, "The Ganda means a portion of the cheek. As I have that portion a little elevated above the others, I am, O thou that hast sprung from the sacrificial fire of Saivya, called by the name of Ganda." Yadadani said, "The explanation which thou hast given me of thy name is perfectly incomprehensible to me in consequence of the inflections which the root has undergone. Go and plunge into this lake of lotuses." Pasusaka said, "I protect and tend all animals that I see, and I am always a friend to all animals. Hence am I called Pasusaka, O thou that hast sprung from the sacrificial fire of King Vrishadarbi." Yadadani said, "The explanation thou hast given me of thy name is perfectly incomprehensible to me in consequence of the inflections which the roots have undergone. Go and plunge into this lake of lotuses." Sunasaka said, "I am incapable of explaining the etymology of my name after the manner of these ascetics. But know, O Yadadani, that I am called by the name of Sunasaka." Yadadani said, "Thou hast mentioned thy name only once. The explanation thou hast offered I have not able to catch. Do thou, therefore, mention it again, O regenerate one." Sunasaka said, "Since thou hast been unable to catch my name in consequence of my having mentioned it only once, I shall strike thee with my triple stick. Struck with it, be thou consumed into ashes without delay." Bhishma continued, "Struck then, on the head, by the sannyasin, with his triple stick which resembled the chastisement inflicted by a brahmana, the Rakshasi who had sprung from the incantations of King Vrishadarbi fell down on the earth and became reduced to ashes. Having thus destroyed the mighty Rakshasi, Sunasaka thrust his stick into the earth and sat himself down on a grassy plot of land. The rishis then, having, as they liked, plucked a number of lotuses and taken up a number of lotus stalks, came up from the lake, filled with joy. Throwing on the ground the heap of lotuses which they had gathered with much toil, they plunged once more into it for offering oblations of water to the Pitris. Coming up, they proceeded to that part of the bank where they had deposited the lotus stalks. Reaching that spot, those foremost of men found that the stalks were nowhere to be seen. The rishis said, "What sinful and hard-hearted man has stolen away the lotus stalks gathered by our hungry selves from desire of eating?" Bhishma continued, "Those foremost of regenerate persons, suspecting one another, O crusher of foes, said, 'We shall each have to swear to our innocence.' All those ascetics then, famishing with hunger and worn out with exertion, agreeing to the proposal, took these oaths. Atri said, 'Let him who has stolen the lotus stalk touch kine with his foot, make water facing the sun, and study the Vedas on excluded days. Vasishtha said, "Let him who has stolen the lotus stalks abstain from studying the Vedas, or leash hounds, or be a wandering mendicant unrestrained by the ordinances laid down for that mode of life, or be a slayer of persons that seek his protection, or live upon the proceeds of the sale of his daughter, or solicit wealth from those that are low and vile." Kasyapa said, "Let him who has stolen the lotus stalks utter all kinds of words in all places, give false evidence in a court of law, eat the flesh of animals not slain in sacrifices, make gifts to undeserving persons or to deserving persons at unseasonable times, and have sexual congress with women during daytime." Bharadvaja said, "Let him who has stolen the lotus stalks be cruel and unrighteous in his conduct towards women and kinsmen and kine. Let him humiliate brahmanas in disputations by displaying his superior knowledge and skill. Let him study the riks and the yajuzas, disregarding his preceptor. Let him pour libations upon fires made with dry grass or straw." Jamadagni said, "Let him who has stolen the lotus stalks be guilty of throwing filth and dirt on water. Let him be inspired with animosity towards kine. Let him be guilty of having sexual congress with women at times other than their season. Let him incur the aversion of all persons. Let him derive his maintenance from the earnings of his wife. Let him have no friends, and let him have many foes. Let him be another's guest for receiving in return those acts of hospitality which he has done to that other." Gautama said, "Let him who has stolen the lotus stalks be guilty of throwing away the Vedas after having studied them. Let him cast off the 3 sacred fires. Let him be a seller of the soma, plant or juice. Let him live with that Brahmana who resides in a village which has only one well from which water is drawn by all classes, and who has married a Sudra woman." Viswamitra said, "Let him who has stolen the lotus stalks be fated to see his preceptors and seniors and his servants maintained by others during his own lifetime. Let him not have a good end. Let him be the father of many children. Let him be always impure and a wretch among brahmanas. Let him be proud of his possessions. Let him be a tiller of the soil, and let him be filled with malice. Let him wander in the season of rains. Let him be a paid servant. Let him be the priest of the king. Let him assist at the sacrifices of such impure persons as do not deserve to be assisted at their sacrifices." Arundhati said, "Let her who has stolen the lotus stalks always humiliate her mother-in-law. Let her be always vexed with her husband. Let her eat whatever good things come to her house without sharing them with others. Disregarding the kinsmen of her lord, let her live in her husband's house and eat, at the day's close, the flour of fried barley. Let her come to be regarded as unenjoyable, in consequence of the stains that would tarnish her. Let her be the mother of a heroic son." Ganda said, "Let her who has stolen the lotus stalks be always a speaker of falsehoods. Let her always quarrel with her kinsmen. Let her bestow her daughter in marriage for a pecuniary consideration. Let her eat the food which she has cooked, alone and without sharing it with anybody. Let her pass her whole life in slavery. Indeed, let her who has stolen the lotus stalks be quick with child in consequence of sexual congress under circumstances of guilt." Pasusika said, "Let him who has stolen the lotus stalks be born of a slave mother. Let him have many children, all of whom are worthless. And let him never bow to the deities." Sunasaka said, "Let him who has removed the lotus stalks obtain the merit of bestowing his daughter in marriage upon a brahmana who has studied all the samans and the yajuzas, and who has carefully observed the vow of brahmacharya. Let him perform the final ablutions after having studied all the atharvans." All the rishis said, "The oath thou hast taken is no oath at all, for all the acts which thou hast mentioned are very desirable for the brahmanas. It is evident, O Sunasaka, that thou hast appropriated our lotus stalks." Sunasaka said, "The lotus stalks deposited by you not being seen, what you say is perfectly true, for it is I who have actually stolen them. In the very sight of all of you I have caused the disappearance of those stalks. Ye sinless ones, the act was done by me from desire of testing you. I came hither for protecting you. That woman who lies slain there was called Yadadani. She was of a fierce disposition. Sprung from the incantations of King Vrishadarbi, she had come here from the desire of slaying all of you. You ascetics endued with wealth of penances, egged on by that king, she had come, but I have slain her. That wicked and sinful creature, sprung from the sacrificial fire, would otherwise have taken your lives. It was for killing her and saving you that I came here, ye learned Brahmanas. Know that I am Vasva. Ye have completely freed yourselves from the influence of cupidity. In consequence of this, ye have won many eternal regions fraught with the fruition of every wish as soon as it rises in the heart. Do ye rise, without delay, from this place and repair to those regions of beatitude, ye regenerate ones, that are reserved for you. Bhishma continued, the great rishis, highly gratified at this, replied unto Purandara, saying, so be it. They then ascended to heaven in company of Indra himself. Even thus, those high-souled persons, though famishing with hunger and though tempted at such a time with the offer of diverse kinds of enjoyable articles, refrained from yielding to temptation. As the result of such self-denial, they attained to heaven. It seems, therefore, that one should, under all circumstances, cast off cupidity from oneself. Even this, O king, is the highest duty. Cupidity should be cast off. The man who recites this account of the deeds of the righteous rishis and assemblies of men succeeds in acquiring wealth. Such a man has never to attain to a distressful end. The Pitris, the rishis, and the deities become all pleased with him. Hereafter, again, he becomes endued with fame and religious merit and wealth. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 94. Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old history of the oaths, taken by many rishis one after another, on the occasion of a sojourn to the sacred waters. O best of the Bharatas, the act of theft had been done by Indra, and the oaths were taken by many royal and regenerate rishis. Once on a time, the rishis, having assembled together, proceeded to the western Prabhasa. They held a consultation there which resulted in a resolve on their part to visit all the sacred waters on earth. There were Sakra and Angiras and Kavi of great learning, and Agastya and Narada and Pravada, and Bhrigu and Vasistha and Kasyapa and Gautama and Viswamitra and Jamadagni, O king. There were also the Rishi Galava, and Ashtaka and Bharadvaja and Arundhati and the Valakilyas, and Sivi and Dilapa and Nahusha and Amvarasha and the royal Yayati and Dunhumara and Puru. These foremost of men, placing the high-souled Sadakratu, the slayer of Vritra, at their head, went to all the sacred waters one after another, and at last reached the highly sacred Kausaki on the day of the full moon in the month of Magha. Having cleansed themselves of all sins by ablutions performed in all the sacred waters, they at last proceeded to the very sacred Brahmasara. Bathing in that lake, those rishis endued with energy like that of fire began to gather and eat the stalks of the lotus. Amongst those Brahmanas, some had extracted the stalks of the lotus and some the stalks of the Nymphaea stellata. Soon they found that the stalks extracted by Agastya and deposited on the bank had been taken away by somebody. The foremost of rishis, Agastya, addressing them all, said, who has taken away the good stalks which I had extracted and deposited here? I suspect someone amongst you must have done the act. Let him who has taken them away give them back to me. It behoves you not thus to misappropriate my stalks. It is heard that time assails the energy of righteousness. That time has come upon us. Hence, righteousness is afflicted. It is meet that I should go to heaven for good, before unrighteousness assails the world and establishes itself here. Before the time comes when Brahmanas, loudly uttering the fully Vedas, within the precincts of villages and inhabited places, cause the Sudras to hear them, before the time comes when kings, often against the rules of righteousness from motives of policy, I shall go to heaven for good. Before men cease to regard the distinctions between the lower, the middle, and the higher classes, I shall go to heaven for good. Before ignorance assails the world and envelopes all things in darkness, I shall go to heaven for good. Before the time comes when the strong begin to lord it over the weak and treat them as slaves, I shall go to heaven for good. Indeed, I dare not remain on earth for witnessing these things. The rishis, much concerned at what he said, addressed that great ascetic and said, We have not stolen thy stocks. Thou shouldst not harbor these suspicions against us. O great Rishi, we shall take the most frightful oaths. Having said these words, conscious of their own innocence, and desirous of upholding the cause of righteousness, those rishis and sages of royal descent then began to swear, one after another, the following oaths. Bhrigu said, Let him who has stolen thy stock censure when censured, assail when assailed, and eat the flesh that is attached to the backbone of animals, slaughtered in sacrifice. Vasishtha said, Let him who has stolen thy stocks neglect his Vedic studies, leash hounds, and having taken himself to the mendicant order live in a city or town. Kasyapa said, Let him who has stolen thy stocks sell all things in all places, misappropriate deposits, and give false evidence. Gautama said, Let him who has stolen thy stocks live, displaying pride in all things, with an understanding that does not see all creatures with an equal eye, and always yielding himself to the influence of desire and wrath. Let him be a cultivator of the soil, and let him be inspired by malice. And Jairus said, Let him who has stolen thy stocks be always impure. Let him be a censurable Brahmana for his misdeeds. Let him leash hounds. Let him be guilty of Brahmanicide. Let him be averse to expiations after having committed transgressions. Dundhumara said, Let him who has stolen thy stocks be ungrateful to his friends. Let him take birth in a Sudra woman. Let him eat alone any good food, coming to the house, without sharing it with others. Dilapa said, Let him who has stolen thy stocks descend to those regions of misery and infamy which are reserved for that Brahmana who resides in a village having but one well and who has sexual congress with a Sudra woman. Puru said, Let him who has stolen thy stocks adopt the occupation of a physician. Let him be supported by the earnings of his wife. Let him draw his sustenance from his father-in-law. Sukra said, Let him who has stolen thy stocks eat the flesh of animals not slain in sacrifices. Let him have sexual congress at daytime. Let him be a servant of the king. Jamadagni said, Let him who has stolen thy stocks study the Vedas on forbidden days or occasions. Let him feed friends at shraddhas performed by him. Let him eat at the shraddha of a Sudra. Sivi said, Let him who has stolen thy stocks die without having established a fire for daily worship. Let him be guilty of obstructing the performance of sacrifices by others. Let him quarrel with those that are observant of penances. Yayati said, Let him who has stolen thy stocks be guilty of having sexual congress with his wife when she is not in her season and when he is himself in the observance of a vow and bears matted locks on his head. Let him also disregard the Vedas. Nahusha said, Let him who has stolen thy stocks live in domesticity after having betaken himself to the vow of mendicancy. Let him act in whatever way he pleases, and without restraint of any kind, after having undergone the initiatory rites in view of a sacrifice or some solemn observance. Let him take pecuniary gratification for prelections to disciples on any branch of knowledge that the latter come to learn. Amvarasya said, let him who has stolen thy stocks be cruel and unrighteous in his behavior towards women and kinsmen and kine. Let him be guilty also of Brahmanicide. Narada said, let him who has stolen thy stocks be one that identifies the body with the soul. Let him study the scriptures with a preceptor that is censurable. Let him chant the Vedas, offending at each step against the rules of orthoepy. Let him disregard all his seniors. Nabhaga said, let him who has stolen thy stocks always speak falsehoods and quarrel with those that are righteous. Let him bestow his daughter in marriage after accepting a pecuniary gratification offered by his son-in-law. Kavi said, let him who has stolen thy stocks be guilty of striking a cow with his foot. Let him make water, facing the sun. Let him cast off the person that seeks shelter at his hands. Viswamitra said, let him who has stolen thy stocks become a servant that behaves with deceit towards his master. Let him be the priest of a king. Let him be the Ritwik of one that should not be assisted at his sacrifices. Parvata said, let him who has stolen thy stocks be the chief of a village. Let him make journeys on asses. Let him leash hounds for a living. Bharadvaja said, let him who has stolen thy stocks be guilty of all the demerits that become his who is cruel in his behavior and untruthful in speech. Ashtaka said, let him who has stolen thy stocks be a king destitute of wisdom, capricious and sinful in his behavior, and disposed to rule the earth unrighteously. Galava said, let him who has stolen thy stocks be more infamous than a sinful man. Let him be sinful in his acts towards his kinsmen and relatives. Let him proclaim the gifts he makes to others. Arundhati said, let her who has stolen thy stocks speak ill of her mother-in-law. Let her feel disgust for her lord. Let her eat alone any good food that comes to her house. The Valakulya said, let him who has stolen thy stocks stand on one foot at the entrance of a village, for earning his subsistence. Let him, while knowing all duties, be guilty of every breach. Sunasaka said, let him who has stolen thy stocks be a Brahmana that sleeps in happiness, having disregarded his daily homa. Let him, after becoming a religious mendicant, behave in whatever way he pleases, without observing any restraint. Surabhi said, let her who has stolen thy stocks be milked, with her hind legs bound with a rope of human hair, and with the aid of a calf not her own, and, while milked, let her milk be held in a vessel of white brass. Bhishma continued, after the rishis and the royal sages had sworn these diverse oaths, O Kuru king, the thousand-eyed chief of the deities, filled with joy, cast his looks on the angered Rishi Agastya. Addressing the rishi who was very angry at the disappearance of his lotus stalks, Maghavat thus declared what was passing in his mind. Hear, O king, what the words were that Indra spoke in the midst of those regenerate and celestial rishis and royal sages. Sakra said, let him who has stolen thy stocks be possessed of the merit of him who bestows his daughter in marriage upon a Brahmana that has duly observed the vow of Brahmacharya, or that has duly studied the Samans and the Yajuzas. Let him also have the merit of one that undergoes the final bath after completing one's study of the Atharva Veda. Let him who has stolen thy stocks have the merit of having studied all the Vedas. Let him be observant of all duties and righteous in his behavior. Indeed, let him go to the region of Brahman. Agastya said, thou hast, O slayer of Vala, uttered a benediction instead of a curse. It is evident, thou hast taken my stocks. Give them to me, for that is the eternal duty. Indra said, O Holy One, I did not remove thy stocks, led by cupidity. Indeed, I removed them from desire of hearing this conclave recite what the duties are that we should observe. It behoveth thee not to give way to anger. Duties are the foremost of Shrutis. Duties constitute the eternal path for crossing the sea of the world. I have listened to this discourse of the rishis on duties that is eternal and immutable, and that transcends all change. Do thou then, O foremost of learned Brahmanas, take back these stalks of thine. O Holy One, it behoves thee to forgive my transgression, O thou that art free from every fault. Bhishma continued, thus addressed by the chief of the deities, the ascetic, viz., Agastya, who had been very angry, took back his stalks. Endued with great intelligence, the rishi became cheerful. After this, those denizens of the woods proceeded to diverse other sacred waters. Indeed, repairing to those sacred waters, they performed their ablutions everywhere. The man who reads this narrative with close attention on every Parva day will not have to become the progenitor of an ignorant and wicked son. He will never be destitute of learning. No calamity will ever touch him. He will, besides, be free from every kind of sorrow. Decrepitude and decay will never be his. Freed from stains and evil of every kind, and endued with merit, he is sure to attain to heaven. He who studies this sastra observed by the rishis is sure, O Prince of Men, to attain to the eternal region of Brahman that is full of felicity. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 95. Yudhishthira said, O chief of Bharata's rear, by whom was the custom of giving umbrellas and sandals at obsequial ceremonies introduced? Why was it introduced, and for what purpose are those gifts made? They are given not only at obsequial ceremonies, but also at other religious rites. They are given on many occasions with a view to acquiring religious merit. I wish to know, in detail, O regenerate one, the true meaning of this custom. Bhishma said, do thou, O Prince, attentively listen to the details I shall recite in respect of the custom of giving away umbrellas and shoes at religious rites, and as to how and by whom it was introduced. I shall also tell thee in full, O Prince, how it acquired the force of a permanent observance and how it came to be viewed as a meritorious act. I shall, in this connection, recite the narrative of the discourse between Jamadagni and the high-souled Surya. In ancient times, the illustrious Jamadagni, O puissant king of Bhrigu's race, was engaged in practicing with his bow. Taking his aim, he shot arrow after arrow. His wife Renuka used to pick up the shafts when shot and repeatedly bring them back to that descendant, endued with blazing energy, of Bhrigu's race. Pleased with the whizzing noise of his arrows and the twang of his bow, he amused himself thus by repeatedly discharging his arrows which Renuka brought back into him. One day, at noontide, O monarch, in that month when the sun was in Jayastamila, the Brahmana, having discharged all his arrows, said to Renuka, O large-eyed lady, go and fetch me the shafts I have shot from my bow, O thou of beautiful eyebrows. I shall again shoot them with my bow. The lady proceeded on her errand, but was compelled to sit under the shade of a tree, in consequence of her head and feet being scorched by the heat of the sun. The black-eyed and graceful Renuka, having rested for only a moment, feared the curse of her husband and, therefore, addressed herself again to the task of collecting and bringing back the arrows. Taking them with her, the celebrated lady of graceful features came back, distressed in mind and her feet smarting with pain. Trembling with fear, she approached her husband. The rishi, filled with wrath, repeatedly addressed his fair-faced spouse, saying, O Renuka, why hast thou teened so late in returning? Renuka said, O thou that art endued with wealth of penances, my head and feet were scorched by the rays of the sun. Oppressed by the heat, I had betaken myself to the shade of a tree. Just this has been the cause of the delay. Informed of the cause, do thou, O Lord, cease to be angry with me. Jamadagni said, O Renuka, this very day shall I destroy, with the fiery energy of my weapons, the star of day with his blazing rays, that has afflicted thee in this way. Bhishma continued, drawing his celestial bow, and taking up many arrows. Jamadagni stood, turning his face towards the sun and watching him as he moved in his diurnal course. Then, O son of Kunti, beholding him addressed for fight, Surya approached him in the guise of a Brahmana, and said unto him, What has Surya done to displease thee? Coursing through the firmament, he draws up the moisture from the earth, and in the form of rains he pours it down once more on her. It is through this, O regenerate one, that the food of human beings springs up, food that is so agreeable to them. The Vedas say that it is food that constitutes the life breaths. O Brahmana, hidden in the clouds and encompassed by his rays, the sun drenches the 7 islands with showers of rain. O puissant one, the moisture, thus poured, diffusing itself into the leaves and fruits of vegetables and herbs, is transformed into food. O son of Bhrigu, the rites of nativity, religious observances of every kind, investiture with the sacred thread, gifts of kind, weddings, all articles in view of sacrifices, the rules for the governance of men, gifts, all sorts of union between man, and the acquisition of wealth have their origin in food. Thou knowest this well. All the good and agreeable things in the universe, and all the efforts made by living creatures, flow from food. I duly recite what is well known to thee. Indeed, thou fully knowest all that I have said. Do thou, therefore, O regenerate Rishi, appease thy anger. What wilt thou gain by annihilating the sun? Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 96. Yudhishthira said, What did that foremost of ascetics, viz., Jamadagni endued with great energy, do when thus besought by the Maker of Day? Bhishma said, O descendant of Kuru, despite all the supplications of Surya, the sage Jamadagni, endued with the effulgence of fire, continued to cherish his anger. Then, O king, Surya, in the guise of a Brahmana, bowed his head unto him and addressed him, with folded hands, in these soft words. O regenerate Rishi, the sun is always in motion. How shalt thou pierce the Lord of Day who is continually moving forward? Jamadagni said, With the eye of knowledge I know thee to be both moving and motionless. I shall surely read thee a lesson this day. At midday thou seemest to stay in the heavens for a moment. It is then, O Surya, that I shall pierce thee with my arrows. There is no swerving from this my resolution. Surya said, O regenerate Rishi, without doubt, thou knowest me, O best of archers. But, O Holy One, though I have offended, behold, I am a suppliant for thy protection. Bhishma continued, At this, the adorable Jamadagni smilingly addressed the Maker of Day, saying, O Surya, when thou hast sought my protection, thou hast nothing to fear. He would transcend the simplicity that exists in Brahmanas, the stability that exists in the earth, the mildness existing in the moon, the gravity existing in Varuna, the effulgence existing in Agni, the brightness of Meru, and the heat of the sun, who would slay a suppliant for protection. The man that can slay a suppliant is capable of violating the bed of his preceptor, of slaying a Brahmana, and of drinking alcohol. Do thou, therefore, think of some remedy for this evil, by which people may be relieved when heated by the rays. Bhishma continued, so saying, that excellent descendant of Bhrigu remained silent for a while, and Surya forthwith made over to him an umbrella and a pair of sandals. Surya said, Do thou, O great Rishi, take this umbrella wherewith the head may be protected and my rays warded off. This pair of sandals is made of leather for the protection of the feet. From this day forth the gift of these articles and all religious rites shall be established as an inflexible usage. Bhishma continued, This custom of giving umbrellas and shoes was introduced by Surya. O descendant of Bharata, these gifts are considered meritorious in the three worlds. Do thou, therefore, give away umbrellas and shoes to Brahmanas. I have no doubt that thou shalt then acquire great religious merit by the act. O foremost one of Bharata's race, he who gives away a white umbrella with 100 ribs to a Brahmana attains to eternal felicity after death and resides in the region of Indra, respected by Brahmanas, Apsaras, and Devas. O puissant one, he who gives shoes to Snataka Brahmanas as also to Brahmanas practicing the rites of religion whose feet have become sore with the heat of the sun, attains to regions coveted by the very deities. Such a man, O Bharata, dwells in happiness in the highest heaven after his death. O foremost one of Bharata's race, I have thus recited to thee in full the merits of giving away shoes and umbrellas at religious ceremonies. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 97. Yudhishthira said, O foremost one of Bharata's race, do thou relate to me all the duties of the household mode and tell me all that a man should do in order to attain to prosperity in this world. Bhishma said, O Bharata, I shall, in this connection, recite to thee the old story of Vasudeva and the goddess Earth, the puissant Vasudeva. O excellent prince of Bharata's race, after hymning the praises of the goddess Earth, questioned her about this very topic that thou hast inquired about. Vasudeva said, having adopted the state of a householder, what acts should I, or one like me, perform, and how are such acts to fructify in good? The goddess Earth said, O Madhava, the rishis, the deities, the pitris, and men should be worshipped, and sacrifices should be performed by a householder. Do thou also learn this from me, that the deities are always pleased with sacrifices, and men are gratified with hospitality. Therefore, the householder should gratify them with such objects as they desire. By such acts, O slayer of Madhu, the rishis also are gratified. The householder, abstaining from food, should daily attend to his sacred fire and to his sacrificial offerings. The deities, O slayer of Madhu, are gratified with such acts. The householder should daily offer oblations of food and water, or of fruits, roots, and water, for the gratification of the pitris, and the Vaiswadeva offering should be performed with rice boiled, and oblations of clarified butter unto Agni, Soma, and Dhanvantari. He should offer separate and distinct oblations unto Prajapati. He should make sacrificial offerings in due order, to Yama in the southern region, to Varuna in western region, to Soma in the northern region, to Prajapati within the homestead, to Dhanvantari in the northeastern region, and to Indra in the eastern region. He should offer food to men at the entrance of his house. These, O Madhava, are known as the valley offerings. The valley should be offered to the Maruts and the deities in the interior of one's house. To the Viswadevas it should be offered in open air, and to the Rakshasas and spirits the offerings should be made at night. After making these offerings, the householders should make offerings unto Brahmanas, and if no Brahmana be present, the first portion of the food should be thrown into the fire. When a man desires to offer Shraddha to his ancestors, he should, when the Shraddha ceremony is concluded, gratify his ancestors and then make the valley offerings in due order. He should then make offerings unto the Viswadevas. He should next invite Brahmanas and then properly regale guests arrived at his house with food. By this act, O Prince, are guests gratified. He who does not stay in the house long, or, having come, goes away after a short time, is called a guest. To his preceptor, to his father, to his friend, and to a guest, a householder should say, I have got this in my house to offer thee today. And he should offer it accordingly every day. The householders should do whatever they would ask him to do. This is the established usage. The householder, O Krishna, should take his food last of all after having offered food to all of them. The householder should worship, with offerings of Madhuparka his king, his priest, his preceptor, and his father-in-law, as also Snataka Brahmanas, even if they were to stay in his house for a whole year. In the morning as well as in the evening, food should be offered on the ground to dogs, swapachas, and birds. This is called the Vaiswadeva offering. The householder, who performs these ceremonies with a mind unclouded by passion, obtains the blessings of the rishis in this world, and after death attains to the heavenly regions. Bhishma continued, the puissant Vasudeva, having listened to all this from the goddess Earth, acted accordingly. Do thou also act in the same way? By performing these duties of a householder, O king, thou shalt acquire fame in this world and attain to heaven after death. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 98. Yudhishthira said, of what kind is the gift of light, O chief of Bharata's race? How did this gift originate? What are the merits that attach to it? Do thou tell me all this? Bhishma said, in this connection, O Bharata, is recited the old narrative of the discourse between Manu, that lord of creatures, and Savarna. There was in days of yore an ascetic, O Bharata, of the name of Savarna. His complexion was like that of gold, and hence he was called Savarna, the gold-complexioned, endued with a pure lineage, good behavior, and excellent accomplishments. He had mastered all the Vedas. Indeed, by the accomplishments he possessed, he succeeded in surpassing many persons of high lineage. One day that learned Brahmana saw Manu, the lord of all creatures, and approached him. Meeting with each other, they made the usual inquiries of politeness. Both of them were firm in the observance of truth. They sat down on the delightful breast of Meru, that mountain of gold. Seated there, they began to converse with each other on diverse subjects connected with the high-souled deities and regenerate rishis and daityas of ancient times. Then Savarna, addressing the self-born Menu, said these words, it behoveth thee to answer one question of mine for the benefit of all creatures. O Lord of all creatures, the deities are seen to be worshipped with presents of flowers and other good scents. What is this? How has this practice been originated? What also are the merits that attach to it? Do thou discourse to me on this topic? Manu said, in this connection is recited the old history of the discourse between Sukra and the high-souled, Daitya, Vali. Once on a time, Sukra of Bhrigu's race approached the presence of Vali, the son of Vairocana, while he was ruling the three worlds. The chief of the Asuras, that giver of sacrificial presents in abundance, having worshipped the descendant of Bhrigu with the Aragya, and offering him a seat, sat down after his guest had seated himself. This very topic that thou hast started relating to the merits attaching to the gift of flowers and incense and lamps came up on the occasion. Indeed, the chief of the Daityas put this high question to Sukra, that most learned of all ascetics. Vali said, O foremost of all persons conversant with Brahma, what, indeed, is the merit of giving flowers and incense and lamps? It behoveth thee, O foremost of Brahmanas, to discourse to me on this. Sukra said, penance first sprang into life. Afterwards came dharma, or compassion and other virtues. In the interval between started into life many creepers and herbs. Innumerable were the species of those. All of them have, the deity, Soma for their lord. Some of these creepers and herbs came to be regarded as amrita, and some came to be regarded as poison. Others that were neither this nor that formed one class. That is amrita, which gives immediate gratification and joy to the mind. That is poison, which tortures the mind exceedingly by its odor. Know again that amrita is highly auspicious and that poison is highly inauspicious. All the deciduous herbs are amrita. Poison is born of the energy of fire. Flowers gladden the mind and confer prosperity. Hence, men of righteous deeds bestowed the name Sumanas on them. That man who is in a state of purity offers flowers into the deities finds that the deities become gratified with him, and as the consequence of such gratification bestow prosperity upon him. O ruler of the Daityas, those deities unto whom worshippers offer flowers, O Lord, uttering their names the while, become gratified with the offers in consequence of their devotion. The deciduous herbs are of diverse kinds and possess diverse kinds of energy. They should be classed as fierce, mild, and powerful. Listen to me as I tell thee which trees are useful for purposes of sacrifice and which are not so. Hear also what garlands are acceptable to Asuras, and what are beneficial when offered to the deities. I shall also set forth in their due order what garlands are agreeable to the Rakshasas, what to the Uragas, what to the Yakshas, what to human beings, and what to the Pitris, in proper order. Flowers are of diverse kinds. Some are wild, some are from trees that grew in the midst of human habitations, some belong to trees that never grow unless planted on well-tilled soil, some are from trees growing on mountains, some are from trees that are not prickly, and some from trees that are prickly. Fragrance, beauty of form, and taste also may offer grounds of classification. The scent that flowers yield is of two kinds, agreeable and disagreeable. Those flowers that emit agreeable scent should be offered to the deities. The flowers of trees that are destitute of thorns are generally white in hue. Such flowers are always acceptable to the deities, O Lord. One possessed of wisdom should offer garlands of aquatic flowers, such as the lotus and the like, unto the Gandharvas and Nagas and Yakshas. Such plants and herbs as produce red flowers, as are possessed of keen scent, and as are prickly, have been laid down in the Atharvana as fit for all acts of incantation for injuring foes. Such flowers as are possessed of keen energy, as are painful to the touch, as grow on trees and plants having thorns, and as are either bloody red or black, should be offered to evil spirits and unearthly beings. Such flowers as gladden the mind and heart, as are very agreeable when pressed, and as are of beautiful form, have been said, O Lord, to be worthy of being offered to human beings. Such flowers as grow on cemeteries and crematoria, or in places dedicated to the deities, should not be brought and used for marriage and other rites having growth and prosperity for their object, or for acts of dalliance and pleasure in secrecy. Such flowers as are born on mountains and in valleys, and as are agreeable in scent and aspect, should be offered unto the deities. Sprinkling them with sandal paste, such agreeable flowers should be duly offered according to the ordinances of the Scriptures. The deities become gratified with the scent of flowers, the Yakshas and Rakshasas with their sight, the Nagas with their touch, and human beings with all three, viz., scent, sight, and touch. Flowers, when offered to the deities, gratify them immediately. They are capable of accomplishing every object by merely wishing its accomplishment. As such, when gratified with devotees offering them flowers, they cause all the objects cherished by their worshippers to be immediately accomplished. Gratified, they gratify their worshippers. Honored, they cause their worshippers to enjoy all honors. Disregarded and insulted, they cause those vilest of men to be ruined and consumed. I shall, after this, speak to thee of the merits that attach to the ordinances about the gift of incense. Know, O Prince of Asuras, that incenses are of diverse kinds. Some of them are auspicious and some inauspicious. Some incenses consist of exudations. Some are made of fragrant wood set on fire. And some are artificial, being made by the hand, of diverse articles mixed together. Their scent is of two kinds, viz., agreeable and disagreeable. Listen to me as I discourse on the subject in detail. All exudations except that of the Boswellia serrata are agreeable to the deities. It is, however, certain that the best of all exudations is that of the Balsamodendron Mukul. Of all dupas of the Sari class, the Aquilaria agaloka is the best. It is very agreeable to the Yakshas, the Rakshasas, and Nagas. The exudation of the Boswellia serrata, and others of the same class, are much desired by the Daityas. Dupas made of the exudation of the Sharia robusta and the Pinus deodara, mixed with various spirits of strong scent, are, O king, ordained for human beings. Such dupas are said to immediately gratify the deities, the Danavas, and spirits. Besides these, there are many other kinds of dupas used by men of purposes of pleasure or enjoyment. All the merits that have been spoken of as attaching to the offer of flowers should be known equally to attach to the gift of such dupas as are productive of gratification. I shall now speak of the merits that attach to the gift of lights, and who may give them at what time and in what manner, and what should be the kind of lights that should be offered. Light is said to be energy and fame and has an upward motion. Hence the gift of light, which is energy, enhances the energy of men. There is a hell of the name of Andhadamas. The period also of the sun's southward course is regarded as dark. For escaping that hell and the darkness of this period, one should give lights during the period when the sun is in his northward course. Such an act is applauded by the good. Since, again, light has an upward course and is regarded as a remedy for darkness, therefore, one should be a giver of light. Even this is the conclusion of the scriptures. It is owing to the lights offered that the deities have become endued with beauty, energy, and resplendence. By abstention from such an act, the Rakshasas have become endued with the opposite attributes. Hence, one should always give lights. By giving lights a man becomes endued with keen vision and resplendence. One that gives lights should not be an object of jealousy with others. Lights, again, should not be stolen nor extinguished when given by others. One that steals a light becomes blind. Such a man has to grope through darkness in the next world and becomes destitute of resplendence. One that gives light shines in beauty in the celestial regions like a row of lights. Among lights, the best are those in which ghee is burnt. Next in order are those in which the juice of the fruits yielded by deciduous herbs is burnt. One desirous of advancement and growth should never burn, for light, fat or marrow, or the juice that flows from the bones of creatures. The man who desires his own advancement and prosperity should always give lights at descents from mountains and roads through forests and inaccessible regions, under sacred trees standing in the midst of human habitations, and in crossings of streets. The man who gives lights always illumines his race, attains to purity of soul and effulgence of form. Verily, such a man, after death, attains to the companionship of the luminous bodies in the firmament. I shall now discourse to thee upon the merits, with the fruits they bring about, that attach to valley offerings made to the deities, the Yakshas, the Uragas, human beings, spirits, and Rakshasas. Those unscrupulous and wicked men that eat without first serving brahmanas and deities and guests and children should be known as Rakshasas. Hence, one should first offer the food one has got ready unto the deities after having worshipped them duly with restrained senses and concentrated attention. One should offer the valley unto the deities, bending one head in reverence. The deities are always supported by food that householders offer. Verily, they bless such houses in which offerings are made to them. The Yakshas and Rakshasas and Panagas, as also guests and all homeless persons, are supported by the food that are offered by persons leading the domestic mode of life. Indeed, the deities and the Pitris derive their sustenance from such offerings. Gratified with such offerings, they gratify the offerer in return with longevity and fame and wealth. Clean food, of agreeable scent and appearance, mixed with milk and curds, should, along with flowers, be offered to the deities. The valis that should be offered to yakshas and rakshasas should be rich with blood and meat, with wines and spirits accompanying, and adorned with coatings of fried paddy. Valis mixed with lotuses and utpuls are very agreeable to the Nagas. Sesame seeds, boiled in raw sugar, should be offered to the spirits and other unearthly beings. He who never takes any food without first serving therefrom the brahmanas and deities and guests becomes entitled to first portions of food. Such a man becomes endued with strength and energy. Hence, one should never take any food without first offering a portion thereof to the deities after worshipping them with reverence. One's house always blazes forth with beauty in consequence of the household deities that live in it. Hence, he that desires his own advancement and prosperity should worship the household deities by offering them the first portion of every food. Even thus did the learned Kavi of Bhrigu's race discourse to Vali, the chief of the Asuras. That discourse was next recited by Manu unto the Rishi Savarna. Savarna, in his turn, recited it to Narada. The celestial Rishi Narada recited unto me the merits that attach to the several acts mentioned. Informed of those merits, do thou, O son, perform the several acts mentioned. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 99. Yudhishthira said, I have, O chief of the Bharatas, heard what the merits are that are won by presenters of flowers and incense and lights. I have heard thee speak also of the merits that attach to a due observance of the ordinances in respect of the presentation of the valley. It behoveth thee, O grandsire, to discourse unto me once more on this subject. Indeed, tell me, O sire, once more of the merits of presenting incense and lights. Why are valis offered on the ground by persons leading the domestic mode of life? Bhishma said, in this connection is recited the old narrative of the discourse between Nahusha and Agastya and Bhrigu. The royal sage Nahusha, O monarch, possessed of wealth of penances, acquired the sovereignty of heaven by his own good deeds. With restrained senses, O king, he dwelt in heaven, engaged in doing diverse acts of both human and celestial nature. From that high-souled monarch flowed diverse kinds of human acts and diverse kinds of celestial acts also, O chief of men. The diverse rites with respect to the sacrificial fire, the collection of sacred fuel and of kusa grass, as also of flowers, and the presentation of valley consisting of food adorned with fried paddy, reduced to powder, and the offer of incense and of light, all these, O monarch, occurred daily in the abode of that high-souled king while he dwelt in heaven. Indeed, though dwelling in heaven, he performed the sacrifice of japa, or silent recitation, and the sacrifice of meditation. And, O chastiser of foes, Nahusha, although he had become the chief of the deities, yet worshipped all the deities, as he used to do in days of yore, with due rites and ceremonies. Some time after, Nahusha realized his position as the chief of all the deities. This filled him with pride. From that time all his acts, of the kind spoken of, were suspended. Filled with arrogance in consequence of the boon he had received from all the deities, Nahusha caused the very rishis to bear him on their shoulders. In consequence, however, of his abstention from all religious acts, his energy began to sustain a diminution. The time was very long for which Nahusha, filled with pride, continued to employ the foremost of rishis, possessed of wealth of penances, as the bearers of his vehicles. He caused the rishis to discharge by turns his humiliating work. The day came when it was Agastya's turn to bear the vehicles, O Bharata. At that time, Bhrigu, that foremost of all persons conversant with Brahma, repaired to the presence of Agastya while the latter was seated in his asylum, and addressing him, said, "O great ascetic, why should we patiently put up with such indignity inflicted on us by this wicked-souled Nahusha who has become the chief of the deities?" Agastya said, "How can I succeed in cursing Nahusha, O great Rishi? It is known to thee how the boon-giving Brahman himself has given Nahusha the best of boons. Coming to heaven, the boon that Nahusha solicited was that whoever would come within the range of his vision would, deprived of all energy, come within his sway. The self-born Brahman granted him even this boon, and it is for that reason that neither thyself nor I have been able to consume him. Without doubt, is for this reason that none else amongst the foremost of rishis has been able to consume or hurl him down from his high position. Formerly, O Lord, nectar was given by Brahman to Nahusha for quaffing. For that reason also we have become powerless against him. The supreme deity, it seems, gave that boon to Nahusha for plunging all creatures into grief. That wretch among men behaves most unrighteously towards the Brahmanas. O foremost of all speakers, do thou tell us what should be done in view of the situation. Without doubt, I shall do what thou wilt advise." Bhrigu said, "It is at the command of the grandsire that I have come to thee with the view of counteracting the puissance of Nahusha, who is possessed of great energy but who has been stupefied by fate. That exceedingly wicked-souled wight who has become the chief of the deities will today yoke thee to his car. With the aid of my energy I shall today hurl him down from his position as Indra in consequence of his having transcended all restraints. I shall today, in thy very sight, re-establish the true Indra in his position viz., who has performed 100 horse sacrifices, having hurled the wicked-souled and sinful Nahusha from that seat. That unrighteous chief of the deities will today insult thee by a kick, in consequence of his understanding being afflicted by fate and for bringing about his own downfall. Incensed at such an insult, I shall today curse that sinful wretch, that enemy of the Brahmanas, that has transcended all restraints, saying, 'Be thou transformed into a snake.' In the very sight, O great ascetic, I shall today hurl down on the earth the wicked-souled Nahusha, who shall be deprived of all energy in consequence of the cries of fire that will be uttered from all sides. Verily, I shall hurl down Nahusha today, that wight of unrighteous deeds, who has, besides, been stupefied by lordship and power. I shall do this, if it be acceptable to thee, O ascetic." Thus addressed by Bhrigu, Maitravaruna's son Agastya of unfading puissance and glory became highly gratified and freed from every anxiety. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 100. Yudhishthira said, "How was Nahusha plunged into distress? How was he hurled down on the earth? How, indeed, was he deprived of the sovereignty of the gods? It behoveth thee to recite everything to me." Bhishma said, "Even thus did those two rishis, viz., Bhrigu and Agastya, converse with each other. I have already told thee how Nahusha, when he first became the chief of the gods, acted in a becoming way. Verily, all acts of human and celestial nature flowed from that high-souled royal sage. The offering of light, and all other rites of a similar kind, the due presentation of valis, and all rites as are performed on especially sacred days, all these were properly observed by the high-souled Nahusha, who had become the sovereign of the deities. Pious acts are always observed by those that are possessed of wisdom, in both the world of men and that of the deities. Verily, O foremost of kings, if such acts are observed, householders always succeed in acquiring prosperity and advancement. Even such is the effect of the gift of lamps and of incense, as also of bows and prostrations, to the deities. When food is cooked, the first portion thereof should be offered to a Brahmana. The particular offerings called vali should also be presented to the household deities. The deities become gratified with such gifts. It is also well known that the measure of gratification which the deities derive from such offerings is 100 times as great as that which the householder himself derives from making them. Persons endued with piety and wisdom make offerings of incense and lights, accompanying them with bows and prostrations. Such acts are always fraught with advancement and prosperity to those that do them. Those rites which the learned go through in course of their ablutions, and with the aid of waters, accompanied with bows unto the gods, always contribute to the gratification of the gods. When worshipped with proper rites, the highly blessed Pitris, rishis possessed of wealth of asceticism, and the household deities, all become gratified. Filled with such ideas, Nahusha, that great king, when he obtained the sovereignty of the deities, observed all these rites and duties fraught with great glory. Some time after the good fortune of Nahusha waned, and as the consequence thereof, he disregarded all these observances and began to act in defiance of all restraints in the manner I have already adverted to. The chief of the deities, in consequence of his abstention from observing the ordinances about the offers of incense and light, began to decline in energy. His sacrificial rites and presents were obstructed by Rakshasas. It was at this time that Nahusha yoked that foremost of rishis, viz., Agastya, to his car. Endued with great strength, Nahusha, smiling the while, set that great rishi quickly to the task, commanding him to bear the vehicle from the banks of the Sarasvati to the place he would indicate. At this time, Bhrigu, endued with great energy, addressed the son of Mitravaruna, saying, "Do thou close thy eyes till I enter into the matted locks on thy head." Having said this, Bhrigu of unfading glory and mighty energy entered into the matted locks of Agastya, who stood still like a wooden post for hurling King Nahusha from the throne of heaven. Soon after, Nahusha saw Agastya approach him for bearing his vehicle. Beholding the lord of the deities, Agastya addressed him, saying, "Do thou yoke me to thy vehicle without delay. To what region shall I bear thee? O Lord of the deities, I shall bear thee to the spot which thou mayst be pleased to direct." Thus addressed by him, Nahusha caused the ascetic to be yoked to his vehicle. Bhrigu, who was staying within the matted locks of Agastya, became highly pleased at this act of Nahusha. He took care not to cast his eyes upon Nahusha. Fully acquainted with the energy which the illustrious Nahusha had acquired in consequence of the boon which Brahman had granted him, Bhrigu conducted himself in this way. Agastya also, though treated by Nahusha in this way, did not give way to wrath. Then, O Bharata, King Nahusha urged Agastya on with his goad. The righteous old rishi did not still give way to anger. The lord of the deities, himself giving way to anger, then struck Agastya on the head with his left foot. When the rishi was thus struck on the head, Bhrigu, who was staying within Agastya's matted locks, became incensed and cursed Nahusha of sinful soul, saying, "Since thou hast struck with thy foot on the head of this great rishi, do thou, therefore, fall down on the earth, transformed into a snake, O wretch of wicked understanding." Thus cursed by Bhrigu, who had not been seen, Nahusha immediately became transformed into a snake and fell down on the earth, O chief of Bharata's race. If, O monarch, Nahusha had seen Bhrigu, the latter would not then have succeeded, by his energy, in hurling the former down on the earth. In consequence of the various gifts that Nahusha had made, as also his penances and religious observances though hurled down on the earth, O king, he succeeded in retaining his memory. He then began to propitiate Bhrigu with a view to the working out of the course. Agastya also, filled with compassion, joined Nahusha in pacifying Bhrigu for bringing about an end of the course. At last Bhrigu felt compassion for Nahusha and provided for the working out of the course. Bhrigu said, "There will appear a king on earth of the name of Yudhishthira, the foremost of his race. He will rescue thee from this curse. Having said this, the rishi vanished in the very sight of Nahusha. Agastya also, of mighty energy, having thus accomplished the business of the true Indra, that performer of 100 sacrifices, returned to his own asylum, worshipped by all members of the regenerate order. Thou hast, O king, rescued Nahusha from Bhrigu's curse. Verily, rescued by thee, he ascended to the region of Brahman in thy sight. As regards Bhrigu, having hurled Nahusha on the earth, he went to the region of Brahman and informed the grandsire of it. The grandsire, having called Indra back, addressed the deities, saying, Ye deities, through the boon I had granted him, Nahusha had obtained the sovereignty of heaven. Deprived, however, of that sovereignty by the enraged Agastya, he has been hurled on the earth. Ye deities, ye will not succeed in living without a chief. Do ye, therefore, once more install Indra in the sovereignty of heaven. Unto the grandsire, O son of Pritha, who said so unto them, the deities filled with joy, replied, saying, So be it. The divine Brahman then, O best of monarchs, installed Indra in the sovereignty of heaven. Made once more the chief of the deities, Vyasa began to shine in beauty and resplendence. Even this is what occurred in days of yore through the transgression of Nahusha. In consequence, however, of the merits he had acquired through acts of the kind I have mentioned, Nahusha succeeded in once more regaining his lost position. Hence, when evening comes, persons leading the domestic mode of life should give lights. The giver of lights is sure to acquire celestial sight after death. Verily, givers of light become as resplendent as the full moon. The giver of lights becomes endued with beauty of form and strength for as many years as correspond with the number of twinkles for which the lights given by him burn or blaze. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 101. Yudhishthira said, Where do those foolish, wretched, and sinful men go, O chief of men, that steal or misappropriate such articles as belong to Brahmanas? Bhishma said, I shall, in this connection, O Bharata, recite to thee the old narrative of a conversation between a Chandala and a low Kshatriya. The person of the royal order said, Thou seemest, O Chandala, to be old in years, but thy conduct seems to be like that of a boy. Thy body is besmeared with the dust raised by dogs and asses, but without minding that dust thou art anxious about the little drops of vine milk that have fallen upon thy body. It is plain that such acts as are censured by the pious are ordained for the Chandala. Why, indeed, dost thou seek to wash off the spots of milk from thy body? The Chandala said, Formerly, O king, certain kine belonging to Brahmana were stolen. While they were being carried away, some milk from their udders fell upon a number of soma plants that grew by the roadside. Those Brahmanas that drank the juice of the plants thus bedewed with milk, as also the king who performed the sacrifice in which that soma was drunk, had to sink in hell. Indeed, for having thus appropriated something that had belonged to a Brahmana, the king with all the Brahmanas that had assisted him had to go to hell. All those men also, Brahmanas and Kshatriyas, that drank milk or ghee or curds, in the palace of the king who had stolen the Brahmanas' kine, had to fall into hell. The stolen kine also, shaking their bodies, slew with their milk the sons and grandsons of those that had stolen them, as also the king and the queen, although the latter treated the animals with great care and attention. As regards myself, O king, I used to live in the observance of the vow of Brahmacharya in that place where these kine were placed after they had been stolen away. The food I had obtained by begging became sprinkled over with the milk of those kine. Having taken that food, O thou of the royal order, I have, in this life, become a Chandala. The king who had stolen the kine belonging to a Brahmana obtained an infamous end. Hence, one should never steal or appropriate anything that belongs to a Brahmana. Behold to what state I am reduced in consequence of my having eaten food that had been sprinkled over with milk belonging to a Brahmana. It is for this reason that soma plants become unsaleable by a person possessed of wisdom. They who sell the soma plant are censured by the wise. Indeed, O son, they who purchase soma and they who sell it, both sink in the hell called Bhairava when, departing from this world, they repair to the region of Yama. That man who, possessing a knowledge of the Vedas, duly sells soma, becomes in his next life a usurer and quickly meets with destruction. For 300 times he has to sink into hell and become transformed into an animal that subsists upon human ordure. Serving a person that is vile and low, pride, and rape upon a friend's wife, if weighed against one another in a balance, would show that pride, which transcends all restraints, is the heaviest. Behold this dog, so sinful and disagreeably pale and lean. He was a human being in his former life. It is through pride that living creatures attain to such a miserable end. As regards myself, I was born in a large family, in a former birth of mine, O Lord, and I was a thorough master of all branches of knowledge and all the sciences. I knew the gravity of all these faults, but influenced by pride, I became blinded and ate the meat attached to the vertebral columns of animals. In consequence of such conduct and such food, I have come to this state. Behold the reverses brought about by time. Like a person whose cloth has taken fire at one end, or who is pursued by bees, behold, I am running, penetrated with fear, and smeared with dust. They that lead the domestic mode of life are rescued from all sins by a study of the Vedas, as also by gifts of other kinds, as declared by the wise. O thou of the royal order, a Brahmana that is sinful in conduct, becomes rescued from all his sins by the study of the Vedas if he betakes himself to the forest mode of life and abstains from attachment of every kind. O chief of Kshatriyas, I am in this life, born in a sinful order. I fail to see clearly how I may succeed in cleansing myself from all sins. In consequence of some meritorious act of a former life, I have not lost the memory of my previous lives. O King, I throw myself on the mercy. I ask thee, do thou resolve my doubt. By what auspicious course of conduct should I wish to achieve my emancipation? O foremost of men, by what means shall I succeed in getting rid of my status as a Chandala? The person of the royal order said, Know, O Chandala, the means by which thou mayst be able to attain to emancipation. By casting off thy life breaths for the sake of a Brahmana thou mayst attain a desirable end. By throwing thy body on the fire of battle as a libation to the beasts and birds of prey for the sake of a Brahmana, indeed, by casting off thy life breaths thus, thou mayst achieve emancipation. By no other means wilt thou succeed in achieving it. Bhishma continued, thus addressed, that Chandala, O scorcher of foes, poured his life breaths as a libation on the fire of battle for the sake of protecting a Brahmana's wealth, and as the consequence of that act attained to a very desirable end. Hence, O son, thou shouldst always protect the property of the Brahmanas, if, O chief of Bharata's race, thou desirest, O thou of mighty arms, an end that is eternal felicity. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 102. Yudhishthira said, O grandsire, it has been said that all pious men attain to the same region after death. Is it true, O Bharata, that there is difference of position or status among them? Bhishma said, by different deeds, O son of Pritha, men attain to different regions. They who are righteous in conduct attain to regions of felicity, while they who are sinful attain to regions that are fraught with misery. In this connection is cited the old narrative of the discourse, O son, between the ascetic Gautama and Vasva. A certain Brahmana of the name of Gautama, mild and self-restrained, and with all his senses under complete control, beheld an infant elephant that had lost his mother, and that was exceedingly cheerless on that account. Full of compassion and steady in the observance of his vows, the ascetic nursed that infant animal. After a long time, the little beast grew up into a large and mighty elephant. One day, Indra, assuming the form of King Dhritarashtra, seized that mighty elephant, which was as huge as a hill, and from whose rent temples the juice was trickling down. Beholding the elephant dragged away, the great ascetic Gautama of rigid vows addressed King Dhritarashtra and said, "O ungrateful Dhritarashtra, do not rob me of this elephant. It is looked upon by me as a son, and I have reared it with much pain. It is said that between the righteous, friendship springs up if only they exchange 7 words. Thou shouldst see, O king, that the sin of injuring a friend does not touch thee. It behoveth thee not, O king, to take away by force this elephant that brings me my fuel and water, that protects my asylum when I am away, that exceedingly docile and obedient to his instructor, that is mindful of doing all the offices that his preceptor commands, that is mild and well broken, and that is grateful and very dear to me. Indeed, thou shouldst not bear it away, disregarding my protestations and cries." Dhritarashtra said, "I shall give thee 1,000 kine, 100 maidservants, and 500 pieces of gold. I shall also, O great Rishi, give thee diverse other kinds of wealth. What use can Brahmanas have with elephants?" Gautama said, "Keep, O king, thy kine and maidservants and coins of gold and various gems and diverse other kinds of wealth. What, O monarch, have Brahmanas to do with wealth?" Dhritarashtra said, "Brahmana have no use for elephants. Verily, O learned Brahmana, elephants are meant for persons of the royal order. In taking away an animal, viz., this foremost of elephants, for my use as vehicle, I cannot be regarded as committing any sin. Do thou cease obstructing me in this way, O Gautama." Gautama said, "O illustrious king, repairing even to that region of Yama where the righteous live in joy and the sinful in grief, I shall take from thee this my elephant." Dhritarashtra said, "They that are destitute of religious acts, they that have no faith and are atheists, they that are of sinful souls and are always engaged in gratifying their senses, only they have to go to the region of Yama and endure the misery he inflicts. Dhritarashtra shall go to a higher region, and not thither." Gautama said, "The region of Yama is such that men are there controlled. No untruth can be told there. Only truth prevails in that place. There the weak persecute the strong. Repairing. Thither I shall force thee to yield up this elephant to me." Dhritarashtra said, "Only those persons that, intoxicated with pride, conduct themselves towards their eldest sister and father and mother as towards foes, have to repair, O great ascetic, to such a region. I shall repair to a higher region. Indeed, Dhritarashtra shall not have to go thither." Gautama said, "The region, called Mandakini, of King Vaishravana is attained by those highly blessed persons for whom are every joy and comfort. Their Gandharvas and Yakshas and Apsaras live, gladdening all the denizens with enchanting dances and music. Repairing even thither, O king, I shall force thee to yield up this elephant to me." Dhritarashtra said, "Those persons who regard hospitality to guests as a vow, who are observant of good vows, having other objects, who give shelter to Brahmanas, and who eat what remains after distribution among all those that are dependent upon them, adorn the region called Mandakini of Kuvara. I shall not go thither, for a higher region is reserved for me." Gautama said, If thou repairest to those delightful woods decked with flowers, that stand on the summit of Meru, that echo with melodious voice of canaries, and that are graced with beautiful jamvis of wide-spreading branches, I shall proceed even thither and force thee to yield up this elephant to me. Dhritarashtra said, Those Brahmanas that are endued with mild dispositions, that are devoted to truth, that are possessed of great learning in the scriptures, that are compassionate unto all creatures, that study the Puranas with all the histories, that pour libations on the sacred fire and make gifts of honey unto the Brahmanas. Repair to such regions, O great Rishi. I shall repair to a region that is higher. Indeed, Dhritarashtra shall not go thither. If thou art acquainted with any other well-known region of felicity, speak unto me, for I shall repair even thither. Gautama said, If thou proceedest to the woods owned by Narada and held dear by him, that are adorned with flowers, and that echo with the melodious songs of the Prince of Kanaras, and that are the eternal abode of Gandharvas and Apsaras, I shall follow thee thither and force thee to yield up this elephant to me. Dhritarashtra said, They who never solicit alms, they who cultivate music and dancing, and always rove about in joy, proceed to such regions. O great Rishi, I shall repair to a region that is higher. Indeed, Dhritarashtra shall not have to go thither. Gautama said, If thou goest to that region where the Uttarakurus blaze in beauty and pass their days in gladness, O king, in the company of the very deities, where those beings that have their origin in fire, those that have their origin in water, and those having their origin in mountains, reside in happiness, and where Sakra reigneth down the fruition of every wish, and where women live in perfect freedom, unrestrained by rules of any kind regulating their conduct of motions, and where there is no feeling of jealousy between the sexes, if thou repairest thither, even thither shall I proceed and force thee to yield up this elephant to me. Dhritarashtra said, Those men that are freed from desire with respect to all articles of enjoyment, that abstain from meat, that never take up the rod of chastisement, and never inflict the least harm on mobile and immobile creatures, that have constituted themselves the soul of all creatures, that are entirely freed from the idea of meum, that have cast off attachments of every kind, that regard gain and loss as also praise and blame as equal, only those men, O great Rishi, repair to such regions. I shall repair to a higher region. Verily, Dhritarashtra shall not go thither. Gautama said, Next to these blaze in beauty those eternal regions, redolent with excellent perfumes, that are free from passions of every kind, and that are destitute of sorrow. These constitute the abode of the high-souled King Soma. If thou repairest thither, even thither shall I proceed and force thee to yield up this elephant to me. Dhritarashtra said, Those men that always make gifts without receiving any gift, who never accept any service from others, who own nothing which they cannot give to a deserving person, who are hospitable to all creatures, who are inclined to show grace to every one, who are endued with forgiving dispositions, who never speak ill of others, who protect all creatures by throwing over them the shroud of compassion, and who are always righteous in their behavior, only those men, O great Rishi, proceed to such regions. I shall proceed to a higher region. Verily, Dhritarashtra shall not go there. Gautama said, Next to these blaze in beauty other regions that are eternal, free from passion and darkness and sorrow, and that lie at the foot of the high-souled deity of the sun. If thou repairest thither, even thither shall I go and force thee to yield up this elephant to me. Dhritarashtra said, Those men that are attentive to the study of the Vedas, that are devoted to the service of their preceptors, that are observant of penances and excellent vows, that are firm in truth, that never utter anything that smacks of disobedience or enmity to their preceptors, that are always alert, and ever ready in service of seniors and preceptors, they repair, O great Rishi, to such regions, they that are pure, of mind and body, that are endued with cleansed souls, that are of restrained speech, that are firm in truth, and that are well versed in the Vedas. I shall proceed to a higher region. Verily, Dhritarashtra shall not go thither. Gautama said, next to those are the eternal regions that blaze in beauty, that are redolent with excellent perfumes, that are free from passion, and that are free from every sorrow. They constitute the abode of the high-souled King Varuna. If thou proceedest thither, even thither shall I go and force thee to yield up this elephant to me. Dhritarashtra said, those men who worship the deities by observing the vow called Chaturmasya, that perform 110 sacrifices, that pour libations every day on their sacred fire with devotion and faith for 3 years agreeably with the ordinances declared in the Vedas, that bear without flinching the burden of all duties, that walk steadily along the way trod by the righteous, that steadily sustain the course of conduct followed by the righteous soul, only they repair to such regions. I shall repair to a higher region. Verily, Dhritarashtra shall not go thither. Gautama said, above them are the regions of Indra, free from passion and sorrow, that are difficult of access and coveted by all men. Proceeding even to the abode of Indra himself of mighty energy, I shall, O king, force thee to yield up this elephant to me. Dhritarashtra said, he who lives for 100 years, who is endued with heroism, who studies the Vedas, and who performs sacrifices with devotion, verity, such men proceed to the region of Sakra. I shall repair to a higher region. Verily, Dhritarashtra shall not go there. Gautama said, above the heavens are the regions of the Prajapatis of superior felicity abounding in every happiness, and divested of sorrow. Belonging to those puissant ones from whom the creation has sprung, they are coveted by all persons. If thou repairest thither, even thither shall I go and force thee to yield up this elephant to me. Dhritarashtra said, those kings that have bathed upon the completion of the Rajasuya sacrifice, that are endued with righteous souls, that have protected their subjects properly, and that have washed their limbs with sanctified water upon the completion of the horse sacrifice, repair to such regions. Verily, Dhritarashtra shall not go there. Gautama said, next to those, blaze in beauty those eternal regions, redolent with delicious perfumes, free from passion, and transcending all sorrow. Those are the regions of kind difficult of attainment where oppression can never be. If thou repairest thither, I shall proceed even thither and force thee to yield up this elephant to me. Dhritarashtra said, he who, owning 1,000 kine, gives away 100 kine every year, or owning 100 kine gives away 10 every year to the best of his might, or owning only 10 or even 5 kine gives away therefrom 1 cow, and they who attain to a mature old age practicing the vows of Brahmacharya all their days, who obey the declarations of the Vedas, and who, endued with energy of mind, betake themselves to pilgrimages to sacred waters and shrines, dwell in felicity in the region of kine. They who repair to Prabhasa and Manasa, the lakes of Pushkara, the large lake called Mahatsara, the sacred woods of Naimisha, Vahuta, Karatoya, Ganga, Gayasiras, Vipasa, Stulavaluka, Krishna, the 5 rivers of the Punjab, the extensive lake called Mahabharata, Gomathi, Kausaki, Kampa, Sarasvati, Drisadwati, and Yamuna, indeed, those illustrious Brahmanas, steady in the observance of vows, who go to these sacred waters, repair to the regions of which thou speakest. Endued with celestial bodies and adorned with celestial garlands, those blessed individuals, always emitting the most delightful perfumes, repair to those regions of joy and gladness. Verily, Dhritarashtra shall not go there. Gautama said, next to these are regions where there is no fear of the least cold or heat, no hunger, no thirst, no pain, no sorrow, no joy, no one that is agreeable or disagreeable, on friend and on enemy, where decrepitude and death are not, and where there is neither righteousness nor sin. proceeding even to that region which is freed from passion, which abounds with equable happiness, and where there is wisdom and the tribute of sattva, verily, proceeding to even that sacred abode of the self-born Brahman, I shall force thee to yield up this elephant to me. Dhritarashtra said, They who are freed from all attachments, who are possessed of cleansed souls, who are steady in the observance of the foremost vows, who are devoted to the yoga that depends on tranquilizing the mind, and who have, in this life, attained to the happiness of heaven, those persons wedded to the attribute of sattva attain to the sacred region of Brahman. O great ascetic, thou shalt not be able to discover Dhritarashtra there. Gautama said, There where the foremost of Rathantaras is sung, where altars are strewn with the sacred kusa blades, for the performance of Pundarika sacrifices, there where Soma-drinking Brahmanas go on vehicles drawn by excellent steeds, proceeding even thither I shall force thee to yield up this elephant. I think, thou art the slayer of Vritra, viz., the deity that has performed 100 sacrifices, engaged in roving through all the regions of the universe. I hope I have not, through mental weakness, not recognizing thee before, committed any fault by the words I have addressed thee. The deity of 100 sacrifices said, Yes, I am Maghavat. I came to the world of human beings, for seizing this elephant. I bow to thee. Do thou command me. I shall readily accomplish all that thou mayst be pleased to say. Gautama said, Do thou give me, O chief of the deities, this elephant that is of white complexion and that is so young, for it is only 10 years of age. I have brought it up as a child of my own. Dwelling in these woods, it has grown under my eye and has been to me a dear companion. Do thou set free this my child that thou hast seized and wishest to drag away. The deity of 100 sacrifices said, This elephant that has been a son to thee, O foremost of Brahmanas, cometh to thee looking wishfully at thee. Behold, it sniffs thy feet with its nostrils. My salutations to thee. Do thou pray for my welfare. Gautama said, O chief of the deities, I do always think of thy good. I always offer thee worship. Do thou also, O Sakra, bestow thy blessings on me. Given by thee, I accept this elephant. The deity of 100 sacrifices said, Amongst all those high-souled and foremost of rishis that firmly adhere to truth and that have the Vedas planted in their heart, thou alone hast been able to recognize me. For this reason I am exceedingly pleased with thee. Do thou, therefore, O Brahmana, come with me quickly, accompanied by this thy son. Thou deservest to attain to diverse regions of great felicity without the delay of even a single day. Bhishma continued, having said these words, the wielder of the thunderbolt, taking Gautama with him and placing him before, along with his son, viz., that elephant, proceeded to heaven, that is difficult of attainment by even the righteous. He who would listen to this history every day or would recite it, restraining his senses the while, proceedeth, after death, to the region of Brahman even as Gautama himself. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 103. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast discoursed to us on diverse kinds of gift, on tranquility of soul, on truth, on compassion, on contentment with one's wedded wife, and the merits of gift. It is known to thee, O grandsire, that there is nothing whose puissance is superior to that of penances. It behoveth thee to expound to us what constitutes the highest penances. Bhishma said, I tell thee, O Yudhishthira, that one attains to a region of felicity that corresponds with the kind of penances that one observes. This is what I hold, O son of Kunti, that there is no penance that is superior to abstention from food. In this connection is recited the ancient narrative of the discourse between Bhajaratha and the illustrious Brahman, the grandsire of the creation. It has been heard by us, O Bharata, that Bhajaratha attained to that region which transcends that of the deities, of kine, and of the rishis. Beholding this, O monarch, the grandsire Brahman, addressing Bhajaratha, said, How, O Bhajaratha, hast thou attained to this region that is so difficult of attainment? Neither the deities, nor Gandharvas, nor human beings, O Bhajarathas, succeed in coming here without having practiced the severest austerities. How, indeed, hast thou attained to this region? Bhajaratha said, I used to make gifts of hundreds of thousands of gold coin unto the Brahmanas, observing the Brahmacharya vow all the while. It is not through the merit on those gifts, O learned one, that I have attained to this region. I performed the Ekaratra sacrifice for 10 times, and the Pankaratra sacrifice for as many times. The Ekadasuratra sacrifice was performed by me 11 times. The great sacrifice of Jayodhishtoma was performed by me 100 times. It is not, however, through the merits of those sacrifices that I have attained to this region of felicity. For 100 years I lived continuously by the side of the holy Jahnavi, all the while practicing the severest austerities. There I made gifts unto the Brahmanas of thousands of male and female slaves. By the side of the Pushkara lakes I made gifts unto the Brahmanas for 100,000 times, 100,000 steeds, and 200,000 kine. I also gave away 1,000 damsels of great beauty, each adorned with golden moons, and 60,000 more decked with ornaments of pure gold. It is not, however, through the merits of those acts that I have succeeded in attaining to these regions. O Lord of the universe, performing those sacrifices known by the name of Gosava, I gave away 10 arvutas of kine, presenting each Brahmana with 10 kine, each of whom was accompanied with her calf, each of whom yielded milk at the time, and with each of whom were given a vessel of gold and one of white brass for milking her. Performing many soma sacrifices, I gave away unto each Brahmana 10 kine, each of whom yielded milk, and each of whom had brought forth only her first calf, besides making presents unto them of hundreds of kine belonging to that species which is known by the name of Rohini. I also gave away unto the Brahmanas twice 10 prayutas of other kind, all yielding milk. It is not through the merit of those gifts, O Brahman, that I have succeeded in attaining to this region of felicity. I also gave away 100,000 horses of the Valhika breed, all white of complexion, and adorned with garlands of gold. It is not, however, through the merits of those acts that I have attained to this region. I gave away 8 crores of golden coins unto the Brahmanas, O Brahman, and then another 10 crores also, in each sacrifice that I performed. It is not, however, through the merits of those acts that I have attained to this region of felicity. I also gave away 10 and then 7 crores of steeds, O grandsire, each of green complexion, each having ears that were dark, and each adorned with garlands of gold. I also gave away 10 and 7,000 elephants of huge size, of teeth as large as plowshares, each having those whorls on its body which are called padmas, and each adorned with garlands of gold. I gave away 10,000 cars, O grandsire, whose limbs were made of gold, and which were adorned with diverse ornaments of gold. I also gave away 7,000 other cars with steeds yoked unto each. All the steeds that were yoked unto them were adorned with ornaments of gold. Those cars represented the dakshinas of a sacrifice and were of exactly that kind which is indicated in the Vedas. In the 10 great Vajapaya sacrifices that I performed, I gave away 1,000 horses, each endued with the puissance of Indra himself, judged by their prowess and the sacrifices they had performed. Spending a vast sum of money, O grandsire, and performing 8 Rajasuya sacrifices, I gave away, unto the Brahmanas that officiated in them, 1,000 kings whose necks were adorned with garlands of gold, after having vanquished them in battle. It is not, however, through the merits of those acts that I have attained to this region. In those sacrifices, O Lord of the universe, the presents that flowed from me were as copious as the stream of Ganga herself. Unto each Brahmana I gave 2,000 elephants decked with gold, as many steeds adorned with golden ornaments, and 100 villages of the best kind. Verily, I gave these unto each Brahmana for 3 times in succession. Observant of penances, subsisting on regulated diet, adopting tranquility of soul, and restraining speech, I dwelt for a long time on the breast of Himavat by the side of that Ganga whose irresistible current, as it fell from heaven, was borne by Mahadeva on his head. It is not through the merit of these acts, O grandsire, that I have attained to this region. Throwing the Sami, I adored the gods in myriads of such sacrifices as are completed in course of a single day, and such others as take 12 days for completing, and others still as can be completed in 3 and 10 days, besides many Pundarikas. I have not attained to this region through the merits of any of those sacrifices. I gave unto the Brahmanas 8,000 white-complexioned bulls, each graced with a beautiful hump, and each having one of its horns covered with gold. Unto them I also gave beautiful wives whose necks were adorned with chains of gold. I also gave away large heaps of gold and wealth of other kinds. Verily, I gave away hills of gems and precious stones. Villages, numbering by thousands and teeming with wealth and corn, were also given away by me. With all my senses about me, I gave away unto the Brahmanas 100,000 kine, each of whom had brought forth only her first calf, at many great sacrifices which I performed. It is not, however, through the merits of those acts that I have attained to this region. I adored the deities in a sacrifice that is completed in 11 days. Twice I adored them in sacrifices that are completed in 12 days. I adored them also many a time in the horse sacrifices. 6 and 10 times I performed the Archayana sacrifice. It is not through the merits of those acts that I have attained to this region. I also gave unto each Brahmana a forest of Kanchana trees extending for a yojana on every side, and with each tree adorned with jewels and gems. It is not through the merits of that act that I have attained to this region. For 30 years, with heart perfectly freed from wrath, I observed the Turayana vow that is possessed of very superior merit, and gave away unto the Brahmanas every day 900 kine. Indeed, O Lord of the universe, every one of those kine belonged to the Rohini species, and yielded milk at the time I gave them away. It is not through the merits of those acts, O chief of the deities, that I have attained to this region. I worshipped 30 fires, O Brahmana, every day. I adored the deities in 8 sacrifices in which the fat of all animals was poured on the fire. I adored them in 7 sacrifices in which the fat of human beings was poured on the fire. I adored them in 1,028 Viswajit sacrifices. It is not through the merits of those sacrifices, O Lord of all the deities, that I have attained to this region. On the banks of Sarayu and Vahuda and Ganga, as also in the woods of Naimisha, I gave away millions of kine unto the Brahmanas. It is not through the merits of those acts that I have attained to this region. The vow of fast had been known to Indra. He had, however, kept it a secret. Sukra, the descendant of Bhrigu, obtained a knowledge of it by means of spiritual sight acquired through penances. Blazing with energy as he does, it is Usanus who first made it known to the universe. I observed that vow, O boon-giving deity. When I accomplished that very superior vow, the Brahmana became all gratified with me. 1,000 rishis came thither. All those Brahmanas and rishis, O puissant Lord, gratified with me, said, Do thou repair to the region of Brahmana. It is in consequence of the merits of that vow that I have succeeded in attaining to this region of very superior felicity. There is no doubt in this. Asked by the supreme ordainer of all things, I have duly expounded the merits of the vow of fast. In my opinion, there is no penance higher than fast. I vow to thee, O foremost of all the deities, be thou propitious unto me. Bhishma continued. King Bhajaratha, who had said so and who deserved every honor, was on the conclusion of his speech, honored by Brahman according to the rites ordained for that purpose. Do thou, therefore, O Yudhishthira, observe the vow of fast and worship the Brahmanas every day. The words uttered by Brahmanas can accomplish everything both here and hereafter. Indeed, the Brahmanas should ever be gratified with gifts of robes, food, and white-complexioned kine, and good dwelling houses and mansions. The very deities should gratify the Brahmanas. Freeing thyself from cupidity, do thou practice this vow of very superior merit that is not known to all. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 104. Yudhishthira said, Man, it is said, is endued with a period of life extending for 100 years, and with energy and might that are considerable. Why then, O grandsire, do human beings die even when they are very young? By what does a man become endued with longevity, and by what is his life shortened? Through what does a man acquire the fame that rests upon great achievements? Through what does one attain to wealth and prosperity? Is it by penances, or brahmacharya, or silent recitation of sacred mantras, or drugs? Is it by his acts, or speech? Do thou explain to me this, O grandsire. Bhishma said, I shall tell thee what thou askest me. In fact, I shall tell thee what the reason is for which one becomes short-lived, and what the reason is for which one becomes endued with longevity. I shall also explain to thee the reason for which one succeeds in acquiring the fame that rests on great achievements, and the reason for which one succeeds in acquiring wealth and prosperity. Indeed, I shall enlighten thee as to the manner in which one must live in order to be endued with all that is beneficial for him. It is by conduct that one acquires longevity, and it is by conduct that one acquires wealth and prosperity. Indeed, it is by conduct that one acquires the fame that rests upon great achievements both here and hereafter. The man whose conduct is improper or wicked never acquires a long life. All creatures become afraid of such a man and are oppressed by him. If, therefore, one wishes one's own advancement and prosperity, one should, in this world, betake to conduct that is proper and good. Good conduct succeeds in dispelling the inauspiciousness and misery of even one that is sinful. Righteousness has conduct for its indication. They that are good and righteous are so in consequence of the conduct they follow. The indications, again, of good conduct are afforded by the acts of those that are good or righteous. People esteem that man who acts righteously and who does good acts even if they only hear of him without actually seeing him. They that are atheists, they that are destitute of all acts, they that are disobedient to preceptors and transgress the injunctions of the Scriptures, they that are unacquainted with and, therefore, unobservant of duties, and they that are wicked of conduct, become short-lived. They that are of improper behavior, they that transgress all restraints, they that are unscrupulous in respect of sexual congress, become short-lived here and have to go to hell hereafter. Even those men live for 100 years who, though destitute of all accomplishments, betake themselves to propriety and righteousness of conduct and become endued with faith and freed from malice. He that is free from wrath, that is truthful in speech, that never does any injury to any creature in the universe, that is divested of malice and crookedness and insincerity, succeeds in living for 100 years. He who always breaks little clods of earth, or tears up the grass that grows under his feet, or cuts off his nails with his teeth, or is always impure, or very restless, never succeeds in acquiring a long life. One should wake up from sleep at the hour known as the Brahma Muhurta and then think of both religion and profit. Getting up from bed, one should then wash one's face and mouth, and joining one's hands in an attitude of reverence, say the morning prayers. In this way, one should, when evening comes, say one's evening prayers also, restraining speech with other people the while. One should never look at the rising sun, nor at the setting sun. Nor should one look at the sun when he is in eclipse, nor at his image in the water, nor at midday when he is at the meridian. The rishis, in consequence of their adoring the two twilights with great regularity, succeeded in attaining to longevity. Hence, one should, restraining speech, say one's prayers regularly at the two twilights. As regards those brahmanas that do not say their prayers at the two twilights, a righteous king should set them to accomplish such acts as are ordained for the Sudras. Persons of every order should never have sexual congress with other people's wives. There is nothing that shortens life so effectually as sexual congress with other people's wives. For as many thousand years shall the adulterer have to live in hell as the number of pores on the bodies of the women with whom he may commit the offense. One should dress one's hair, apply collyrium to one's eyes, and wash one's teeth, as also worship the deities, in the forenoon. One should not gaze at urine or feces, or tread on it or touch it with one's feet. One should not set out on a journey at early dawn, or at midday, or in the evening twilight, or with a companion that is unknown, or with a Sudra, or alone. While going along a road, one should, standing aside, always make way to a Brahmana, to kine, to kings, to an old man, to one that is weighted with a burden, to a woman quick with child, or to one that is weak. When one meets a large tree that is known, one should walk round it. One should also, when coming upon a spot where four roads meet, walk round it before pursuing one's journey. At midday, or at midnight, or at night in general, or at the two twilights, one should not proceed to spots where four roads meet. One should never wear sandals or clothes that have been worn by another. One should always observe the vow of Brahmacharya, and should never cross one's legs. One should observe the vow of Brahmacharya on the day of the new moon, as also on that of the full moon, as also on the 8th lunar day of both fortnights. One should never eat the flesh of animals not slain in sacrifice. One should never eat the flesh of the back of an animal. One should avoid censuring and calumniating others, as also all kinds of deceitful behavior. One should never pierce others with wordy shafts. Indeed, one should never utter any cruel speech. One should never accept a gift from a person that is low and vulgar. One should never jitter such words as trouble other people or as are inauspicious or are as sinful. Wordy shafts fall from the mouth. Pierced therewith, the victim grieves day and night. The man of wisdom should never shot them for piercing the vitals of other people. A forest, pierced with shafts or cut down with the axe, grows again. The man, however, that is pierced with words unwisely spoken, becomes the victim of wounds that fester and lead to death. Barbed arrows and nalikas and broadhead shafts are capable of being extracted from the body. Wordy shafts, however, are incapable of being extracted, for they lie embedded in the very heart. One should not taunt a person that is defective of a limb or that has a limb in excess, or one that is destitute of learning, or one that is miserable, or one that is ugly or poor, or one that is destitute of strength. One should avoid atheism, calumniating the Vedas, censuring the deities, malice, pride, arrogance, and harshness. One should not, in wrath, take up the rod of chastisement for laying it upon another. Only the son or the pupil, it has been said, can be mildly chastised for purposes of instruction. One should not speak ill of Brahmanas, nor should he point at the stars with one's fingers. If asked, one should not say what the lunation is on a particular day. By telling it, one's life becomes shortened. Having answered calls of nature or having walked over a road, one should wash one's feet. One should also wash one's feet before sitting to recite the Vedas or to eat any food. These are the three things which are regarded as pure and sacred by the deities and as such fit for the Brahmana's use, viz., that whose impurity is unknown, that which has been washed in water, and that which has been well spoken of. Samyava, Krisara, meat, Sashakuli, and Payasa should never be cooked for one's own self. Whenever cooked, these should be offered to the deities. One should attend every day to one's fire. One should every day give alms. One should, restraining speech the while, clean one's teeth with the toothstick. One should never be in bed when the sun is up. If one fails any day to be up with the sun, one should then perform an expiation. Rising from bed, one should first salute one's parents and preceptors or other seniors deserving of respect. By so doing, one attains to long life. The toothstick should be cast off when done with, and a new one should be used every day. One should eat only such food as is not forbidden in the scriptures, abstaining from food of every kind on days of the new moon and the full moon. One should, with senses restrained, answer calls of nature, facing the north. One should not worship the deities without having first washed one's teeth, without also worshipping the deities first. One should never repair to any person save one's preceptor, or one that is old in years, or one that is righteous, or one that is possessed of wisdom. They that are wise should never see themselves in an unpolished or dirty mirror. One should never have sexual congress with a woman that is unknown or with one that is quick with child. One should never sleep with head turned towards the north or the west. One should not lie down upon a bedstead that is broken or rickety. One should not sleep on a bed without having examined it first with the aid of a light. Nor should one sleep on a bed with another, such as wife, by one's side. One should never sleep in a transverse direction. One should never make a compact with atheists or do anything in conjunction with them. One should never drag a seat with the foot and sit on it. One should never bathe in a state of nudity, nor at night. One possessed of intelligence should never suffer one's limbs to be rubbed or pressed after bathing. One should never smear unguents upon one's body without having first taken bath. Having bathed, one should never wave one's cloth in the air, for drying it. One should not always wear wet clothes. One should never take off one's body the garlands of flowers one may wear. Nor should one wear such garlands over one's outer garments. One should never even talk with a woman during the period of her functional change. One should not answer a call of nature on a field where crops are grown, or at a place too near an inhabited village. One should never answer a call of nature on a water. One should first wash one's mouth thrice with water before eating any food. Having finished one's meals, one should wash one's mouth thrice with water and twice again. One should eat, with face turned eastwards, one's food, restraining speech the while and without censuring the food that is eaten. One should always leave a remnant of the food that is placed before one for eating. Having finished one's meals, one should mentally touch fire. If one eats with face turned eastwards, one becomes endued with longevity. By eating with face turned southwards, one acquires great fame. By eating with face turned westwards, one acquires great wealth. By eating with face turned northwards, one becomes truthful in speech. Having finished one's meals, one should wash all the upper holes of one's body with water. Similarly, all the limbs, the navel, and the palms of the hands should be washed with water. One should never seat oneself upon husk of corn, or upon hair, or upon ashes, or upon bones. One should, on no account, use the water that has been used by another for bathing. One should always perform the homa for propitiating the deities and recite the Savitri mantra. One should always eat in a seated posture. One should never eat while walking. One should never answer a call of nature in a standing posture. One should never answer a call of nature on ashes or in a cowpen. One should wash one's feet before sitting to one's meals. One should never sit or lie down for sleep with wet feet. One who sits to one's meals after having washed one's feet lives for 100 years. One should never touch these three things of great energy while one is in an impure state, viz., fire, a cow, and a brahmana. By observing this rule, one acquires longevity. One should not, while one is in an impure state, cast one's eyes on these three things of great energy, viz., the sun, the moon, and the stars. The life breaths of a young man go upwards when an old and venerable person comes to his abode. He gets them back by standing up and properly saluting the guest. Old men should always be saluted. One should, upon seeing them, offer seats with one's own hand. After the old man has taken his seat, one should seat oneself and remain with hands joined in reverence. When an old man goes along the road, one should always follow him instead of walking ahead. One should never sit on a torn or broken seat. One should, without using it any longer, cast away a broken vessel of white brass. One should never eat without a piece of upper garment wrapping one's body. One should never bathe in a state of nudity. One should never sleep in a state of nudity. One should never even touch the remnants of other people's dishes and plates. One should never, while one is in an impure state, touch another's head, for it is said in the scriptures that the life breaths are all concentrated in the head. One should never strike another on the head or seize another by the hair. One should not join one's hands together for scratching one's head. One should not, while bathing, repeatedly dip one's head in water. By so doing, one shortens one's life. One who is bathed by dipping the head in water should not, afterwards, apply oil to any part of one's body. One should never take a meal without eating some sesame. One should never teach the Vedas or any scriptures at a time when one is impure. Nor should one study while one is impure. When a storm rises or a bad odor permeates in the atmosphere, one should never think of the Vedas. Persons conversant with ancient history recite a gatha sung by Yama in days of old. He that runs while impure or studies the Vedas under similar circumstances, indeed, that regenerate Brahman who studies the Vedas at forbidden times, loses his Vedas and shortens his life. Hence, one should never study the Vedas with concentrated attention at forbidden times. They who answer a call of nature, with face towards the sun, or towards a blazing fire, or towards a cow, or towards a regenerate person, or on the road, become short-lived. At daytime, both calls of nature should be answered with face turned towards the north. At night, those calls should be answered facing the south. By so doing, one does not shorten one's life. One that wishes to live long should never disregard or insult any of these three, however weak or emaciated they may appear to be, viz., the Brahmana, the Kshatriya, and the snake. All three are endued with virulent poison. The snake, if angry, burns the victim with only a glance of its eyes. The Kshatriya also, if angry, burns the objects of his wrath, as soon as he sees him, with his energy. The Brahmana, stronger than any of these two, destroys not only the objects of his wrath, but his whole race as well, not by vision alone, but by thought also. The man of wisdom should, therefore, tend these three with care. One should never engage in any disputation with one's preceptor. O Yudhishthira, if the preceptor becomes angry, he should always be pacified by due honors being paid to him. Even if the preceptor happens to be entirely wrong, one should still follow and honor him. Without doubt, calumnious sayings against the preceptor always consume the lives of those that utter them. One should always answer a call of nature at a spot far removed from one's habitation. One should wash one's feet at a distance from one's habitation. One should always throw the remnants of one's dishes and plates at a spot far removed from one's habitation. Verily, he who desires his own good should do all these. One should not wear garlands of red flowers. Indeed, they who are possessed of wisdom should wear garlands of flowers that are white in hue. Rejecting the lotus and the lily, O thou of great might, one may bear on one's head, however, a flower that is red, even if it be an aquatic one. A garland of gold can under no circumstances become impure. After one is bathed, O king, one should use perfumes mixed with water. One should never wear one's upper garment for covering the lower limbs or the lower garments for covering the upper ones. Nor should one wear clothes worn by another. One should not, again, wear a piece of cloth that has not its lateral fringes. When one goes to bed, O king, one should wear a different piece of cloth. When making a journey also on a road, one should wear a different piece of cloth. So also, when worshipping the deities, one should wear a different piece of cloth. The man of intelligence should smear his limbs with unguents made of priyangu, sandalwood, vilwa, tagara, and kisara. In observing a fast, one should purify oneself by a bath, and adorn one's person with ornaments and unguents. One should always abstain from sexual converse on days of the full moon and the new moon. One should never, O monarch, eat off the same plate with another even if that other happens to be of one's own or equal rank. Nor should one ever eat any food that has been prepared by a woman in her functional period. One should never eat any food or drink any liquid whose essence has been taken off. Nor should one eat anything without giving a portion thereof to persons that wishfully gaze at the food that one happens to take. The man of intelligence should never sit close to one that is impure. Nor should one sit close to persons that are foremost in piety. All food that is forbidden in ritual acts should never be taken even on other occasions. The fruits of the Ficus religiosa and the Ficus bengalensis, as also the leaves of the Crotalaria juncea and the fruits of the Ficus glomerata, should never be eaten by one who is desirous of his own good. The flesh of goats, of kine, and the peacock should never be eaten. One should also abstain from dried flesh and all flesh that is stale. The man of intelligence should never eat any salt, taking it up with his hand. Nor should he eat curds and flour of fried barley at night. One should abstain also from flesh of animals not slain in sacrifices. One should, with concentrated attention, eat once on the morning and once in the evening, abstaining entirely from all food during the interval. One should never eat any food in which one may detect a hair. Nor should one eat at the shraddha of an enemy. One should eat silently. One should never eat without covering one's person with an upper garment and without sitting down. One should never eat any food placing it on the bare ground. One should never eat except in a sitting posture. One should never make any noise while eating. The man of intelligence should first offer water and then food to one that has become his guest, and after having served the guest thus, should then sit to his meals himself. He who sits down to dinner in a line with friends and himself eats any food without giving thereof to his friends is said to eat virulent poison. As regards water and paesa and flour of fried barley and curds and ghee and honey, one should never, after drinking or eating these, offer the remnants thereof to others. One should never, O chief of men, eat any food doubtingly. One desirous of food should never drink curds at the conclusion of a meal. After the meal is finished, one should wash one's mouth and face with the right hand only, and taking a little water should then dip the toe of the right foot in it. After washing, one should touch the crown of one's head with the right hand. With concentrated attention, one should next touch fire. The man who knows how to observe all these ordinances with care succeeds in attaining to the foremost place among his kinsmen. One should, after finishing one's meals, with one's nose and eyes and ears and navel and both hands wash with water. One should not, however, keep one's hands wet. Between the tip and the root of the thumb is situate the sacred tirtha known by the name of Brahma. On the back of the little finger, it is said, is situate the Deva tirtha. The intervening space between the thumb and the forefinger, O Bharata, should be used for discharging the pitri rites, after touching water according to the ordinance. One should never indulge in other people's calumny. Nor should one ever utter anything that is disagreeable. The man that desires his own good should never seek to provoke against himself the wrath of others. One should never seek to converse with a person that has fallen away from his order. The very sight of such a person should be avoided. One should never come in contact with a fallen person. By avoiding such contact, one succeeds in attaining to a long life. One should never indulge in sexual congress at daytime. Nor should one have congress with a maiden, nor with a harlot, nor with a barren woman. One should never have congress with a woman that has not bathed after the expiry of her functional period. By avoiding such acts, one succeeds in attaining to a long life. After washing the several limbs directed, in view of religious acts, one should wash one's lips thrice, and once more twice. By doing this, one becomes purified and fit for religious acts. The several organs of sense should each be washed once, and water should also be sprinkled over the whole body. Having done this, one should go through the worship of the Pitris and the deities, agreeably with the ordinances of the Vedas. Listen to me, O thou of Kuru's race, as I tell thee what purification is cleansing and beneficial for a Brahmana. Before beginning to eat and after finishing the meal, and in all acts requiring purification, the Brahmana should perform the akamana with water placed on the limb called the Brahmatirtha. After ejecting any matter from the throat or spitting, one should wash one's mouth before one can become pure. A kinsman who happens to be old, or a friend who happens to be poor, should be established in one's house and his comforts looked after as if he were a member of the family. By doing this, one succeeds in acquiring both fame and long life. The establishment of pigeons in one's house is fraught with blessedness, as also of parrots both male and female. If female these take into one's abode, they succeed in dispelling calamity. The same is the case with cockroaches. If fireflies and vultures and wood pigeons and bees enter a house or seek residence in it, acts of propitiating the deities should be performed. These are creatures of evil omen, as also ospreys. One should never divulge the secrets of high-souled men. One should never have sexual congress with a forbidden woman. Nor should one ever have such congress with the spouse of a king or with women that are the friends of queens. One should never cultivate intimacy with physicians, or with children, or with persons that are old, or with one's servants, O Yudhishthira. One should always provide for friends, for brahmanas, and for such as seek one's protection. By doing this, O king, one acquires a long life. The man of wisdom should reside in such a house as has been constructed with the aid of a brahmana and an engineer skilled in his profession, if indeed, O king, he desires his own good. One should not, O king, sleep at the evening twilight. Nor should one study at such an hour for acquiring any branch of knowledge. The man of intelligence should never eat also at such an hour. By acting in this way, one acquires a long life. One should never perform any act in honor of the Pitris at night time. One should not deck one's person after finishing one's meals. One should bathe at night if one desires one's own advancement. One should also, O Bharata, always abstain from the flour of fried barley at night. The remnants of food and drink, as also the flowers with which one has worshipped the deities, should never be used. Inviting a guest at night, one should never, with excessive courtesy, force him to eat to the point of gratification. Nor should one eat oneself to the point of gratification at night. One should not slay a bird for eating it, especially after having fed it. One possessed of wisdom should wed a maiden born in a high family, endued with auspicious indications, and of full age. Begetting children upon her and thus perpetuating one's race by that means, one should make over one's sons to a good preceptor for acquiring general knowledge, O Bharata, as also a knowledge of the especial customs of the family, O monarch. The daughters that one may beget should be bestowed upon youths of respectable families that are again possessed of intelligence. Sons should also be established and a portion of the family inheritance given to them, O Bharata, as their provision. One should bathe by dipping one's head in water before one sits down to perform any act in honor of the Pitris of the deities. One should never perform a shraddha under the constellation of one's nativity. No shraddha should be performed under any of the Bhadrapadas, prior or later, nor under the constellation Kritika, O Bharata. The shraddha should never be performed under any of those constellations that are regarded as fierce, such as Aslesha, etc., and any of those that, upon calculation, seem to be hostile. Indeed, in this respect, all these constellations should be avoided which are forbidden in treatises on astrology. One should sit facing either the east or the north while undergoing a shave at the hands of the barber. By so doing, O great king, one succeeds in acquiring a long life. One should never indulge in other people's calumny or self-reproach, for, O chief of the Bharatas, it is said that calumny is sinful, whether of others or of oneself. In wedding, one should avoid a woman that is deficient of any limb. A maiden too, if such, should also be avoided. A woman of the same pravaras should also be avoided, as also one that has any malformation, as also one that has been born in the race to which one's mother belongs. One possessed of wisdom should never have sexual congress with a woman that is old, or one that has abandoned the domestic mode of life for entering the forest mode, or one that is true to her lord, or one whose organs of generation are not healthy or well formed. It behoveth thee not to wed a woman that is of a yellow complexion, or one that is afflicted with leprosy, or one born in a family in which there has been epilepsy, or one that is low in birth and habits, or one that is born in a family in which the disease called switra, leprosy, has appeared, or one belonging by birth to a race in which there are early deaths. Only that maiden who is endued with auspicious indications, and who is accomplished for qualifications of diverse kinds, who is agreeable and handsome, should be wedded. One should wed, O Yudhishthira, in a family that is higher or at least equal to one's own. One who is desirous of one's own prosperity should never wed a woman that is of an inferior order or that has fallen away from the order of her birth. Carefully igniting the fire, one should accomplish all those acts which have been ordained and declared in the Vedas or by the Brahmanas. One should never seek to injure women. Spouses should always be protected. Malice always shortens life. Hence, one should always abstain from cherishing malice. Sleep at daytime shortens life. To sleep after the sun has risen shortens life. They who sleep at any of the twilights, or at nightfall, or who go to sleep in a state of impurity, have their lives shortened. Adultery always shortens life. One should not remain in a state of impurity after shaving. One should, O Bharata, carefully abstain from studying or reciting the Vedas, and eating and bathing at eventide. When the evening twilight comes, one should collect one's senses for meditation, without doing any act. One should, O king, bathe and then worship the Brahmanas. Indeed, one should bathe before worshipping the deities and reverentially saluting the preceptor. One should never go to a sacrifice unless invited. Indeed, one may go there without an invitation if one wishes only to see how the sacrifice is conducted. If one goes to a sacrifice for any other purpose without an invitation, and if one does not, on that account, receive proper worship from the sacrificer, one's life becomes shortened. One should never go alone on a journey to foreign parts. Nor should one ever proceed alone to any place at night. Before evening comes, one should come back to one's house and remain within it. One should always obey the commands of one's mother and father and preceptor, without at all judging whether those commands are beneficial or otherwise. One should, O king, attend with great care to the Vedas and the science of arms. Do then, O king, carefully attend to the practice of riding an elephant, a steed, and a war chariot. The man who attends to these with care succeeds in attaining to happiness. Such a king succeeds in becoming unconquerable by foes, and sway his servants and kinsmen without any of them being able to get the better of him. The king that attains to such a position and that carefully attends to the duty of protecting his subjects has never to incur any loss. Thou shouldst acquire, O king, the science of reasoning, as also the science of words, the science of the Gandharvas, and the 64 branches of knowledge known by the name of Kala. One should every day hear the Puranas and the Itihasas and all the other narratives that exist, as also the life stories of all high-souled personages. When one's spouse passes through functional period, one should never have congress with her, nor even summon her for conversation. The man endued with wisdom may accept her companionship on the 4th day after the bath of purification. If one indulges in congress on the 5th day from the first appearance of the functional operation, one gets a daughter. By indulging in congress on the 6th day, one happens to have a son. The man of wisdom should, in the matter of congress, attend to this rule about odd and even days. Kinsmen and relatives by marriage and friends should all be treated with respect. One should, according to the best of one's power, adore the deities in sacrifices, giving away diverse kinds of articles as sacrificial dakshina. After the period ordained for the domestic mode of life has been passed, one should, O king, enter the life of a forest recluse. I have thus told thee all the indications, in brief, of persons who succeed in living long. What remains untold by me should be heard by thee from the mouths of persons well versed in the 3 Vedas, O Yudhishthira. Thou shouldst know that conduct is the root of prosperity. Conduct is the enhancer of fame. It is conduct that prolongs life. It is conduct that destroys all calamities and evils. Conduct has been said to be superior to all the branches of knowledge. It is conduct that begets righteousness, and it is righteousness that prolongs life. Conduct is productive of fame, of long life, and of heaven. Conduct is the most efficacious rite of propitiating the deities, for bringing about auspiciousness of every kind. The self-born Brahman himself has said that one should show compassion unto all orders of men. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 105. Yudhishthira said, "Tell me, O chief of Bharata's race, how the eldest brother should behave towards his younger brothers, and how the younger brothers should behave towards their eldest brother." Bhishma said, "Do thou, O son, always behave towards thy younger brothers as their eldest brother should. Thou art always the eldest of all these thy brothers. That high conduct which the preceptor should always adopt towards his disciples should be adopted by thee towards thy younger brothers. If the preceptor happens to be unendued with wisdom, the disciple cannot possibly behave towards him in a respectful or proper way. If the preceptor happens to be possessed of purity and highness of conduct, the disciple also succeeds in attaining to conduct of the same kind, O Bharata. The eldest brother should at times be blind to the acts of his younger brothers, and though possessed of wisdom should at times act as if he does not understand their acts. If the younger brothers be guilty of any transgression, the eldest brother should correct them by indirect ways and means. If there be good understanding among brothers, and if the eldest brother seek to correct his younger brothers by direct or ostensible means, persons that are enemies, O son of Kunti, that are afflicted with sorrow at the sight of such good understanding and who, therefore, always seek to bring about a disunion, set themselves to disunite the brothers and cause dissension among them. It is the eldest brother that enhances the prosperity of the family or destroys it entirely. If the eldest brother happens to be unendued with sense and wicked in behavior, he brings about the destruction of the whole family. The eldest brother who injures his younger brothers ceases to be regarded as the eldest and forfeits his share in the family property and deserves to be checked by the king. That man who acts deceitfully has, without doubt, to go to regions of grief and every kind of evil. The birth of such a person serves no useful purpose even as the flowers of the cane. That family in which a sinful person takes birth becomes subject to every evil. Such a person brings about infamy, and all the good acts of the family disappear. Such among the brothers as are wedded to evil acts forfeit their shares of the family property. In such a case, the eldest brother may appropriate the whole Utuka property without giving any portion thereof to his younger brothers. If the eldest brother makes any acquisition, without using the paternal property and by going to a distant place he may appropriate for his own use, such acquisitions, without giving any share thereof to his younger brothers. If unseparated brothers desire, during the lifetime of their father, to portion the family property, the father should give equal shares unto all his sons. If the eldest brother happens to be of sinful acts and undistinguished by accomplishments of any kind, he may be disregarded by his younger brothers. If the wife or the younger brother happens to be sinful, her or his good must still be looked after. Persons conversant with the efficacy of righteousness say that righteousness is the highest good. The upadhyaya is superior to even 10 acharyas. The sire is equal to 10 upadhyayas. The mother is equal to 10 sires, or even the whole earth. There is no senior equal to the mother verily, she transcends all in respect of the reverence due to her. It is for this reason that people regard the mother to deserve so much reverence. After the father has ceased to breathe, O Bharata, the eldest brother should be regarded as the father. It is the eldest brother who should assign unto them their means of support and protect and cherish them. All the younger brothers should bow to him and obey his authority. Indeed, they should live in dependence upon him even as they did upon their father while he was alive. So far as the body is concerned, O Bharata, it is the father and the mother that create it. That birth, however, which the Acharya ordains, is regarded as the true birth, that is, besides, really unfading and immortal. The eldest sister, O chief of Bharata's race, is like unto the mother. The wife of the eldest brother also is like unto the mother, for the younger brother, in infancy, receives suck from her. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 106. Yudhishthira said, "The disposition is seen, O grandsire, and all the orders of men, including the very mlechchas, of observing fasts. The reason, however, of this is not known to us. It has been heard by us that only Brahmanas and Kshatriyas should observe the vow of fasts. How, O grandsire, are the other orders to be taken as earning any merit by the observance of fasts? How have vows and fasts come to be observed by persons of all orders, O king? What is that end to which one devoted to the observance of fasts attains? It has been said that fasts are highly meritorious and that fasts are a great refuge. O Prince of men, what is the fruit that is earned in this world by the man that observes fasts? By what means is one cleansed of one's sins? By what means doth one acquire righteousness? By what means, O best of the Bharatas, doth one succeed in acquiring heaven and merit? After having observed a fast, what should one give away, O king? Oh, tell me, what those duties are by which one may succeed in obtaining such objects as lead to happiness." Vyasa continued, "Unto Kunti's son by the deity of Dharma, who was conversant with every duty, and who said so unto him, Santanu's son, Bhishma, who was acquainted with every duty, answered in the following words. Bhishma said, In former days, O king, I heard of these high merits, O chief of Bharata's race, as attaching to the observance of fasts according to the ordinance. I had, O Bharata, asked the Rishi and Jairas of high ascetic merit the very same questions which thou hast asked me today. Questioned by me thus, the illustrious Rishi, who sprang from the sacrificial fire, answered me even thus in respect of the observance of fasts according to the ordinance. And Jairas said, as regards Brahmanas and Kshatriyas, fasts for 3 nights at a stretch are ordained for them, O delighter of the Kurus. Indeed, O chief of men, a fast for 1 night, for 2 nights, and for 3 nights, may be observed by them. They should never go beyond 3 nights. As regards Vaishyas and Sudras, the duration of fasts prescribed for them is a single night. If, from folly, they observe fasts for 2 or 3 nights, such fasts never lead to their advancement. Indeed, for Vaishyas and Sudras, fasts for 2 nights have been ordained on certain special occasions. Fasts for 3 nights, however, have not been laid down for them by persons conversant with and observant of duties. That man of wisdom who, with his senses and soul under control, O Bharata, fasts, by abstaining from one of the 2 meals, on the 5th and the 6th days of the moon as also on the day of the full moon, becomes endued with forgiveness and beauty of person and conversance with the scriptures. Such a person never becomes childless and poor. He who performs sacrifices for adoring the deities on the 5th and 6th days of the moon transcends all the members of his family and succeeds in feeding a large number of Brahmanas. He who observes fasts on the 8th and the 14th days of the dark fortnight becomes freed from maladies of every kind and possessed of great energy. The man who abstains from 1 meal every day throughout the month called Margasarsha should, with reverence and devotion, feed a number of Brahmanas. By so doing he becomes freed from all his sins. Such a man becomes endued with prosperity, and all kinds of grain become his. He becomes endued with energy. In fact, such a person reaps an abundance of harvest from his fields, acquires great wealth and much corn. That man, O son of Kunti, who passes the whole month of Pausha, abstaining every day from one of 2 meals, becomes endued with good fortune and agreeable features and great fame. He who passes the whole month of Magha, abstaining every day from one of the 2 meals, takes birth in a high family and attains to a position of eminence among his kinsmen. He who passes the whole month of Bhagadavata, confining himself every day to only 1 meal, becomes a favorite with women who, indeed, readily own his sway. He who passes the whole of the month of Chatra, confining himself every day to one meal, takes birth in a high family and becomes rich in gold, gems, and pearls. The person, whether male or female, who passes the month of Vaisakha, confining himself or herself every day to one meal, and keeping his or her senses under control, succeeds in attaining to a position of eminence among kinsmen. The person who passes the month of Jyeshta, confining himself every day to one meal a day, succeeds in attaining to a position of eminence and great wealth. If a woman, she reaps the same reward. He who passes the month of Ashada, confining himself to one meal a day and with senses steadily concentrated upon his duties, becomes possessed of much corn, great wealth, and a large progeny. He who passes the month of Shravana, confining himself to one meal a day, receives the honors of Abhisheka wherever he may happen to reside, and attains to a position of eminence among kinsmen whom he supports. That man who confines himself to only one meal a day for the whole month of Prastapata becomes endued with great wealth and attains to swelling and durable affluence. The man who passes the month of Ashwin, confining himself to one meal a day, becomes purer in soul and body, possessed of animals and vehicles in abundance, and a large progeny. He who passes the month of Kartika, confining himself to one meal every day, becomes possessed of heroism, many spouses, and great fame. I have now told thee, O chief of men, what the fruits are that are obtained by men by observing fasts for the 2 and 10 months in detail. Listen now, O king, to me as I tell thee what the rules are in respect of each of the lunar days. The man who, abstaining from it every day, takes rice at the expiration of every fortnight, becomes possessed of a great many kine, a large progeny, and a long life. He who observes a fast for 3 nights every month and conducts himself thus for 2 and 10 years, attains to a position of supremacy among his kinsmen and associates, without a rival to contest his claim and without any anxiety caused by any one endeavoring to rise to the same height. These rules that I speak of, O chief of Bharata's race, should be observed for 2 and 10 years. Let the inclination be manifested towards it. That man who eats once in the forenoon and once after evening and abstains from drinking or eating anything in the interval, and who observes compassion towards all creatures and pours libations of clarified butter on his sacred fire every day, attains to success, O king, in 6 years. There is no doubt in this. Such a man earns the merit that attaches to the performance of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. Endued with merit and freed from every kind of stain, he attains to the region of the Apsaras that echo with the sound of songs and dance, and passes his days in the company of 1,000 damsels of great beauty. He rides on a car of the complexion of melted gold and receives high honors in the region of Brahma. After the exhaustion of that merit, such a person comes back to earth and attains to preeminence of position. That man who passes one whole year, confining himself every day to only one meal, attains to the merit of the Adoratra sacrifice. He ascends to heaven after death and receives great honors there. Upon the exhaustion of that merit, he returns to earth and attains to a position of eminence. He who passes one whole year observing fasts for 3 days in succession and taking food on every 4th day, and abstaining from injury from every kind, adheres to truthfulness of speech and keeps his senses under control, attains to the merit of the Vajpaya sacrifice. Such a person ascends to heaven after death and receives high honors there. That man, O son of Kunti, who passes a whole year observing fasts for 5 days and taking food on only the 6th day, acquires the merit of the horse sacrifice. The chariot he rides is drawn by Chakravakas. Such a man enjoys every kind of happiness in heaven for full 40,000 years. He who passes a whole year observing fasts for 7 days and taking food on only every 8th day acquires the merit of the Gavamaya sacrifice. The chariot he rides is drawn by swans and cranes. Such a person enjoys all kinds of happiness in heaven for 50,000 years. He who passes a whole year, O king, eating only at intervals of a fortnight, acquires the merit of a continuous fast for 6 months. This has been said by the illustrious Angiras himself. Such a man dwells in heaven for 60,000 years. He is roused every morning from his bed by the sweet notes of venas and valakis and flutes, O king. He who passes a whole year, drinking only a little water at the expiration of every month, acquires, O monarch, the merit of the Viswajit sacrifice. Such a man rides a chariot drawn by lions and tigers. He dwells in heaven for 70,000 years in the enjoyment of every kind of happiness. No fast for more than a month, O chief of men, has been ordained. Even this, O son of Pritha, is the ordinance in respect of fasts that has been declared by sages conversant with duties. That man who, unafflicted by disease and free from every malady, observes a fast, verily acquires, at every step the merits that attach to sacrifices. Such a man ascends to heaven on a car drawn by swans. Endued with puissance, he enjoys every kind of happiness in heaven for 100 years. 100 apsaras of the most beautiful features wait upon and sport with him. He is roused from his bed every morning by the sound of the kanchis and the nupuras of those damsels. Such a person rides on a car drawn by 1,000 swans. Dwelling, again, in a region teeming with hundreds of the most beautiful damsels, he passes his time in great joy. The person who is desirous of heaven does not like the accession of strength when he becomes weak, or the cure of wounds when he is wounded, or the administration of healing drugs when he is ill, or soothing by others when he is angry, or the mitigation, by the expenditure of wealth, of sorrows caused by poverty, leaving this world where he suffers only privations of every kind. He proceeds to heaven and rides on cars adorned with gold, his person embellished with ornaments of every kind. There, in the midst of hundreds of beautiful damsels, he enjoys all kinds of pleasure and happiness, cleansed of every sin. Indeed, abstaining from food and enjoyments in this world, he takes leave of this body and ascends to heaven as the fruit of his penances. There, freed from all his sins, health and happiness become his, and whatever wishes arise in his mind become crowned with fruition. Such a person rides on a celestial car of golden complexion, of the effulgence of the morning sun, set with pearls and lapis lazuli, resounding with the music of venas and mirajas, adorned with banners and lamps, and echoing with the tinkle of celestial bells. Such a person enjoys all kinds of happiness in heaven for as many years as there are pores in his body. There is no sastra superior to the Veda. There is no person more worthy of reverence than the mother. There is no acquisition superior to that of righteousness, and no penance superior to fast. There is nothing more sacred, in heaven or earth, than brahmanas. After the same manner there is no penance that is superior to the observance of fasts. It was by fasts that the deities have succeeded in becoming denizens of heaven. It is by fasts that the rishis have attained to high success. Viswamitra passed 1,000 celestial years, confining himself every day to only one meal, and as the consequence thereof attained to the status of a brahmana. Chayavana and Jamadagni and Vasishtha and Gautama and Bhrigu, all these great rishis, endued with the virtue of forgiveness, have attained to heaven through observance of fasts. In former days Angiras declared so unto the great rishis. The man who teaches another the merit of fasts have never to suffer any kind of misery. The ordinances about fasts, in their due order, O son of Kunti, have flowed from the great rishi Angiras. The man who daily reads these ordinances or hears them read becomes freed from sins of every kind. Not only is such a person freed from every calamity, but his mind becomes incapable of being touched by any kind of fault. Such a person succeeds in understanding the sounds of all creatures other than human, and acquiring eternal fame, become foremost of his species. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 107. Yudhishthira said, O high-souled grandsire, thou hast duly discoursed to us on the subject of sacrifices, including the merits and detail that attach to them both here and hereafter. It should be remembered, however, O grandsire, that sacrifices are incapable of being performed by people that are poor, for these require a large store of diverse kinds of articles. Indeed, O grandsire, the merit attaching to sacrifices can be acquired by only kings and princes. That merit is incapable of being acquired by those that are destitute of wealth and divested of ability and that live alone and are helpless. Do thou tell us, O grandsire, what the ordinances are in respect of those acts that are fraught with merit equal to what attaches to sacrifices, and which, therefore, are capable of being performed by persons destitute of means. Bhishma said, Listen, O Yudhishthira. Those ordinances that I have told thee of, those, viz., that were first promulgated by the great Rishi Angiras, and that have reference to meritorious facts for their soul, are regarded as equal to sacrifices, in respect of the fruits they bring about both here and hereafter. That man who takes one meal in the forenoon and one at night, without taking any food or drink during the interval, and who observes this regulations for a period of 6 years in succession, abstaining all the while from injuring any creature and regularly pouring libations on his sacred fire every day, attains, without doubt, to success. Such a man acquires hereafter a car of the complexion of heated gold, and attains to a residence, for millions of years, in the region of Prajapati, in the company of celestial damsels, that ever echoes with the sound of music and dance, and blazes with the effulgence of fire. He who passes 3 years, confining himself every day to one meal and abstaining all the while from congress with any other woman save his own wedded wife, attains to the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. Such a man is regarded as having performed a sacrifice, with plenty of gifts in gold, that is dear to Vasva himself. By practicing truthfulness of speech, making gifts, reverencing the Brahmanas, avoiding malice, becoming forgiving and self-restrained, and conquering wrath, a man attains to the highest end. Riding on a car of the complexion of white clouds that is drawn by swans, he lives, for millions and millions of years, in the company of Apsaras. Fasting for a whole day and eating only one meal on the second day, he who pours libations upon his sacred fire for the period of a whole year, verily, he who observes such a fast and attends every day to his fire and rises every day from bed before sunrise, attains to the merit of the Agnishtoma sacrifice. Such a man acquires a car drawn by swans and cranes. Surrounded by the most beautiful damsels, he resides in the region of Indra. That man who eats only one meal every third day, and pours libations every day on his sacred fire for a period of a whole year, indeed, he who thus attends to his fire every day and wakes up from sleep every morning before the sun is up, attains to the high merit of the Adoratra sacrifice. He acquires a car drawn by peacocks and swans and cranes. Proceeding to the region of the 7 celestial rishis, he takes up his residence there, surrounded by apsaras of great beauty. It is well known that such residence lasts for full 3 padmas of years. Fasting for 3 days in succession, he who takes only one meal every 4th day, and pours libations every day on his sacred fire, acquires the high merit of the Vajapaya sacrifice. The car he acquires is graced by celestial damsels of great beauty that have Indra for their father. He resides in the region of Indra for millions and millions of years and experiences great happiness by witnessing the sports of the chief of the deities. Fasting for 4 days in succession, he who eats only one meal every 5th day, and pours libations on the sacred fire every day for the period of a whole year, and who lives without cupidity, telling the truth, reverencing the Brahmanas, abstaining from every kind of injury, and avoiding malice and sin, acquires the merit of the Vajapaya sacrifice. The car he rides is made of gold and drawn by swans, and endued with the effulgence of many suns rising together. He acquires a palatial mansion of pure white. He lives there in great happiness for full 150 padmas of years. Fasting for 5 days, he who takes food on only the 6th day, and pours libations on his sacred fire every day for a whole year, and who performs 3 ablutions in course of the day for purifying himself and saying his prayers and doing his worship, and who leads a life of brahmacharya, divested of malice in his conduct, acquires the merit of the Gamada sacrifice. He acquires an excellent car adorned with pure gold, possessed of the effulgence of a blazing fire and drawn by swans and peacocks. He sleeps on the lap of Apsaras and is awakened every morning by the melodious tinkle of Nupuras and Kanchis. He leads such a life of happiness for 10,000 million years, and 3,000 million besides, and 8 and 10 Padmas and 2 Patakas. Such a man resides also, honored by all, in the region of Brahma for as many years as there are hairs on the bodies of hundreds of bears. Fasting for 6 days, he who eats only one meal every 7th day and pours libations on the sacred fire every day, for a full year, restraining speech all the while and observing the vow of brahmacharya, and abstaining from the use of flowers and unguents and honey and meat, attains to the region of the Maruts and of India. Crowned with the fruition of every desire as it springs up in the mind, he is waited upon and adored by celestial damsels. He acquires the merits of a sacrifice in which abundance of gold is given away. Proceeding to the regions named, he lives there for countless years in the greatest happiness. He who shows forgiveness to all and fasting for 7 days eats on every 8th day for a whole year, and, pouring libations every day on the sacred fire, adores the deities regularly, acquires the high merits of the Pandarika sacrifice. The car he rides is of a color like that of the lotus. Without doubt, such a man acquires also a large number of damsels, possessed of youth and beauty, some having complexions that are dark, some with complexions like that of gold, and some that are syamas, whose looks and attitudes are of the most agreeable kind. He who fasts for 8 days and takes only one meal on every 9th day for a whole year, and pours libations on the sacred fire every day, acquires the high merits of 1,000 horse sacrifices. The car he rides in heaven is as beautiful as a lotus. He always makes his journeys on that car, accompanied by the daughters of Rudra adorned with celestial garlands and endued with the effulgence of the midday sun or the fires of blazing flames. Attaining to the regions of Rudra, he lives there in great happiness for countless years. He who fasts for 9 days and takes only one meal every 10th day for a whole year, and pours libations on his sacred fire every day, acquires the high merit of 1,000 horse sacrifices, and attains to the companionship of Brahmana's daughters endued with beauty capable of charming the hearts of all creatures. These damsels, possessed of such beauty, and some of them possessed of complexion like that of the lotus, and some like that of the same flower of the blue variety, always keep him in joy. He acquires a beautiful vehicle that moves in beautiful circles, and that looks like the dense cloud called a Varta. Verily, it may be said to resemble also an ocean wave. That vehicle resounds with the constant tinkle of rows of pearls and gems, and the melodious blare of conchs, and is adorned with columns made of crystals and diamonds, as also with an altar constructed of the same minerals. He makes his journeys on such a car, drawn by swans and cranes, and lives for millions and millions of years in great happiness in heaven. He who fasts for 10 days and eats only ghee on every 11th day for a whole year, and pours libations on his sacred fire every day, who never, in word or thought, covets the companionship of other people's wives, and who never utters an untruth even for the sake of his mother and father, succeeds in beholding Mahadeva of great puissance seated on his car. Such a person acquires the high merit of 1,000 horse sacrifices. He beholds the car of the self-born Brahman himself approach for taking him on it. He rides in it, accompanied by celestial damsels possessed of great beauty, and complexion as effulgent as that of pure gold. Endued with the blazing splendor of the yoga fire, he lives for countless years in a celestial mansion in heaven, full of every happiness. For those countless years he experiences the joy of bending his head in reverence unto Rudra, adored by deities and Danavas. Such a person obtains every day the sight of the great deity. That man who, having fasted for 11 days, eats only a little ghee on the 12th, and observes this conduct for a whole year, succeeds in obtaining the merits attaching to all the sacrifices. The car he rides in is possessed of the effulgence of a dozen suns. Adorned with gems and pearls and corals of great value, embellished with rows of swans and snakes and of peacocks and chakravakas uttering their melodious notes, and beautified with large domes, is the residence to which he attains in the region of Brahman. That abode, O king, is always filled with men and women who wait upon him for service. Even this is what the highly blessed Rishi Angiras, conversant with every duty, said regarding the fruits of such a fast. That man who, having fasted for 12 days, eats a little ghee on the 13th, and bears himself in this way for a whole year, succeeds in attaining to the merits of the divine sacrifice. Such a man obtains a car of the complexion of the newly blown lotus, adorned with pure gold and heaps of jewels and gems. He proceeds to the region of the merits that teem with celestial damsels, that are adorned with every kind of celestial ornament, that are redolent with celestial perfumes, and that contain every element of felicity. The number of years he resides in those happy regions is countless. Soothed with the sound of music and the melodious voice of Gandharvas and the sounds and blare of drums and Pandavas, he is constantly gladdened by celestial damsels of great beauty. That man who, having fasted for 13 days, eats a little ghee on the 14th day, and bears himself in this way for a full year, obtains the merits of the Mahamita sacrifice. Celestial damsels of indescribable beauty, and whose age cannot be guessed, for they are forever young in appearance, adorned with every ornament and with armlets of blazing effulgence, wait upon him with many cars and follow him in his journeys. He is waked every morning from his bed by the melodious voice of swans, the tinkle of nupuras, and the highly agreeable jingle of conchis. Verily, he resides in a superior abode, waited upon by such celestial damsels, for years as countless as the sands on the shores of Ganga. That man who, keeping his senses under control, fasts for a fortnight and takes only one meal on the 16th day, and bears himself in this way for a whole year, pouring libations every day on his sacred fire, acquires the high merits that attach to 1,000 Rajasuya sacrifices. The car he rides in is possessed of great beauty and is drawn by swans and peacocks. Riding in such a vehicle, that is, besides, adorned with garlands of pearls and the purest gold, and graced with bevies of celestial damsels decked with ornaments of every kind, having 1 column and 4 arches and 7 altars, exceedingly auspicious, endued with thousands of banners and echoing with the sound of music, celestial and of celestial attributes, embellished with gems and pearls and corals, and possessed of the effulgence of lightning, such a man lives in heaven for 1,000 yugas. Having elephants and rhinoceroses for dragging that vehicle of his. That man who, having fasted for 15 days, takes one meal on the 16th day and bears himself in this way for one whole year, acquires the merits attaching to the Soma sacrifice. Proceeding to heaven, he lives in the company of Soma's daughters. His body fragrant with unguents whose perfumes are as sweet as those of Soma himself, he acquires the power of transporting himself immediately to any place he likes. Seated on his car, he is waited upon by damsels of the most beautiful features and agreeable manners, and commands all articles of enjoyment. The period for which he enjoys such happiness consists of countless years. That man who, having fasted for 16 days, eats a little ghee on the 17th day and bears himself in this way for a whole year, pouring libations every day on his sacred fire, proceeds to the regions of Varuna and Indra, and Rudra, and the Maruts, and Usanas, and Brahman himself. There he is waited upon by celestial damsels, and obtains a sight of the celestial rishi called Burbhuva, and grasps the whole universe in his ken. The daughters of the deity of the deities gladden him there. Those damsels, of agreeable manners and adorned with every ornament, are capable of assuming 32 forms. As long as the sun and the moon move in firmament, so long does that man of wisdom reside in those regions of felicity, subsisting upon the succulence of ambrosia and nectar. That man who, having fasted for 17 days, eats only one meal on the 18th day, and bears himself in this way for a whole year, succeeds in grasping the 7 regions, of which the universe consists, in his ken. While performing his journeys on his car, he is always followed by a large train of cars producing the most agreeable rattle and ridden by celestial damsels blazing with ornament and beauty. Enjoying the greatest happiness, the vehicle he rides in is celestial and endued with the greatest beauty. It is drawn by lions and tigers, and produces a rattle as deep as the sound of the clouds. He lives in such felicity for 1,000 kalpas, subsisting upon the succulence of ambrosia that is as sweet as nectar itself. That man who, having fasted for 18 days, eats only one meal on the 19th day, and bears himself in this way for a full year, succeeds in grasping within his ken all the 7 regions of which the universe consists. The region to which he attains is inhabited by diverse tribes of apsaras and resounds with the melodious voice of Gandharvas. The car he rides in is possessed of the effulgence of the sun. His heart being freed from every anxiety, he is waited upon by the foremost of celestial damsels. Decked with celestial garlands, and possessed of beauty of form, he lives in such happiness for millions and millions of years. That man who, having fasted for 19 days, eats only one meal on every 20th day and bears himself in this way for a full year, adhering all the while to truthfulness of speech and to the observance of other excellent rituals, abstaining also from meat, leading the life of a Brahmacharan, and devoted to the good of all creatures, attains to the extensive legions of great happiness belonging to the Adityas. While performing his journeys on his own car, he is followed by a large train of cars ridden by Gandharvas and apsaras decked with celestial garlands and unguents. That man who, having fasted for 20 days, takes a single meal on the 21st day and bears himself in this way for a full year, pouring libations every day on his sacred fire, attains to the regions of Usanas and Sakra, of the Ashwins and the Maruts, and resides there in uninterrupted happiness of great measure. Unacquainted with sorrow of every kind, he rides in the foremost of cars for making his journeys, and waited upon by the foremost of celestials, damsels, and possessed of puissance, he sports in joy like a celestial himself. That man who, having fasted for 21 days, takes a single meal on the 22nd day and bears himself in this way for a full year, pouring libations on his sacred fire every day, abstaining from injuring any creature, adhering to truthfulness of speech, and freed from malice, attains to the regions of the Vasus and becomes endued with effulgence of the sun. possessed of the power of going everywhere at will, subsisting upon nectar, and riding in the foremost of cars, his person decked with celestial ornaments, he sports in joy in the company of celestial damsels. That man who, having fasted for 22 days, takes a single meal on the 23rd day, and bears himself in this way for a full year, thus regulating his diet and keeping his senses under control, attains to the regions of the deity of wind, of Usanas, and of Rudra. Capable of going everywhere at will and always roving at will, he is worshipped by diverse tribes of Apsaras. Riding in the foremost of cars and his person decked with celestial ornaments, he sports for countless years in great felicity in the company of celestial damsels. That man who, having fasted for 23 days, eats a little ghee on the 24th day, and bears himself in this way for a full year, pouring libations on his sacred fire, resides for countless years in great happiness in the regions of the Adityas, his person decked with celestial robes and garlands and celestial perfumes and unguents. Riding in an excellent car made of gold and possessed of great beauty and drawn by swans, he sports in joy in the company of thousands and thousands of celestial damsels. That man who, having fasted for 24 days, eats a single meal on the 25th day, and bears himself thus for a full year, succeeds in obtaining a car of the foremost kind, full of every article of enjoyment. He is followed in his journeys by a large train of cars drawn by lions and tigers, and producing a rattle as deep as the roar of the clouds, ridden by celestial damsels, and all made of pure gold and possessed of great beauty. Himself riding on an excellent celestial car possessed of great beauty, he resides in those regions for 1,000 kalpas, in the company of hundreds of celestial damsels, and subsisting upon the succulence of ambrosia that is sweet as nectar itself. That man who, having fasted for 25 days, eats only one meal on the 26th day, and bears himself thus for a full year in the observance of such a regulation in respect of diet, keeping his senses under control, freed from attachment to worldly objects, and pouring libations every day on his sacred fire, that blessed man, worshipped by the Apsaras, attains to the regions of the 7 Maruts and of the Vasus. When performing his journeys, he is followed by a large train of cars made of excellent crystal and adorned with all kinds of gems, and ridden by Gandharvas and Apsaras who show him every honor. He resides in those regions, in enjoyment of such felicity, and endued with celestial energy, for 2,000 yugas. That man who, having fasted for 26 days, eats a single meal on the 27th day, and bears himself in this way for a full year, pouring libations every day on his sacred fire, acquires great merit, and proceeding to heaven receives honors from the deities. Residing there, he subsists on nectar, freed from thirst of every kind, and enjoying every felicity. His soul purified of every dross, and performing his journeys on a celestial car of great beauty, he lives there, O king, bearing himself after the manner of the celestial rishis and the royal sages. Possessed of great energy, he dwells there in great happiness in the company of celestial damsels of highly agreeable manners, for 3,000 yugas and kalpas. That man who, having fasted for 27 days, eats a single meal on the 28th day, and bears himself in this way for a full year, with soul and senses under perfect control, acquires very great merit, which, in fact, is equal to what is acquired by the celestial rishis. Possessed of every article of enjoyment, and endued with great energy, he blazes with the effulgence of the midday sun. Sportive damsels of the most delicate features and endued with splendor of complexion, having deep bosoms, tapering thighs, and full and round hips, decked with celestial ornaments, gladden him with their company while he rides on a delightful and excellent car possessed of the effulgence of the sun and equipped with every article of enjoyment, for thousands and thousands of kalpas. That man who, having fasted for 28 days, eats a single meal on the 29th day, and bears himself in this way for a full year, adhering all the while to truthfulness of speech, attains to auspicious regions of great happiness that are worshipped by celestial rishis and royal sages. The car he obtains is endued with the effulgence of the sun and the moon, made of pure gold and adorned with every kind of gem, ridden by apsaras and gandharvas singing melodiously. Thereon he is attained by auspicious damsels adorned with celestial ornaments of every kind. Possessed of sweet dispositions and agreeable features, and endued with great energy, these gladden him with their company. Endued with every article of enjoyment and with great energy, and possessed of the splendor of a blazing fire, he shines like a celestial, with a celestial form having every excellence. The regions he attains are those of the Vasus and the Maruts, of the Sathyas and the Ashwins, of the Rudras and of Brahman himself. That man who, having fasted for a full month, takes a single meal on the first day of the following month, and bears himself in this way for a full year, looking on all things with an equal eye, and attains to the regions of Brahman himself. There he subsists upon the succulence of ambrosia. Endued with a form of great beauty and highly agreeable to all, he shines with energy and prosperity like the sun himself of 1,000 rays. Devoted to yoga and adorned with celestial robes and garlands, and smeared with celestial perfumes and unguents, he passes his time in great happiness, unacquainted with the least sorrow. He shines on his car attended by damsels that blaze forth with effulgence emitted by themselves. Those damsels, the daughters of the celestial rishis and the Rudras, adore him with veneration. Capable of assuming diverse forms that are highly delightful and highly agreeable, their speech is characterized by diverse kinds of sweetness, and they are able to gladden the person they wait upon in diverse kinds of ways. While performing his journeys, he rides on a car that looks like the firmament itself in color, for subtlety of the material that compose it. In his rear are cars that look like the moon, before him are those that resemble the clouds, on his right are vehicles that are red, below him are those that are blue, and above him are those that are of variegated hue. He is always adored by those that wait upon him. Endued with great wisdom, he lives in the region of Brahman for as many years as are measured by the drops of rain that fall in course of 1,000 years on that division of the earth which is called Jamvudvipa. Verily, possessed of the effulgence of a deity, he lives in that region of unalloyed felicity for as many years as the drops of rain that fall upon the earth in the season of showers. The man who, having fasted for a whole month, eats on the first day of the following month, and bears himself in this way for 10 years, attains to the status of a great rishi. He was not to undergo any change of form while proceeding to heaven for enjoying the rewards of his acts in his life. Verily, even this is the status to which one attains by restraining speech, practicing self-denial, subjugating wrath, sexual appetite, and the desire to eat, pouring libations on the sacred fire, and regularly adoring the 2 twilights. That man who purifies himself by the observance of these and similar vows and practices, and who eats in this way, becomes as stainless as ether and endued with effulgence like that of the sun himself. Such a man, O king, proceeding to heaven in even his own carnal form, enjoys all the felicity that is there like a deity at his will. I have thus told thee, O chief of the Bharatas, what the excellent ordinances are in respect of sacrifices, one after another, as depended upon the fruits of fasts. Poor men, O son of Pritha, who are unable to perform sacrifices, may, nevertheless, acquire the fruits thereof by the observance of fasts. Verily, by observing these fasts, even a poor man may attain to the highest end, O foremost one of Bharata's race, attending all the while, besides, to the worship of the deities and the Brahmanas. I have thus recited to thee in detail the ordinances in respect of fasts. Do not harbor any doubt in respect of those men that are so observant of vows, that are so heedful and pure and high-souled, that are so freed from pride and contentions of every kind, that are endued with such devoted understandings, and that pursue their end with such steadiness and fixity of purpose without ever deviating from their path. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 108. Yudhishthira said, Do thou tell me, O grandsire, of that which is regarded as the foremost of all tirthas. Indeed, it behoveth thee to expound to me what that tirtha is which conduces to the greatest purity. Bhishma said, Without doubt, all tirthas are possessed of merit. Listen, however, with attention to me as I tell thee what the tirtha, the cleanser, is of men endued with wisdom. Adhering to eternal truth, one should bathe in the tirtha called Manasa, which is unfathomable for its depth, stainless, and pure, and which has truth for its waters and the understanding for its lake. The fruits in the form of cleansing that one acquires by bathing in that tirtha are freedom from cupidity, sincerity, truthfulness, mildness of behavior, compassion, abstention from injuring any creature, self-restraint, and tranquility. Those men that are freed from attachments, that are divested of pride, that transcend all pairs of opposites, such as pleasure and pain, praise and blame, heat and cold, etc., that have no spouses and children and houses and gardens, etc., that are endued with purity, and that subsist upon the alms given to them by others, are regarded as tirthas. He who is acquainted with the truths of all things, and who is freed from the idea of miyam, is said to be the highest tirtha. In searching the indications of purity, the gaze should ever be directed towards these attributes, so that where these are present, thou mayst take purity to be present, and where these are not, purity also should be concluded to be not. Those persons from whose souls the attributes of sattva and rajas and tamas have been washed off, they who, regardless of external purity and impurity, pursue the ends they have proposed to themselves, they who have renounced everything, they who are possessed of omniscience and endued with universal sight, and they who are of pure conduct, are regarded as tirthas possessing the power of cleansing. That man whose limbs only are wet with water is not regarded as one that is washed. He, on the other hand, is regarded as washed who has washed himself by self-denial. Even such a person is said to be pure both inwardly and outwardly. They who never concern themselves with what is past, they who feel no attachment to acquisitions that are present, indeed, they who are free from desire, are said to be possessed of the highest purity. Knowledge is said to constitute the especial purity of the body. So also freedom from desire and cheerfulness of mind. Purity of conduct constitutes the purity of the mind. The purity that one attains by ablutions in sacred waters is regarded as inferior. Verily, that purity which arises from knowledge is regarded as the best. Those ablutions which one performs with a blazing mind in the waters of the knowledge of Brahma in the tirtha called Manasa are the true ablutions of those that are conversant with truth. That man who is possessed of true purity of conduct and who is always devoted to the preservation of a proper attitude towards all, indeed, he who is possessed of pure attributes and merit, is regarded as truly pure. These that I have mentioned have been said to be the tirthas that adhere to the body. Do thou listen to me as I tell thee what those sacred tirthas are that are situate on the earth also. Even as the special attributes that adhere to the body have been said to be sacred, there are particular spots on earth as well, and particular waters that are regarded as sacred. By reciting the names of the tirthas, by performing ablutions there, and by offering oblations to the pitris in those places, one's sins are washed off. Verily, those men whose sins are thus washed off succeed in attaining to heaven when they leave this world. In consequence of their association with persons that are righteous, through the especial efficacy of the earth itself, of those spots, and of particular waters, there are certain portions of the earth that have come to be regarded as sacred. The tirthas of the mind are separate and distinct from those of the earth. That person who bathes in both attains to success without any delay. As strength without exertion, or exertion without strength, can never accomplish anything singly, and as these, when combined, can accomplish all things, even so one that becomes endued with the purity that is contributed by the tirthas in the body is also by that which is contributed by the tirthas on the earth, becomes truly pure and attains to success. That purity which is derived from both sources is the best. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 109. Yudhishthira said, "It behoveth thee, O grandsire, to tell me what are the highest, the most beneficial, and the most certain fruit of all kinds of fasts this world." Bhishma said, "Listen, O king, to what was sung by the self-born himself, and by accomplishing which a person, without doubt, attains to the highest happiness. That man who fasts on the 12th day of the moon in the month called Margasirsha and worships Krishna as Kesva for the whole day and night attains to the merit of the horse sacrifice and becomes cleansed of all his sins. He who, after the same manner, fasts on the 12th day of the moon in the month of Pausha and worships Krishna as Narayana for the whole day and night attains to the merits of the Vajapaya sacrifice and the highest success. He who fasts on the 12th day of the moon in the month of Magha and worships Krishna as Madhava for the whole day and night attains to the merits of the Rajasuya sacrifice and rescues his own race from misery. He who fasts on the 12th day of the moon in the month of Phalguna and worships Krishna as Govinda for the whole day and night attains to the merit of the Adoratra sacrifice and goes to the region of Soma. He who fasts on the 12th day of the moon in the month of Chaitra and worships Krishna as Vishnu for the whole day and night attains to the merit of the Pundarika sacrifice and proceeds to the region of the deities. By observing a similar fast on the 12th day of the month of Vaisakha and worshipping Krishna as the slayer of Madhu for the whole day and night, one attains to the merits of the Agnishtoma sacrifice and proceeds to the region of Soma. By observing a fast on the 12th lunar day in the month of Jyeshtha and worshipping Krishna as him who had, and Vala's sacrifice, covered the universe with 3 steps of his, one attains to the merits of the Gamata sacrifice and sports with the Apsaras in great happiness. By observing a fast on the 12th day of the moon in the month of Ashada and worshipping Krishna as the dwarf, who beguiled the Azura King Valley, one attains to the merits of the Naramita sacrifice and sports in happiness with the Apsaras. By observing a fast for the 12th lunar day of the month Sravana and worshipping Krishna for day and night as Sridhara, one attains to the merits of the sacrifice called Panchayajna and acquires a beautiful car in heaven whereon he sports in joy. By observing a fast on the 12th day of the moon in the month of Bhadrapada and worshipping Krishna as Hrishikesa for the whole day and night, one attains to the merits of the Sautramani sacrifice and becomes cleansed of all sins. By observing a fast for the 12th day of the moon in the month of Ashwin and worshipping Krishna as Padmanabha, one attains without doubt to the merits of the sacrifice in which 1,000 kine are given away. By observing a fast for the 12th day of the moon in the month of Kartika and worshipping Krishna as Damodara, one attains, without doubt, to the combined merits of all the sacrifices. He who, in this way, adores Krishna for a whole year as Pundarikaksha, acquires the power of recollecting the incidents of his past births and wins much wealth and gold. Similarly, he who worships Krishna every day as Upendra attains to identity with him. After Krishna has been worshipped in this way, one should, at the conclusion of one's vow, feed a number of brahmanas or make gifts unto them of ghee. The illustrious Vishnu, that ancient being, has himself said that there is no fast that possesses merit superior to what attached to fast of this kind. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 110. Vyasa said, approaching the Kuru grandsire, venerable in years, viz., Bhishma, who was then lying on his bed of arrows, Yudhishthira, possessed of great wisdom, put the following question. Yudhishthira said, How, O grandsire, does one acquire beauty of form and prosperity and agreeableness of disposition? How, indeed, does one become possessed of religious merit and wealth and pleasure? How does one become endued with happiness? Bhishma said, in the month of Margasirsha, when the moon comes in conjunction with the asterism called Mula, when his 2 feet are united with that very asterism, O king, when Rohini is in his calf, when his knee joints are in Ashvini, and his shins are in the 2 Ashadas, when Falguni makes his anus, and Kritika his waist, when his navel is in Bhadrapada, his ocular region in Revti, and his back on the Dhanishtas, when Anuradha makes his belly, when with his 2 arms he reaches the Visakhas, when his 2 hands are indicated by Asta, when Punarvasu, O king, makes his fingers, Aslesha his nails, when Jyeshtha is known for his neck, when by Sravna is pointed out his ears, and his mouth by Pushya, when Swati is said to constitute his teeth and lips, when Satabhasha is his smile and Magha his nose, when Mrigasirus is known to be in his eye, and Chitra in his forehead, when his head is in Bharani, when Ardra constitutes his hair, O king, the vow called Chandravrata should be commenced. Upon the completion of that vow, gift of ghee should be made unto Brahmanas conversant with the Vedas. As the fruit of that vow, one becomes possessed about knowledge. Indeed, one becomes, in consequence of such a vow, as full of every blessed attribute as the moon himself when he is at full. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 111. Yudhishthira said, O grandsire, O thou that art possessed of great wisdom and conversant with all the scriptures, I desire to know those excellent ordinances in consequence of which mortal creatures have to travel through their rounds of rebirth. What is that conduct by following which, O king, men succeed in attaining to high heaven, and what is that conduct by which one sinks in hell? When, abandoning the dead body that is as inert as a piece of wood or clod of earth, people proceed to the other world, what are those that follow them thither? Bhishma said, Yonder comes the illustrious Vrahaspati of great intelligence. Do thou ask his blessed self. The subject is an eternal mystery. None else is capable of explaining the matter. There is no speaker like Vrahaspati. Vyasa said, while the son of Pritha and the son of Ganga were thus speaking with each other, there came to that spot from the firmament the illustrious Vrahaspati of cleansed soul. King Yudhishthira, and all others, with Dhritarashtra at their head, stood up and received Vrahaspati with proper honors. Verily, the worship they offered to the preceptor of the celestials was excellent. Then Dharma's royal son, Yudhishthira, approaching the illustrious Vrahaspati, asked him the question in proper form, desirous of knowing the truth. Yudhishthira said, O illustrious one, thou art conversant with all duties and all the scriptures. Do thou tell me, what is truly the friend of mortal creatures? Is the father, or mother, or son, or preceptor, or kinsman, or relatives, or those called friends, that may be said to truly constitute the friend of a mortal creature? One goes to the next world, leaving one's dead body that is like a piece of wood or a clod of earth. Who is it that follows him thither? Vrahaspati said, One is born alone, O king, and one dies alone. One crosses alone the difficulties one meets with, and one alone encounters whatever misery falls to one's lot. One has really no companion in these acts. The father, the mother, the brother, the son, the preceptor, kinsmen, relatives, and friends, leaving the dead body as if it were a piece of wood or a clod of earth. After having mourned for only a moment, all turn away from it and proceed to their own concerns. Only righteousness follows the body that is thus abandoned by them all. Hence, it is plain that righteousness is the only friend, and that righteousness only should be sought by all. One endued with righteousness would attain to that high end which is constituted by heaven. If endued with unrighteousness, he goes to hell. Hence, the man of intelligence should always seek to acquire religious merit through wealth won by lawful means. Piety is the one only friend which creatures have in the world hereafter. Led by cupidity, or stupefaction, or compassion, or fear, one destitute of much knowledge is seen to do improper acts, for the sake of even another, his judgment thus stupefied by cupidity. Piety, wealth, and pleasure, these three constitute the fruit of life. One should acquire these three by means of being free from impropriety and sin. Yudhishthira said, I have carefully heard the words spoken by thy illustrious self, these words that are fraught with righteousness, and that are highly beneficial. I wish now to know of the existence of the body. After death, the dead body of man becomes subtle and unmanifest. It becomes invisible. How is it possible for piety to follow it? Vrihaspati said, earth, wind, ether, water, light, mind, Yama, the king of the dead, understanding, the soul, as also day and night, all together behold as witnesses the merits and demerits of all living creatures. With these, righteousness follows the creature when dead. When the body becomes bereft of life, skin, bones, flesh, the vital seed, and blood, O thou of great intelligence, leave it at the same time. Endued with merit and demerit, Jiva, after the destruction of this body, attains to another. After the attainment by Jiva of that body, the presiding deities of the five elements once more behold as witnesses all his acts good and bad. What else dost thou wish to hear? If endued with righteousness, Jiva enjoys happiness. What other topic, belonging to this or the other world, shall I discourse upon? Yudhishthira said, thy illustrious self has explained how righteousness follows Jiva. I desire to know how the vital seed is originated. Vrihaspati said, the food that these deities, O king, who dwell in the body, viz., earth, wind, ether, water, light, and mind eat, gratifies them. When those five elements become gratified, O monarch, with mind numbering as their sixth, their vital seed then becomes generated, O thou of cleansed soul. When an act of union takes place between male and female, the vital seed flows out and causes conception. I have thus explained to thee what thou hast asked. What else dost thou wish to hear? Yudhishthira said, thou hast, O illustrious one, said how conception takes place. Do thou explain how the jiva that takes birth grows, by becoming possessed of body. Vrihaspati said, as soon as jiva enters the vital seed, he becomes overwhelmed by the elements already mentioned. When jiva becomes disunited therewith, he is said to attain to the other end, viz., death. Endued as jiva becomes with all those elements, he attains, in consequence thereof, a body. The deities that preside over those elements behold as witnesses all his acts, good and bad. What else dost thou wish to hear? Yudhishthira said, leaving off skin and bone and flesh, and becoming destitute of all those elements, and what does jiva reside, O illustrious one, for enjoying and enduring happiness and misery? Vrihaspati said, endued with all his acts, the jiva quickly enters the vital seed, and utilizing the functional flow of women, takes birth in time, O Bharata. After birth, the jiva receives woe and death from the messengers of Yama. Indeed, misery and a painful round of rebirth are his inheritance. Endued with life, O king, the jiva in this world, from the moment of his birth, enjoys and endures his own previous acts, depending upon righteousness, and its reverse. If the jiva, according to the best of his power, follows righteousness from the day of his birth, he then succeeds in enjoying, when reborn, happiness without interruption. If, on the other hand, without following righteousness without interruption, he acts sinfully, he reaps happiness at first as the reward of his righteousness and endures misery after that. Endued with unrighteousness, the jiva has to go to the dominions of Yama and suffering great misery there. He has to take birth in an intermediate order of being. Listen to me as I tell thee what the different acts are by doing which the diva, stupefied by folly, has to take birth in different orders of being, as declared in the Vedas, the scriptures, and the sacred histories. Mortals have to go to the frightful regions of Yama. In those regions, O king, there are places that are fraught with every merit and that are worthy on that account of being the abodes of the very deities. There are, again, places in those regions that are worse than those which are inhabited by animals and birds. Indeed, there are spots of these kinds in the abode of Yama which, so far as its happier regions are concerned, is equal to the region of Brahman himself in merits. Creatures, bound by their acts, endure diverse kinds of misery. I shall, after this, tell thee what those acts and dispositions are in consequence of which a person obtains to an end that is fraught with great misery and terror. If a regenerate person, having studied the 4 Vedas, becomes stupefied by folly and accepts a gift from a fallen man, he has then to take birth in the asinine order. He has to live as an ass for 5 and 10 years. Casting off his asinine form, he has next to take birth as an ox, in which state he has to live for 7 years. Casting off his bovine form, he has next to take birth as a Rakshasa of regenerate order. Living as Rakshasa of the regenerate order for 3 months, he then regains his status, and his next birth, of a Brahmana. A Brahmana, by officiating at the sacrifice of a fallen person, has to take birth as a vile worm. In this form he has to live for 5 and 10 years, O Bharata. Freed from the status of a worm, B next takes birth as an ass. As an ass he has to live for 5 years, and then a hog, in which state also he has to remain for as many years. After that, he takes birth as a cock, and living for 5 years in that form, he takes birth as a jackal and lives for as many years in that state. He has next to take birth as a dog, and living thus for a year he regains his status of humanity. That foolish disciple who offends his preceptor by doing any injury to him has certainly to undergo 3 transformations in this world. Such a person, O monarch, has in the first instance to become a dog. He has then to become a beast of prey, and then an ass. Living his asinine form, he has to wander for some time in great affliction as a spirit. After the expiration of that period, he has to take birth as a Brahmana. That sinful disciple who even in thought commits adultery with the wife of his preceptor has in consequence of such a sinful heart to undergo many fierce shapes in this world. First taking birth in the canine order he has to live for 3 years. Casting off the canine form when death comes, he takes birth as a worm or vile vermin. In this form he has to live for a year. Leaving that form he succeeds in regaining his status as a human being of the regenerate order. If the preceptor kills, without reason, his disciple who is even as a son to him, he has, in consequence of such a willful act of sin on his part, to take birth as a beast of prey. That son who disregards his father and mother, O king, has to take birth, after leaving off his human form, as an animal of the asinine order. Assuming the asinine form, he has to live for 10 years. After that he has to take birth as a crocodile, in which form he has to live for a year. After that he regains the human form. That son with whom his parents become angry has, in consequence of his evil thoughts towards them, to take birth as an ass. As an ass he has to live for 10 months. He has then to take birth as a dog and to remain as such for 4 and 10 months. After that he has to take birth as a cat and living in that form for 7 months he regains his status of humanity. Having spoken ill of parents, one has to take birth as a sarika. Striking them, one has to take birth, O king, as tortoise. Living as a tortoise for 10 years, he has next to take birth as a porcupine. After that he has to take birth as a snake, and living for 6 months in that form he regains the status of humanity. That man who, while subsisting upon the food that his royal master supplies, commits acts that are injurious to the interests of his master, that man, thus stupefied by folly, has after death to take birth as an ape. For 10 years he has to live as an ape, and after that for 5 years as a mouse. After that he has to become a dog, and living in that form for a period of 6 months he succeeds in regaining his status of humanity. That man who misappropriates what is deposited with him in trustfulness has to undergo 100 transformations. He at last takes birth as a vile worm. In that order he has to live for a period of 10 and 5 years, O Bharata. Upon the exhaustion of his great demerit in this way, he succeeds in regaining his status of humanity. That man who harbors malice towards others has, after death, to take birth as a sarngaka. That man of wicked understanding who becomes guilty of breach of trust has to take birth as a fish. Living as a fish for 8 years, he takes birth, O Bharata, as a deer. Living as a deer for 4 months, he has next to take birth as a goat. After the expiration of a full year, he casts off his goatish body, he takes birth then as a worm. After that he succeeds in regaining his status of humanity. That shameless insensate man who, through stupefaction, steals paddy, barley, sesame, masha, kalatha, oilseeds, oats, kalaya, mudga, wheat, atasi, and other kinds of corn, has to take birth as a mouse. After leading the life for some time he has to take birth as a hog. As soon as he takes birth as a hog he has to die of disease. In consequence of his sin, that foolish man has next to take birth as a dog, O king. Living as a dog for 5 years, he then regains his status of humanity. Having committed an act of adultery with the spouse of another man, one has to take birth as a wolf. After that he has to assume the forms of a dog and jackal and vulture. He has next to take birth as a snake and then as a kanka and then as a crane. That man of sinful soul who, stupefied by folly, commits an act of sexual congress with the spouse of a brother, has to take birth as a male kokila and to live in that form for a whole year, O king. He who, through lust, commits an act of sexual congress with the wife of a friend, or the wife of preceptor, or the wife of his king, has, after death, to take the form of a hog. He has to live in his porcine form for 5 years and then to assume that of a wolf for 10 years. For the next 5 years he has to assume that of a wolf for 10 years. For the next 5 years he has to live as a cat and then for the next 10 years as a cock. He has next to live for 3 months as an ant and then as a worm for a month. Having undergone these transformations he has next to live as a vile worm for 4 and 10 years. When his sin becomes exhausted by such chastisement, he at last regains the status of humanity. When a wedding is about to take place, or a sacrifice, or an act of gifts is about to be made, O thou of great puissance, the man who offers any obstruction has to take birth in his next life as a vile worm, assuming such a form he has to live, O Bharata, for 5 and 10 years. When his demerit is exhausted by such suffering, he regains the status of humanity. Having once bestowed his daughter in marriage upon a person, he who seeks to bestow her again upon a second husband has, O king, to take birth among vile worms. Assuming such a form, O Yudhishthir, he has to live for a period of 3 and 10 years. Upon the exhaustion of his demerit by such sufferance, he regains the status of humanity. He who eats without having performed the rites in honor of the deities, or those in honor of the Pitris, or without having offered, even, oblations of water to both the Rishis and the Pitris, has to take birth as a crow. Living as a crow for 100 years, he next assumes the form of a cock. His next transformation is that of a snake for a month. After this, he regains the status of humanity. He who disregards his eldest brother, who is even like a sire, has, after death, to take birth in the order of cranes. Having assumed that form, he has to live in it for 2 years. Casting off that form at the conclusion of that period, he regains the status of humanity. That Sudra who has sexual intercourse with a Brahmana woman has, after death, to take birth as a hog. As soon as he takes birth in the porcine order, he dies of disease, O king. The wretch has next to take birth as a dog. O king, in consequence of his dire act of sin. Casting off his canine form, he regains, upon the exhaustion of his demerit, the status of humanity. The Sudra who begets offspring upon a Brahmana woman, leaving off his human form, becomes reborn as a mouse. The man who becomes guilty of ingratitude, O king, has to go to the regions of Yama and there to undergo very painful and severe treatment at the hands of the messengers, provoked to fury, of the grim king of the dead. Clubs with heavy hammers and mallets, sharp-pointed lances, heated jars, all fraught with severe pain, frightful forests of sword blades, heated sands, thorny salmalistes, and many other instruments of the most painful torture such a man has to endure in the regions of Yama, O Bharata. The ungrateful person, O chief of Bharata's race, having endured such terrible treatment in the regions of the grim king of the dead, has to come back to this world and take birth among vile vermin. He has to live as a vile vermin for a period of 5 and 10 years. O Bharata, he has then to enter the womb and die prematurely before birth. After this, that person has to enter the womb 100 times in succession. Indeed, having undergone 100 rebirths, he at last becomes born as a creature in some intermediate order between man and inanimate nature. Having endured misery for a great many years, he has to take birth as a hairless tortoise. A person that steals curds has to take birth as a crane. One becomes a monkey by stealing raw fish. That man of intelligence who steals honey has to take birth as a gadfly. By stealing fruits or roots or cakes, one becomes an ant. By stealing nishpava, one becomes a halagalika. By stealing paeso, one becomes in one's next birth a titiri bird. By stealing cakes, one becomes a screech owl. That man of little intelligence who steals iron has to take birth as a cow. That man of little understanding who steals white brass has to take birth as a bird of the Harita species. By stealing a vessel of silver, one becomes a pigeon. By stealing a vessel of gold, one has to take birth as a vile vermin. By stealing a piece of silken cloth, one becomes a krakara. By stealing a piece of cloth made of red silk, one becomes a vartaka. By stealing a piece of muslin, one becomes a parrot. By stealing a piece of cloth that is of fine texture, one becomes a duck after casting off one's human body. By stealing a piece of cloth made of cotton, one becomes a crane. By stealing a piece of cloth made of jute, one becomes a sheep in one's next life. By stealing a piece of linen, one has to take birth as a hare. By stealing different kinds of coloring matter, one has to take birth as a peacock. By stealing a piece of red cloth, one has to take birth as a bird of the Jivajivaka species. By stealing unguents, such as sandal paste, and perfumes in this world, the man possessed of cupidity, O king, has to take birth as a mole. Assuming the form of a mole, one has to live in it for a period of 5 and 10 years. After the exhaustion of his demerit by such sufferings, he regains the status of humanity. By stealing milk, one becomes a crane. That man, O king, who through stupefaction of the understanding steals oil, has to take birth, after casting off this body, as an animal that subsists upon oil as his form. That wretch who himself well armed slays another while that other is unarmed, from motives of obtaining his victim's wealth or from feelings of hostility, has, after casting off his human body, to take birth as an ass. Assuming that asinine form, he has to live for a period of 2 years, and then he meets with death at the edge of a weapon. Casting off in this way his asinine body, he has to take birth in his next life as a deer, always filled with anxiety at the thought of foes that may kill him. Upon the expiration of a year from the time of his birth as a deer, he has to yield up his life at the point of a weapon. Thus, casting off his form of a deer, he next takes birth as a fish and dies in consequence of being dragged up in net on the expiration of the 4th month. He has next to take birth as a beast of prey. For 10 years he has to live in that form, and then he takes birth as a pard, in which form he has to live for a period of 5 years. Impelled by the change that is brought about by time, he then casts off that form, and his demerit having been exhausted, he regains the status of humanity. That man of little understanding who kills a woman has to go the regions of Yama and to endure diverse kinds of pain and misery. He then has to pass through full 21 transformations. After that, O monarch, he has to take birth as a vile vermin. Living as a vermin for 20 years, he regains the status of humanity. By stealing food, one has to take birth as a bee. Living for many months in the company of other bees, his demerit becomes exhausted and he regains the status of humanity. By stealing paddy, one becomes a cat. That man who steals food mixed with sesame cakes has in his next birth to assume the form of a mouse, large or small according to the largeness or smallness of the quantity stolen. He bites human beings every day, and as the consequence thereof becomes sinful and travels through a varied round of rebirths. That man of foolish understanding who steals ghee has to take birth as a gallinule. That wicked person who steals fish has to take birth as a crow. By stealing salt, one has to take birth as a mimicking bird. That man who misappropriates what is deposited with him through confidence has to sustain a diminution in the period of his life, and after death has to take birth among fishes. Having lived for some time as a fish, he dies and regains the human form. Regaining, however, the status of humanity, he becomes short-lived. Indeed, having committed sins, O Bharata, one has to take birth in an order intermediate between that of humanity and vegetables. Those people are entirely unacquainted with righteousness, which has their own hearts for its authority. Those men that commit diverse acts of sin and then seek to expiate them by continuous vows and observances of piety become endued with both happiness and misery and live in great anxiety of heart. Those men that are of sinful conduct and that yield to the influence of cupidity and stupefaction, without doubt, take birth as mlechches that do not deserve to be associated with. Those men, on the other hand, who abstain from sin all their lives, become free from disease of every kind, endued with beauty of form and possessed of wealth. Women also, when they act in the way indicated, attain to births of the same kind. Indeed, they have to take births as the spouses of the animals I have indicated. I have told thee all the faults that relate to the appropriation of what belongs to others. I have discoursed to thee very briefly on the subject, O sinless one. In connection with some other subject, O Bharata, thou shalt again hear of those faults. I heard all this, O king, in days of old, from Brahman himself, and I asked all about it in a becoming way, when he discoursed on it in the midst of the celestial rishis. I have told thee truly and in detail all that thou hadst asked me. Having listened to all this, O monarch, do thou always set thy heart on righteousness. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 112. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast told me, O regenerate one, what the end is of unrighteousness or sin. I desire now to hear, O foremost of speakers, of what the end is of righteousness. Having committed diverse acts of sin, by what acts of people succeed in attaining to an auspicious end in this world? By what acts also do people attain to an auspicious end in heaven? Vrihaspati said, By committing sinful acts with perverted mind, one yields to the sway of unrighteousness and as a consequence goeth to hell. That man who, having perpetrated sinful acts through stupefaction of mind, feels the pangs of repentance and sets his heart on contemplation of the deity, has not to endure the consequences of his sins. One becomes freed from one's sins in proportion as one repents for them. If one, having committed a sin, O king, proclaims it in the presence of Brahmanas conversant with duties, one becomes quickly cleansed from the obloquy arising from one's sin. Accordingly, as one becomes cleansed therefrom fully or otherwise, like a snake freed from his diseased slough. By making, with a concentrated mind, gifts of diverse kinds unto a Brahmana, and concentrating the mind on the deity, one attains to an auspicious end. I shall now tell thee what those gifts are, O Yudhishthira, by making which a person, even if guilty of having committed sinful acts, may become endued with merit. Of all kinds of gifts, that of food is regarded as the best. One desirous of attaining to merit should, with a sincere heart, make gifts of food. Food is the life-breath of men. From it all creatures are born. All the worlds of living creatures are established upon food. Hence food is applauded. The deities, rishis, pitris, and men all praise food. King Rantadeva, in days of old, proceeded to heaven by making gifts of food. Food that is good and that has been acquired lawfully should be given, with a cheerful heart, unto such Brahmanas as are possessed of Vedic lore. That man has never to take birth in an intermediate order, whose food, given with a cheerful heart, is taken by 1,000 Brahmanas. A person, O chief of men, by feeding 10,000 Brahmanas, becomes cleansed of the piety and devoted to yoga practices. A Brahmana conversant with the Vedas, by giving away food acquired by him as alms, unto a Brahmana devoted to the study of the Vedas, succeeds in attaining to happiness here. That Kshatriya who, without taking anything that belongs to a Brahmana, protects his subjects lawfully, and makes gifts of food, obtained by the exercise of his strength, unto Brahmanas foremost in Vedic knowledge, with concentrated heart, succeeds by such conduct, O thou of righteous soul, and cleansing himself, O son of Pandu, of all his sinful acts. That Vaishya who divides the produce of his fields into 6 equal shares, and makes a gift of one of those shares unto Brahmanas, succeeds by such conduct in cleansing himself from every sin. That Sudra who, earning food by hard labor and at the risk of life itself, makes a gift of it to Brahmanas, becomes cleansed from every sin. That man who, by putting forth his physical strength, earns food without doing any act of injury to any creature, and makes gift of it unto Brahmanas, succeeds in avoiding all calamities. A person by cheerfully making gifts of food acquired by lawful means unto Brahmanas preeminent for Vedic lore, becomes cleansed of all his sins. By treading in the path of the righteous one becomes freed from all sins. A person, by making gifts of such food as is productive of great energy, becomes himself possessed of great energy. The path made by charitable persons is always trod by those that are endued with wisdom. They that make gifts of food are regarded as givers of life. The merit they acquire by such gifts is eternal. Hence, a person should, under all circumstances, seek to earn food by lawful means, and having earned, to make always gifts of it unto deserving men. Food is the great refuge of the world of living creatures. By making gifts of food, one has never to go to hell. Hence, one should always make gifts of food, having earned it by lawful means. The householders should always seek to eat after having made a gift of food unto a brahmana. Every man should make the day fruitful by making gifts of food. A person, by feeding, O king, 1,000 brahmanas, all of whom are conversant with duties and the scriptures and the sacred histories, has not to go to hell and to return to this world for undergoing rebirths. Endued with the fruition of every wish, he enjoys great felicity hereafter. Possessed of such merit, he sports in happiness, freed from every anxiety, possessed of beauty of form and great fame, and endued with wealth. I have thus told thee all about the high merit of gifts of food. Even this is the root of all righteousness and merit, as also of all gifts, O Bharata. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 113. Yudhishthira said, abstention from injury, the observance of the Vedic ritual, meditation, subjugation of the senses, penances, and obedient services rendered to the preceptors, which amongst these is fraught with the greatest merit with respect to a person. Vrihaspati said, all these 6 are fraught with merit. They are different doors of piety. I shall discourse upon them presently. Do thou listen to them, O chief of the Bharatas. I shall tell thee what constitutes the highest good of a human being. That man who practices the religion of universal compassion achieves his highest good. That man who keeps under control the 3 faults, viz., lust, wrath, and cupidity, by throwing them upon all creatures, and practices the virtue of compassion, attains to success. He who, from motives of his own happiness, slays other harmless creatures with the rod of chastisement, never attains to happiness in the next world. That man who regards all creatures as his own self, and behaves towards them as towards his own self, laying aside the rod of chastisement and completely subjugating his wrath, succeeds in attaining to happiness. The very deities, who are desirous of a fixed abode, become stupefied in ascertaining the track of that person who constitutes himself the soul of all creatures and looks upon them all as his own self, for such a person leaves no track behind. One should never do that to another which one regards as injurious to one's own self. This, in brief, is the rule of righteousness. One, by acting in a different way, by yielding to desire, becomes guilty of unrighteousness. In refusals and gifts, in happiness and misery, in the agreeable and the disagreeable, one should judge of their effects by a reference to one's own self. When one injures another, the injured turns round and injures the injurer. Similarly, when one cherishes another, that other cherishes the cherisher. One should frame one's rule of conduct according to this. I have told thee what righteousness is even by this subtle way. Vyasa continued, the preceptor of the deities, possessed of great intelligence, having said this unto King Yudhishthira the just, ascended upwards for proceeding to heaven before our eyes. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 114. Vyasa said, after this, King Yudhishthira, endued with great energy, and the foremost of eloquent men, addressed his grandsire lying on his bed of arrows, in the following words. Yudhishthira said, O thou of great intelligence, the rishis and brahmanas and the deities, led by the authority of the Vedas, all applaud that religion which has compassion for its indication. But, O king, what I ask thee is this: how does a man, who has perpetrated acts of injury to others in word, thought, and deed, succeed in cleansing himself from misery? Bhishma said, utterers of Brahma have said that there are 4 kinds of compassion or abstention from injury. If even one of those 4 kinds be not observed, the religion of compassion, it is said, is not observed. As all 4-footed animals are incapable of standing on 3 legs, even so the religion of compassion cannot stand if any of those 4 divisions or parts be wanting. As the footprints of all other animals are engulfed in those of the elephant, even so all other religions are said to be comprehended in that of compassion. A person becomes guilty of injury through acts, words, and thoughts. Discarding it mentally at the outset, one should next discard in word and thought. He who, according to this rule, abstains from eating meat is said to be cleansed in a 3-fold way. It is heard that utterers of Brahma ascribe to 3 causes the sin of eating meat. That sin may attach to the mind, to words, and to acts. It is for this reason that men of wisdom who are endued with penances refrained from eating meat. Listen to me, O king, as I tell thee what the faults are that attach to the eating of meat. The meat of other animals is like the flesh of one's son. That foolish person, stupefied by folly, who eats meat is regarded as the vilest of human beings. The union of father and mother produces an offspring. After the same manner, the cruelty that a helpless and sinful wretch commits produces its progeny of repeated rebirths fraught with great misery. As the tongue is the cause of the knowledge or sensation of taste, so the scriptures declare attachment proceeds from taste. Well-dressed, cooked with salt or without salt, meat, in whatever form one may take it, gradually attracts the mind and enslaves it. How will those foolish men that subsist upon meat succeed in listening to the sweet music of celestial drums and cymbals and lyres and harps? They who eat meat applaud it highly, suffering themselves to be stupefied by its taste, which they pronounce to be something inconceivable, undescribable, and unimaginable. Such praise even of meat is fraught with demerit. In former days, many righteous men, by giving the flesh of their own bodies, protected the flesh of other creatures, and as a consequence of such acts of merit, have proceeded to heaven. In this way, O monarch, the religion of compassion is surrounded by 4 considerations. I have thus declared to thee that religion which comprises all other religions within it. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 115. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast told it many times that abstention from injury is the highest religion. In shraddhas, however, that are performed in honor of the Pitris, persons for their own good should make offerings of diverse kinds of meat. Thou hast said so while discoursing formerly upon the ordinances in respect of shraddhas. How can meat, however, be procured without slaying a living creature? Thy declarations, therefore, seem to me to be contradictory. A doubt has, therefore, arisen in our mind respecting the duty of abstaining from meat. What are the faults that one incurs by eating meat, and what are the merits that one wins? What are the demerits of him who eats meat by himself, killing a living creature? What are the merits of him who eats the meat of animals killed by others? What the merits and demerits of him who kills a living creature for another? Or of him who eats meat buying it of others? I desire, O sinless one, that thou shouldst discourse to me on this topic in detail. I desire to ascertain this eternal religion with certainty. How does one attain to longevity? How does one acquire strength? How does one attain to faultlessness of limbs? Indeed, how does one become endued with excellent indications? Bhishma said, Listen to me, O scion of Kuru's race, what the merit is that attaches to abstention from meat. Listen to me as I declare to thee what the excellent ordinances, and truth, are on this head. Those high-souled persons who desire beauty, faultlessness of limbs, long life, understanding, mental and physical strength, and memory should abstain from acts of injury. On this topic, O scion of Kuru's race, innumerable discourses took place between the rishis. Listen, O Yudhishthira, what their opinion was. The merit acquired by that person, O Yudhishthira, who, with the steadiness of a vow, adores the deities every month in horse sacrifices, is equal to his who discards honey and meat. The 7 celestial rishis, the Valakilyas, and those rishis who drink the rays of the sun, endued with great wisdom, applaud abstention from meat. The self-born Manu has said that that man who does not eat meat, or who does not slay living creatures, or who does not cause them to be slain, is a friend of all creatures. Such a man is incapable of being oppressed by any creature. He enjoys the confidence of all living beings. He always enjoys, besides, the approbation and commendation of the righteous. The righteous-souled Narada has said that that man who wishes to increase his own flesh by eating the flesh of other creatures meets with calamity. Vrihaspati has said that that man who abstains from honey and meat acquires the merit of gifts and sacrifices and penances. In my estimation, these two persons are equal, viz. He who adores the deities every month in a horse sacrifice for a space of 100 years, and he who abstains from honey and meat. In consequence of abstention from meat, one comes to be regarded as one who always adores the deities in sacrifices, or as one who always makes gifts to others, or as one who always undergoes the severest austerities. That man who, having eaten meat, gives it up afterwards, acquires merit by such an act that is so great that a study of all the Vedas, or a performance, O Bharata, of all the sacrifices, cannot bestow its like. It is exceedingly difficult to give up meat after one has become acquainted with its taste. Indeed, it is exceedingly difficult for such a person to observe the high vow of abstention from meat, a vow that assures every creature by dispelling all fear. That learned person who giveth to all living creatures the dakshina of complete assurance comes to be regarded, without doubt, as the giver of life breaths in this world. Even this is the high religion which men of wisdom applaud. The life breaths of other creatures are as dear to them as those of one's to one's own self. Men endued with intelligence and cleansed souls should always behave towards other creatures after the manner of that behavior which they like others to observe towards themselves. It is seen that even those men who are possessed of learning and who seek to achieve the highest good in the form of emancipation are not free from the fear of death. What need there be said of those innocent and healthy creatures endued with love of life, when they are sought to be slain by sinful wretches subsisting by slaughter? For this reason, O monarch, know that the discarding of meat is the highest refuge of religion, of heaven, and of happiness. Abstention from injury is the highest religion. It is, again, the highest penance. It is also the highest truths from which all duty proceeds. Flesh cannot be had from grass or wood or stone. Unless a living creature is slain, it cannot be had. Hence is the fault in eating flesh. The deities who subsist upon svaha, svadha, and nectar are devoted to truth and sincerity. Those persons, however, who are for gratifying the sensation of taste, should be known as Rakshasas wedded to the attribute of passion. That man who abstains from meat is never put in fear, O king, by any creature, wherever he may be, viz., in terrible wildernesses or inaccessible fastnesses, by day or by night, or at the 2 twilights, in the open squares of towns or in assemblies of men, from upraised weapons or in places where there is great fright from wild animals or snakes. All creatures seek his protection. He is an object of confidence with all creatures. He never causes any anxiety in others, and himself has never to become anxious. If there were nobody who ate flesh, there would then be nobody to kill living creatures. The man who kills living creatures kills them for the sake of the person who eats flesh. If flesh were regarded as inedible, there would then be no slaughter of living creatures. It is for the sake of the eater that the slaughter of living creatures goes on in the world. Since, O thou of great splendor, the period of life is shortened of persons who slaughter living creatures or cause them to be slaughtered, it is clear that the person who wishes his own good should give up meat entirely. Those fierce persons who are engaged in slaughter of living creatures never find protectors when they are in need. Such persons should always be molested and persecuted even as beasts of prey. Through cupidity or stupefaction of the understanding, for the sake of strength and energy, or through association with the sinful, the disposition manifests itself in men for sinning. That man who seeks to increase his own flesh by eating the flesh of others has to live in this world in great anxiety, and after death has to take birth in different races and families. High rishis devoted to the observance of vows and self-restraint have said that abstention from meat is worthy of every praise, productive of fame in heaven, and a great propitiation by itself. This I heard in days of old, O son of Kunti, from Markandeya, when that rishi discoursed on the demerits of eating flesh. He who eats the flesh of animals that are desirous of living but that have been killed by either himself or others, incurs the sin that attaches to the slaughter, for is this act of cruelty. He who purchases flesh slays living creatures through his wealth. He who eats flesh slays living creatures through such act of eating. He who binds or seizes and actually kills living creatures is the slaughterer. Those are the three kinds of slaughter, each of these three acts being so. He who does not himself eat flesh, but approves of an act of slaughter, becomes stained with the sin of slaughter. By abstaining from meat and showing compassion to all creatures, one becomes incapable of being molested by any creature, and acquires a long life, perfect health, and happiness. The merit that is acquired by a person by abstaining from meat, we have heard, is superior to that of one who makes presents of gold, of kine, and of land. One should never eat meat of animals not dedicated in sacrifices, and that are, therefore, slain for nothing, and that has not been offered to the gods and pitris with the aid of the ordinances. There is not the slightest doubt that a person by eating such meat goes to hell. If one eats the meat that has been sanctified in consequence of its having been procured from animals dedicated in sacrifices and that have been slain for the purpose of feeding brahmanas, one incurs a little fault. By behaving otherwise, one becomes stained with sin. That wretch among men who slays living creatures for the sake of those who would eat them incurs great demerit. The eater's demerit is not so great. That wretch among men who, following the path of religious rites and sacrifices laid down in the Vedas, would kill a living creature from desire of eating its flesh, would certainly become a resident of hell. That man who, having eaten flesh, abstains from it afterwards, attains to great merit in consequence of such abstention from sin. He who arranges for obtaining flesh, he who approves of those arrangements, he who slays, he who buys or sells, he who cooks, and he who eats, are all regarded as eaters of flesh. I shall now cite another authority, depending upon that was declared by the ordainer himself, and established in the Vedas. It has been said that that religion which has acts for its indications has been ordained for householders, O chief of kings, and not for those men who are desirous of emancipation. Man himself has said that meat which is sanctified with mantras and properly dedicated, according to the ordinances of the Vedas, and rites performed in honor of the pitris, is pure. All other meat falls under the class of what is obtained by useless slaughter, and is, therefore, uneatable, and leads to hell and infamy. One should never eat, O chief of Bharata's race, like a Rakshasa, any meat that has been obtained by means not sanctioned by the ordinance. Indeed, one should never eat flesh obtained from useless slaughter and that has not been sanctified by the ordinance. That man who wishes to avoid calamity of every kind should abstain from the meat of every living creature. It is heard that in the ancient Kalpa, persons, desirous of attaining to regions of merit hereafter, performed sacrifices with seeds, regarding such animals as dedicated by them. Filled with doubts respecting the propriety of eating flesh, the rishis asked Vasu, the ruler of the Chaitis, for solving them. King Vasu, knowing that flesh is inedible, answered that it was edible, O monarch. From that moment Vasu fell down from the firmament on the earth. After this he once more repeated his opinion, with the result that he had to sink below the earth for it. Desirous of benefiting all men, the high-souled Agastya, by the aid of his penances, dedicated, once for all wild animals of the deer species to the deities. Hence, there is no longer any necessity of sanctifying those animals for offering them to the deities and the pitris. Served with flesh according to the ordinance, the pitris become gratified. Listen to me, O King of Kings, as I tell thee this, O sinless one. There is complete happiness in abstaining from meat, O monarch. He that undergoes severe austerities for 100 years and he that abstains from meat are both equal in point of merit. Even this is my opinion. In the lighted fortnight of the month of Kartika in especial, one should abstain from honey and meat. In this, it has been ordained, there is great merit. He who abstains from meat for the 4 months of the rains acquires the 4 valued blessings of achievements, longevity, fame, and might. He who abstains for the whole month of Kartika from meat of every kind transcends all kinds of woe and lives in complete happiness. They who abstain from flesh by either months or fortnights at a stretch have the region of Brahma ordained for them in consequence of their abstention from cruelty. Many kings in ancient days, O son of Pritha, who had constituted themselves the souls of all creatures and who were conversant with the truths of all things, viz., soul and not soul, had abstained from flesh either for the whole of the month of Kartika or for the whole of the lighted fortnight in that month. There were Nabhaga and Amvarasha and the high-souled Gaya and Ayu and Anaranya and Dilapa and Raghu and Puru and Kartavirya and Anirudh and Nahusha and Yayati and Nragas and Vishwaksena and Sasavindu and Yuvanaswa and Sivi, the son of Usanara, and Muchakunda and Mendathri and Harishchandra. Do thou always speak the truth? Never speak an untruth. Truth is an eternal duty. It is by truth that Harishchandra roves through heaven like a second Chandramadhavs. These other kings also, viz. Sayanakaitra, O monarch, and Somaka and Vrika and Revata and Rantadeva and Vasu and Srinjaya, and Dushmanta and Karushma and Rama and Alarka and Nala, and Virapaswa and Nimi and Janaka of great intelligence, and Ela and Prithu and Virasena, and Ikshvaku, and Sambhu, and Sweta, and Sagara, and Aya and Dundu and Suvahu, and Hariaswa and Kshupa and Bharata, O monarch, did not eat flesh for the month of Kartika, and as the consequence thereof attained to heaven, and endued with prosperity. Blazed forth with effulgence in the region of Brahman, adored by Gandharvas, and surrounded by 1,000 damsels of great beauty. Those high-souled men who practice this excellent religion which is characterized by abstention from injuries succeed in attaining to a residence in heaven. These righteous men who, from the time of birth, abstain from honey and meat and wine, are regarded as munis. That man who practices this religion consisting of abstention from meat or who recites it for causing others to hear it, will never have to go to hell even if he be exceedingly wicked in conduct in other respects. He, O king, who, oftentimes, reads these ordinances about abstention from meat that are sacred and adored by the rishis, or hears it read, becomes cleansed of every sin and attains to great felicity in consequence of the fruition of every wish. Without doubt, he attains also to a position of eminence among kinsmen. When afflicted with calamity, he readily transcends it. When obstructed with impediments, he succeeds in freeing himself from them with the utmost ease. When ill with disease, he becomes cured speedily, and afflicted with sorrow, he becomes liberated from it with greatest ease. Such a man has never to take birth in the intermediate order of animals or birds. Born in the order of humanity, he attains to great beauty of person. Endued with great prosperity, O chief of Kuru's race, he acquires great fame as well. I have thus told thee, O king, all that should be said on the subject of abstention from meat, together with the ordinances respecting both the religion of pravriti and nvriti as framed by the rishis. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 116. Yudhishthira said, Alas, those cruel men, who, discarding diverse kinds of food, covet only flesh, are really like great Rakshasas. Alas, they do not relish diverse kinds of cakes and diverse sorts of potherbs and various species of khanda with juicy flavors so much as they do flesh. My understanding, for this reason, becomes stupefied in this matter. I think, when such is the case, that there is nothing which can compare with flesh in the matter of taste. I desire, therefore, O puissant one, to hear what the merits are of abstention from flesh, and the demerits that attach to the eating of flesh, O chief of Bharata's race. Thou art conversant with every duty. Do thou discourse to me in full agreeably to the ordinances on duty, on this subject. Do tell me what, indeed, is edible and what inedible. Tell me, O grandsire, what is flesh, of what substances it is, the merits that attach to abstention from it, and what the demerits are that attach to the eating of flesh. Bhishma said, It is even so, O mighty armed one, as thou sayest. There is nothing on earth that is superior to flesh in point of taste. There is nothing that is more beneficial than flesh to persons that are lean, or weak, or afflicted with disease, or addicted to sexual congress, or exhausted with travel. Flesh speedily increases strength. It produces great development. There is no food, O scorcher of foes, that is superior to flesh. But, O delighter of the Kurus, the merits are great that attach to men that abstain from it. Listen to me as I discourse to thee on it. That man who wished to increase his own flesh by the flesh of another living creature is such that there is none meaner and more cruel than he. In this world there is nothing that is dearer to a creature than his life. Hence, instead of taking that valuable possession, one should show compassion to the lives of others as one does to one's own life. Without doubt, O son, flesh has its origin in the vital seed. There is great demerit attaching to its eating, as, indeed, there is merit in abstaining from it. One does not, however, incur any fault by eating flesh sanctified according to the ordinances of the Vedas. The audition is heard that animals were created for sacrifice. They who eat flesh in any other way are said to follow the Rakshasa practice. Listen to me as I tell thee what the ordinance is that has been laid down for the Kshatriyas. They do not incur any fault by eating flesh that has been acquired by expenditure of prowess. All deer of the wilderness were dedicated to the deities and the Pitris in days of old, O king, by Agastya. Hence, the hunting of deer is not censured. There can be no hunting without risk of one's own life. There is equality of risk between the slayer and the slain. Either the animal is killed or it kills the hunter. Hence, O Bharata, even royal sages betake themselves to the practice of hunting. By such conduct they do not become stained with sin. Indeed, the practice is not regarded as sinful. There is nothing, O delighter of the Kurus, that is equal in point of merit, either here or hereafter, to the practice of compassion to all living creatures. The man of compassion has no fear. Those harmless men that are endued with compassion have both this world and the next. Persons conversant with duty say that religion is worthy of being called religion which has abstention from cruelty for its indication. The man of cleansed soul should do only such acts as have compassion for their soul. That flesh which is dedicated in sacrifices performed in honor of the deities and the Pitris is called Havi, and, as such, is worthy of being eaten. That man who is devoted to compassion and who behaves with compassion towards others has no fear to entertain from any creature. It is heard that all creatures abstain from causing any fear unto such a creature. Whether he is wounded or fallen down or prostrated or weakened or bruised, in whatever state he may be, all creatures protect him. Indeed, they do so, under all circumstances, whether he is on even or uneven ground. Neither snakes nor wild animals, neither Pisachas nor Rakshasas, ever slay him. When circumstances of fear arise, he becomes freed from fear who frees others from situations of fear. There has never been, nor will there ever be, a gift that is superior to the gift of life. It is certain that there is nothing dearer to oneself than one's life. Death, O Bharata, is a calamity or evil unto all creatures. When the time comes for death, a trembling of the whole frame is seen in all creatures. Enduring birth in the uterus, decrepitude, and afflictions of diverse kinds, in this ocean of the world, living creatures may be seen to be continually going forward and coming back. Every creature is afflicted by death. While dwelling in the uterus, all creatures are cooked in the fluid juices that are alkaline and sour and bitter, of urine and phlegm and feces, juices that produce painful sensations and are difficult to bear. There in the uterus, they have to dwell in a state of helplessness and are even repeatedly torn and pierced. They that are covetous of meat are seen to be repeatedly cooked in the uterus in such a state of helplessness. Attaining to diverse kinds of birth, they are cooked in the hell called Kumbhipaka. They are assailed and slain, and in this way have to travel repeatedly. There is nothing so dear to one as one's life when one comes to this world. Hence, a person of cleansed soul should be compassionate to all living creatures. That man, O king, who abstains from every kind of meat from his birth, without doubt, acquires a large space in heaven. They who eat the flesh of animals who are desirous of life are themselves eaten by the animals they eat, without doubt. Even this is my opinion. Since he hath eaten me, I shall eat him in return. Even this, O Bharata, constitutes the character as Mansa of Mansa. The slayer is always slain. After him the eater meets with the same fate. He who acts with hostility towards another, in this life, becomes the victim of similar acts done by that other. Whatever acts one does in whatever bodies, one has to suffer the consequences thereof in those bodies. Abstention from cruelty is the highest religion. Abstention from cruelty is the highest self-control. Abstention from cruelty is the highest gift. Abstention from cruelty is the highest penance. Abstention from cruelty is the highest sacrifice. Abstention from cruelty is the highest puissance. Abstention from cruelty is the highest friend. Abstention from cruelty is the highest happiness. Abstention from cruelty is the highest truth. Abstention from cruelty is the highest Shriti. Gifts made in all sacrifices, ablutions performed in all sacred waters, and the merit that one acquires from making all kinds of gifts mentioned in the scriptures, all these do not come up to abstention from cruelty, in point of the merit that attaches to it. The penances of a man that abstains from cruelty are inexhaustible. The man that abstains from cruelty is regarded as always performing sacrifices. The man that abstains from cruelty is the father and mother of all creatures. Even these, O chief of Kuru's race, are some of the merits of abstention from cruelty. Altogether, the merits that attach to it are so many that they are incapable of being exhausted even if one were to speak for 100 years. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 117. Yudhishthira said, desiring to die or desiring to live, many persons give up their lives in the great sacrifice of battle. Tell me, O grandsire, what is the end that these attain to? To throw away life in battle is fraught with sorrow for men. O thou of great wisdom, thou knowest that to give up life is difficult for men whether they are in prosperity or adversity, in felicity or calamity. In my opinion, thou art possessed of omniscience. Do thou tell me the reason of this? Bhishma said, in prosperity or adversity, in happiness or woe, living creatures, O Lord of the earth, coming into this world, live according to a particular tenor. Listen to me as I explain the reason to thee. The question thou hast asked me is excellent, O Yudhishthira. In this connection, O king, I shall explain to thee the old narrative of the discourse that took place in former times between the island-born rishi and a crawling worm. In days of old, when that learned Brahmana, viz., the island-born Krishna, having identified himself with Brahma, roamed over the world, he beheld, on a road over which cars used to pass, a worm moving speedily. The rishi was conversant with the course of every creature and the language of every animal. Possessed of omniscience, he addressed the worm he saw in these words. Vyasa said, O worm, thou seemest to be exceedingly alarmed, and to be in great haste. Tell me, whither dost thou run, and whence hast thou been afraid? The worm said, hearing the rattle of yonder large car, I am filled with fear. O thou of great intelligence, fierce is the roar it makes. It is almost come. The sound is heard. Will it not kill me? It is for this that I am flying away. The sound, as it is heard from a near point, I catch, of the bulls I hear. They are breathing hard under the whip of the driver, as they are drawing the heavy burden. I hear also the diverse sounds made by the men who are driving the bulls. Such sounds are incapable of being heard by a creature that like us has taken his birth in the order of worms. It is for this reason that I am flying from this situation of great fright. Death is felt by all creatures to be fraught with pain. Life is an acquisition difficult to make. Hence, I fly away in fear. I do not wish to pass from a state of happiness to one of woe. Bhishma continued, thus addressed, the island-born Vyasa said, O worm, whence can be thy happiness? Thou belongest to the intermediate order of being. I think death would be fraught with happiness to thee. Sound, touch, taste, scent, and diverse kinds of excellent enjoyments are unknown to thee, O worm. I think death will prove a benefit to thee. The worm said, a living creature, in whatever situation he may be placed, becomes attached to it. In even this order of being I am happy, I think, O thou of great wisdom. It is for this that I wish to live. In even this condition, every object of enjoyment exists for me according to the needs of my body. Human beings and those creatures that spring from immobile objects have different enjoyments. In my former life I was a human being. O puissant one, I was a Sudra possessed of great wealth. I was not devoted to the Brahmanas. I was cruel, vile in conduct, and a usurer. I was harsh in speech. I regard cunning as wisdom. I hated all creatures. Taking advantage of pretexts and compacts made between myself and others. I was always given to taking away what belonged to others. Without feeding servants and guests arrived at my house, I used to fill, when hungry, my own stomach, under the impulse of pride, covetous of good food. Greedy I was of wealth, I never dedicated, with faith and reverence, any food to the deities and the Pitris, although duty required me to dedicate food unto them. Those men that came to me, moved by fear, for seeking my protection, I sent adrift without giving them any protection. I did not extend my protection to those that came to me with prayers for dispelling their fear. I used to feel unreasonable envy at seeing other people's wealth, and corn, and spouses held dear by them, and articles of drink, and good mansions. Beholding the happiness of others, I was filled with envy, and I always wished them poverty. Following that course of conduct which promised to crown my own wishes with fruition, I sought to destroy the virtue, wealth, and pleasures of other people. In that past life of mine, I committed diverse deeds largely fraught with cruelty and such other passions. Recollecting those acts, I am filled with repentance and grief, even as one is filled with grief at the loss of one's dear son. In consequence of these acts of mine, I do not know what the fruits are of good deeds. I, however, worshipped my old mother, and on one occasion worshipped a Brahmana. Endued with birth and accomplishments, that Brahmana, in course of his wanderings, came to my house once as a guest. I received him with reverent hospitality. In consequence of the merit attaching to that act, my memory has not forsaken me. I think that in consequence of that act I shall once more succeed in regaining happiness. O thou of ascetic wealth, thou knowest everything. Do thou in kindness tell me what is for my good. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 118. Vyasa said, "It is in consequence of a meritorious act, O worm, that thou, though born in the intermediate order of being, art not stupefied. That act is mine, O worm, in consequence of which thou art not stupefied. In consequence of the puissance of my penances, I am able to rescue a being of demerit by granting him a sight only of my person. There is no stronger might than the might that attaches to penances. I know, O worm, that thou hast taken birth in the order of worms through the evil acts of thy past life. If, however, thou thinkest of attaining to righteousness and merit, thou mayst again attain to it. Deities as well as beings crowned with ascetic success enjoy or endure the consequence of acts done by them in this field of action. Amongst men also, when acts of merit are performed, they are performed from desire of fruit, and not with disregard for fruit. The very accomplishment that one seeks to acquire are sought from desire of the happiness they will bring. Learned or ignorant, in a former life, the creature that is, in this life, destitute of speech and understanding and hands and feet, is really destitute of everything. He that becomes a superior Brahmana adores, while alive, the deities of the sun and the moon, uttering diverse sacred mantras. O worm, thou shalt attain to that state of existence. Attaining to that status, thou wilt enjoy all the elements converted into articles of enjoyment. When thou hast attained to that state, I shall impart to thee Brahma. Or, if thou wishest, I may place thee in any other status." The worm, agreeing to the words of Vyasa, did not leave the road, but remained on it. Meanwhile, the large vehicle which was coming in that direction came to that spot. Torn to pieces by the assault of the wheels, the worm gave up his life breath. Born at last in the Kshatriya order through the grace of Vyasa of immeasurable puissance, he proceeded to see the great Rishi. He had, before becoming a Kshatriya, to pass through diverse orders of being, such as hedgehog and iguana and boar and deer and bird, and Chandala and Sudra and Vaishya. Having given an account of his various transformations unto the truth-telling Rishi, and remembering the Rishi's kindness for him, the worm, now transformed into a Kshatriya, with joined palms fell at the Rishi's feet and touched them with his head. The worm said, "My present status is that high one which is coveted by all and which is attainable by the possession of the 10 well-known attributes. Indeed, I who was formerly a worm have thus attained to the status of a prince. Elephants of great strength, decked with golden chains, bear me on their backs. Unto my cars are yoked Kamvoja steeds of high mettle. Numerous vehicles, unto which are attached camels and mules, bear me. With all my relatives and friends I now eat food rich with meat. Worshipped by all, sleep, O highly blessed one, on costly beds in delightful rooms into which disagreeable winds cannot blow. Towards the small hours of every night, Suttas and Magadhas and encomiasts utter my praises even as the deities uttered the agreeable praises of Indra, their chief. Through the grace of thyself that art firm in truth and endued with immeasurable energy, I who was before a worm have now become a person of the royal order. I bow my head to thee, O thou of great wisdom. Do thou command me as to what I should do now. Ordained by the puissance of thy penances, even this happy status hath now become mine. Vyasa said, I have today been worshipped by thee, O king, with diverse words expressive of reverence. Transformed into a worm, thy memory had become clouded. That memory has again appeared. The sin thou committed in a former life has not yet been destroyed, that sin, viz., which was earned by thee while thou wert a Sudra covetous of wealth and cruel in behavior and hostile to the Brahmanas. Thou wert able to obtain a sight of my person. That was an act of merit to thee while thou wert a worm. In consequence of thy having saluted and worshipped me thou shalt rise higher, for, from the Kshatriya order thou shalt rise to the status of a Brahmana, if only thou castest off thy life breaths on the field of battle for the sake of kine or Brahmanas. O Prince, enjoying much felicity and performing many sacrifices with copious presents, thou shalt attain to heaven and transformed into eternal Brahma, thou wilt have perfect beatitude. Those that take birth in the intermediate order of animals become, when they rise, Sudras. The Sudra rises to the status of the Vaishya, and the Vaishya to that of the Kshatriya. The Kshatriya who takes pride in the discharge of the duties of his order succeeds in attaining to the status of a Brahmana. The Brahmana, by following a righteous conduct, attains to heaven that is fraught with great felicity. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 119. Bhishma said, having cast off the status of a worm and taken birth as a Kshatriya of great energy, the person, of whom I am speaking, remembering his previous transformations, O monarch, began to undergo severe austerities. Beholding those severe austerities of the Kshatriya who was well conversant with religion and wealth, the island-born Krishna, that foremost of Brahmanas, went to him. Vyasa said, the penances that appertain, O worm, to the Kshatriya order consist of the protection of all creatures. Do thou regard these duties of the Kshatriya order to be the penances laid down for thee? Thou shalt then attain to the status of a Brahmana. Ascertaining what is right and what is wrong, and cleansing thy soul, do thou duly cherish and protect all creatures, judiciously gratifying all good desires and correcting all that is unholy. Be thou of cleansed soul, be thou contented, and be thou devoted to the practice of righteousness. Conducting thyself in this way, thou wilt then, when thou castest off thy life breaths, become a Brahmana. Bhishma continued, although he had retired into the woods, yet, O Yudhishthira, having heard the words of the great Rishi, he began to cherish and protect his subjects righteously. Soon, O best of kings, that worm, in consequence of the due discharge of the duty of protecting his subjects, became a Brahmana after casting off his Kshatriya body. Beholding him transformed into a Brahmana, the celebrated Rishi, viz., the island-born Krishna of great wisdom, came to him. Vyasa said, O chief of Brahmanas, O blessed one, be not troubled through fear of death. He who acts righteously attains to respectable birth. He, on the other hand, who acts unrighteously attains to a low and vile birth. O thou that art conversant with righteousness, one attains to misery agreeably the measure of one's sin. Therefore, O worm, do not be troubled through fear of death. The only fear thou shouldst entertain is about the loss of righteousness. Do thou, therefore, go on practicing righteousness. The worm said, Through thy grace, O Holy One, I have attained from happy to happier positions. Having obtained such prosperity as has its roots in righteousness, I think, my demerits have been lost. Bhishma said, The worm having, at the command of the holy Rishi, attained to the status of a Brahmana that is so difficult to attain, caused the earth to be marked with 1,000 sacrificial stakes. That foremost of all persons conversant with Brahma then obtained a residence in the region of Brahman himself. Indeed, O son of Pritha, the worm attained to the highest status, viz., that of eternal Brahma, as the result of his own acts done in obedience to the counsels of Vyasa. Those bulls among Kshatriyas, also, who have cast off their life breaths on the field of Kurukshetra, exerting their energy the while, have all attained to a meritorious end. Therefore, O king, do not mourn on their account. Mahabharata, Book 13, Section 120. Yudhishthira said, Which amongst these three is superior, viz., knowledge, penances, and gifts? I ask thee, O foremost of righteous persons. Do tell me this, O grandsire. Bhishma said, In this connection is cited the old narrative of the conversation between Maitreya and the island-born Krishna. Once on a time, the island-born Krishna, O king, while wandering over the world in disguise, proceeded to Varanasi and waited upon Maitreya, who belonged by birth to a race of Munis. Seeing Vyasa arrive, that foremost of rishis, viz. Maitreya, gave him a seat and after worshipping him with due rites, fed him with excellent food. Having eaten that good food which was very wholesome and which produced every kind of gratification, the high-souled Krishna became exceedingly delighted, and as he sat there, he even laughed aloud. Seeing Krishna laugh, Maitreya addressed him, saying, Tell me, O righteous-souled one, what the reason is of thy laughter. Thou art an ascetic, endued with capacity to control thy emotions. Great joy, it seems, has come over thee. Saluting thee, and worshipping thee with bent head, I ask thee this, viz., what the puissance is of my penances, and what the high blessedness is that is thine. The acts I do are different from those which thou doest. Thou art already emancipated, though still owning life breaths. I, however, am not yet freed. For all that I think that there is not much difference between thee and me. I am again distinguished by birth. Vyasa said, This wonder that has filled me hath arisen from an ordinance that looks like a hyperbole, and from its paradoxical statement for the comprehension of the people. The declaration of the Vedas seems to be untrue. But why should the Vedas say an untruth? It has been said that there are 3 tracks which constitute the best vows of a man. 1 should never injure, 1 should always tell the truth, and 1 should make gifts. The rishis of old announced this, following the declarations of the Vedas. These injunctions were heard in days of old, they should certainly be followed by us even in our times. Even a small gift, made under the circumstances laid down, produces great fruits. Unto a thirsty man thou hast given a little water with a sincere heart. Thyself thirsty and hungry, thou hast, by giving me such food, conquered many high regions of felicity, O puissant one, as one does by many sacrifices. I am exceedingly delighted with thy very sacred gift, as also with thy penances. Thy puissance is that of righteousness, thy appearance is that of righteousness. The fragrance of righteousness is about thee. I think that all thy acts are performed agreeably to the ordinance, O son, superior to ablutions in sacred waters, superior to the accomplishment of all Vedic vows, is gift. Indeed, O Brahmana, gift is more auspicious than all sacred acts. If it be not more meritorious than all sacred acts, there can be no question about its superiority. All those rights laid down in the Vedas which thou applaudest do not come up to gift, for gift without doubt is, as I hold, fraught with very superior merit. The track that has been made by those men who make gifts is the track that is trodden by the wise. They who make gifts are regarded as givers of even the life breaths. The duties that constitute righteousness are established in them. As the Vedas, when well studied, as the restraining of the senses, as a life of universal renunciation, even so is gift which is fraught with very superior merit. Thou, O son, wilt rise from joy to greater joy in consequence of thy having betaken thyself to the duty of making gifts. The man of intelligence, who practices this duty, certainly rises from joy to greater joy. We have without doubt met with many direct instances of this. Men endued with prosperity succeed in acquiring wealth, making gifts, performing sacrifices, and earning happiness as the result thereof. It is always observed, O thou of great wisdom, to happen naturally that happiness is followed by misery, and misery is followed by happiness. Men of wisdom have said that human beings in this world have three kinds of conduct. Some are righteous, some are sinful, and some are neither righteous nor sinful. The conduct of the person who is devoted to Brahma is not regarded either way. His sins are never regarded as sins. So also the man who is devoted to the duties laid down for him is regarded as neither righteous nor sinful for the observance of those duties. Those men that are devoted to sacrifices, gifts, and penances are regarded as righteous. These, however, that injure other creatures and are unfriendly to them are regarded as sinful. There are some men who appropriate what belongs to others. These certainly fall into hell and meet with misery. All other acts that men do are indifferent, being regarded as neither righteous nor sinful. Do thou sport and grow and rejoice and make gifts and perform sacrifices. Neither men of knowledge nor those endued with penances will then be able to get the better of thee. Present you by HinduMonastery.com